Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Blast R6 EU, the best region in the world. Welcome to playoffs. Our group stage is done, and now we get to talk details about our top teams in the region. 6 of them, well, we get to see today. 4 of them fight out for 2 spots in the semis. Hello, I'm Elstamatic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Anne and Fresh. My friends, how are you doing today?
I'll go first now. I went yesterday.
Pretty good, Milosh. I am very, very good. I say this every time. I feel like I say this every time that we do the introduction. But the walk to the studio wakes me up so much, gets me really excited for the siege. Like you say, we've got the best region. Why would I not be excited?
Exactly.
Yeah, you do love saying that. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for the games we have today. I do feel like I say this a lot too. But how are you, Miloš? I'm pretty good too.
I'm good. Actually, I'm fasting today, so my brain will be a bit woozy. Excuse me for that ahead of time. But we'll be fine, because to wake me all up, we had our walk, which is always great and really freshens us up, but also we got exciting games. And let's be honest, this doesn't usually happen every stage, but this year is changing, that we get to see best of 3s in the league, and we don't have to wait until the league end at the end of the year to have to talk BO3s. The BO1 to BO3 makes all that. Let's talk about it, though, in general, because today we start the playoffs. There's only 4 of the 6 teams that are playing. 2 have a bye. They'll only be playing next week. So this entire system, for those out there that are just joining and they don't really understand how it works, we're here to break it down for you. So can you explain it to us, please, Jim?
I will explain it for you, Milosh. So obviously, we're going to keep reiterating this because the system can be a little bit complicated. There's going to be a lot of lines on this graphic, as you can see. So what we're going to do is we're going to start at the very top left. EU League. That is what we completed and finalized yesterday, and we sent 6 teams from EU League into the deciders phase, which is the line on the right. It says EU League Modified GSL. That is what we will be going through today. 4 teams, KOI, BDS, TT9 and Wolves went down to the EU Open Qual playoffs. So that's what we did in terms of EU League. If we follow that down to the EU Open Qual playoffs, those 4 teams are joined by X10 Start and 11 Open Qual teams, which has been completed. That will be played this weekend. The reason I've referenced that is because in our modified GSL that we're going to play this week and next week, we will send 3 teams from that phase to the major directly, 2 to stage 2, 1 to phase 1. And the 3 teams that don't qualify to the major will be joined, and they will go into EU LCQs alongside 4 teams from the Open Qual playoffs and done limited from EUCL last season. So we've got a couple of the very far left on this graphic. All of these phases are completed on the very far left. We're now on the kind of second column, as you will.
Yeah, we've had the EU League indeed at the top. We will have the EU Open indeed. There's, technically speaking, 3 different ways to qualify yourself for the major. You can either do that from being a team in the closed European League. You can do that by having won Challenger League last year, or any new team that has played through the EU Open qualifiers can technically make their way through. But as you can see, the arrow pointing 11 teams into the EU Open and then into those lower chance qualifiers or last chance qualifiers. There's only 1 team from there that then makes it into the major. So even if you are that team that is qualified through those open qualifiers, it'll still be a very tough route.
The one thing that I do like about this is the way the format works is there's all these like mini sub-tournaments within the overall ecosystem. We've just played EU League. Now we've got the deciders bracket in terms of the professional closed side of it. But then we've had 3 separate Open Qual tournaments. This weekend is the Open Qual playoffs. A couple of weeks' time, we've got the LCQs. All as standalone tournaments, but all send, teams in through a pathway to the major.
Yeah, and we're still limited, of course, on the amount of teams that are being sent from regions, because now we're accounting for 9 different regions globally. So what we're talking about here for EU and its own ecosystem will not apply to other regions, because they have their own ecosystems that cater better to the environment and to the teams and how things have been over time in that space. We're only explaining it here for Europe because, let's be honest, again, best region in the world, but also the region we get to work on. So we got to be on point for every single detail. But this is when it comes to the path to the major for teams that are here in Europe, be them in the European League or from the outside and open qualifiers like you were mentioning. But if we were to look back at our groups very quickly, I know there's only a few of the teams, half of the teams will make it through to the playoffs that we'll get to talk about, but I just want to very quickly skim over Group A and B. first up, you see at the top 3, that's what matters. G2, Virtus.pro, Heroic. G2 won their group. They are number 1 in it, and so they have a bye. They're not playing today. They already played yesterday. They'll have time off until next week, so that's the advantage they'll be very comfortable with. Virtus.pro, Heroic, they qualify, but they're playing today. BDS and TT9, they're in 4th and 5th. Unfortunately, if they do not qualify into the playoffs, that means that they have to go down to the open qualifiers and have to play from there, where, like we said, there's only 1 spot open for the entire region. So imagine BDS with, now, if we look at Group B, there it is. They have to... there it is. They have to play with Koi and Wolves in the open qualifiers. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, and the CL teams also are no slouches themselves. So you got to be really careful. All of the EU teams scrim regularly with the T2 teams. So that's an extra layer that I guess commentators and all the broadcasts will have to talk about later on in those open quals and the LCQ. Wild, Eminem, and Team Secret are the top 3 of Group B. Wild number 1, surprising everybody. There's no 2 ways around it. They get the bye again. Eminem and Secret will have to play today. And Koi and Wolves eliminated. Very quickly, surprised?
Very much so. I think, Koi Wolves, the big surprises, I think, is Koi Wolves and BDS going down to the open qual playoffs. 2 former major champions and one of the most consistent teams through 2022. Also pleasantly surprised by, Secret, Wild, some of the teams actually making it through that were potentially, before all of this started, before all of this unraveled, you may have considered them underdogs.
Yeah, the other team I'm surprised by. I mean, we could probably expect it with G2 being the current reigning world champions. But then again, we see very often that teams that just have won a major tournament, they get into the slump afterwards. You have this big target on your back and you become the main team to beat. And still, G2 become victorious in their group and they get that bye for today, really helping them in towards the major.
So from these 2 groups onto our bracket in the playoffs, I said 6 out of the total 12 teams, or 10 teams, sorry, have made it through here in this bracket. You'll see Wild and G2 will only be playing next week. They will be 1 best-of-3 win away from qualifying to the major, and that is to phase 2, so they will skip an entire phase of the major. That's the big advantage of being the top 2 in the entirety of Europe. However, there's a 3rd spot that will take you directly into phase 1 with the team coming in from open quals, and Virtus.pro, Team Secret, Eminem, Heroic are playing today to secure a spot later on, because if you get knocked out today in the BO3, then you're on to the open quals. No ways around it.
Yeah, indeed. If you lose today, you'll end up in that very match in the bottom left, which is a last chance qualifier seeding phase. If you win that, you will be eventually 3rd. Now I'm looking at you to see if I'm right. 2nd. Okay, and if you lose it, you'll be 3rd.
Yep.
Then if you end up winning today and you play against Wild or you play against G2 and you end up losing from them, you do play a seeding match where you eventually end up being
either in the major, so that would be the loser semi-final 1 and 2, in the middle at the bottom.
Yep.
If you win that, you go to the major phase 1. If you lose that, you would be 1st seed in the LCQs.
Yes.
I think what's interesting from this is actually, if you look at that top side of the bracket, Virtus.pro, Team Secret, Wild, when you came into EU League, one of those 3 teams, by virtue of the way the bracket has fallen, will be in phase 2 of the major representing Europe. If you go into the very start, and I'm going to go back, all 3 of these teams would have been underdogs in their group right before EUL. One of them is going to have that Cinderella wonder tale story of going to deep into the major representing Europe, and I think that's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the other bracket's looking pretty strong, though, I would say.
It's looking stacked.
Yeah, Eminem and Heroic, and then also having to play against the reigning world champions. I like to once again repeat that because, EU, strongest region.
Yep.
But then to have to play against G2 to potentially make it to the major, that looks like a lot more of a tougher route than the one that's above that.
And some would have said that also about Group A versus Group B. But again, with the amount of upsets that we've had, who knows? Maybe we won't see G2 at the major. I know in 2022 we went through a pretty decent chunk of that. So, hey, what happens? Let's talk about our schedule for today. It's actually pretty simple. It's 2 best-of-3 series. And BO3s are going to shake everything up. We're starting a bit earlier today than we're used to by around an hour. But Virtus.pro versus Team Secret is first, and Eminem versus Heroic is right after. I know it says 2000 CET or CST at this point with Eminem versus Heroic, but don't look at that timing and think this is exactly when it will begin. Our schedule will just be moving from one game to the next. It might be where we have 3 very long maps with hopefully no tech issues, but maybe tech issues, and that will increase the time, and or maybe it'll be just a fast 2-0 and things will be substantially different.
You've just jinxed it. Yeah.
I actually think, just as a very, very quick summary, I think we're going to
Yeah.
see two very different best of threes today.
Yeah.
I think stylistically, map bands, everything, I think we're going to see like chalk and cheese. Both will be entertaining in their own right, but I think we're going to see everything we possibly can see out of Rainbow Six Siege today, and I'm all for it.
If you're VP, you can't hide behind best of 1 anymore.
Nope.
No best of one merchants anymore?
Yeah.
Nope.
So that applies for all of our teams, and this is when we're trying to see, okay, Wild, was it really just the best of 1? That'll be for next week to figure out. Same goes for VP, for Secret, etc. But that goes into what Jack's saying, is that it could really be completely opposite matches that I get to see today. But that was our pre-show. I hope it clarified things. I don't know if you might have any more questions. Make sure to let us know on socials. We'll see if we can clarify things, of course, on the pregame, but also with our casters. Though, we're going to get our first best of 3 started right after this.
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win.
We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS. It's all koi, baby.
Team Eminem are taking home that trophy.
TT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 1 is upon us. Secret versus Virtus Pro. Let's talk about our competitors here on the desk. Hey, I'm Milos. With me are Ed and Fresh. Secret is up first on the chopping block. What can they offer today?
I mean, I would say they could probably offer a lot today. It's going to be a really good matchup between these two teams. And with Secret, despite them only having had one roster change coming into this European League, they had a very significant one because they changed out their IGL, and that's always going to make things a little more difficult. But they were still able to beat Koi 7-4 yesterday, which is, in my opinion, very impressive. Yes, maybe Koi and Wolves in their group didn't show up the way we expected them to be. This is obviously not to discredit Secret because they did come out victorious, and they will have a really good test today against Virtus Pro. Yesterday specifically, one more point that I really enjoyed watching from Secret was their attacks. It showed a lot of confidence, it showed a lot of aggression. They really were able to play into Koi's, well, passive defensive style where they tried to contest a lot of the map control, and that's, well, the secret to crack the code on attacking border.
I think Secret as a team is kind of just a team that has the right ideas. They have the right processes in place, the right infrastructure with the coach and staff. It's all headed generally in the right direction. I think the first couple of play days, they showed a lot of nerves. They showed a lot of just basically match day nerves, not considering everything that they would consider in their practices, in their theory sessions. I think the last 2 games we saw at Secret in groups had considered that. They looked a lot better, and I'm genuinely quite excited about the possibility of them carrying on improving throughout this decider phase.
They looked a lot more confident as well. I mean, those first 2 games, they got caught up by spawn peaks and all these other things that did not take into account what you could have in officials. And seeing this trend with Secret becoming more confident, I think that's exactly what they'll need against Virtus Pro today as well.
Well, let's talk about Virtus Pro since you just mentioned them. What can our Russian squad do today? Honestly, yesterday they had a big fight to see can they make it through or will it be BDS that swaps them under them. And just with 1 round is all that they needed to get it all over that hump. But again, it was still a washout over VP, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think for the most part, if we consider the group stage, you know, with a wider view, VP getting second in that group is actually a very, very good achievement. They've played generally quite good throughout the groups. I obviously talked about this a lot. They've got a very unique style of Siege. It is different to 9 other teams that are in the EU League. It is so different. It very much is. However, they've been starting to implement a little bit of ideology of the current meta, a little bit of opportunity spotting, some newer operators, and it's for the most part, it's been good. However, my worry is that yesterday's loss against BDS was a convincing loss. In another world, it even could have been a 7-0 loss. And how much the other teams in this deciders bracket will have read into that and will essentially emulate everything BDS did. And I'm looking for more from VP to try and improve new operators, you know, more opportunity spotting. Pick up the pace, maybe rush 1 round just so that you don't have a setup that is always going to play against time against Virtus Pro because that is their biggest enemy.
It's a little bit of a surprise factor that you're looking for with this roster. The one thing that we do have to point out, Dando has been a very consistent factor in this roster. It's also by chance his birthday today.
Hey.
But, yay! But yes, he's been a very consistent player in this roster. Yes, his cost has dropped down a little bit in that game yesterday, but he is he will show up. He was very influential in the game against G2. Where he had the 1v3 clutch in that overtime round. And as we mentioned him, where we compared him yesterday to Leak Effect, for example, Dan is a player that's showing up consistently, and that's what VP need today too.
He's showing up in plants also.
That's crazy, right? He does everything. He plants, he clutches, he gets a good entry, he gets a good KD, he has a high rating. Like, what more do you want from him? He also has a few disables for like the plant as well, so it's just does everything.
He's consistent. Feels birthday man on top of it all. There you go. That's basically a big cherry on the top. But let's talk about our maps because the lobby's pretty much set, and we want to spend just a bit more time to talk about this BO3. First pick for VP, they go for Bank. Chalet is the second for Secret, and finally a decider is Villa. Jack, overall, how does this look?
So these 2 teams actually played 2 best of 3s against each other in the 6th Invitational closed qualifiers in January. 2 best of 3s. Now, VP obviously had an issue at the time where they didn't play. Here's the 4 maps they didn't play. Theme Park, Border, Chalet, Skyscraper. You can see they've banned 3 of them. Secret have chosen the other in Chalet. That was all very much expected. I think where it's got a bit unexpected for me, actually, is twofold. Is that Secret have banned Away the Cafe. Now, I don't know why they would ban Away the Cafe so early, because I don't see VP picking into it and wanting to attack it. And then VP actually picking Bank. I think Bank is also traditionally known as a very good map for Secret. So to pick Bank into Secret, I think is a little bit dangerous on VP's part.
It is a bit dangerous, a bit risky as well. It's a very good map for Secret. Secret then picked Chalet, which was Virtus.pro's firmer band so far in this league. I think this shows that Secret have a pretty deep map pool because it's not their best map so far, but they can play it. The Decider is a bit odd to me, though. The fact that it was a perma ban for Secret previously, they lost it to Eminem. Secret banned Oregon, which they've previously won against Virtus.pro to then get to the Decider Villa. I don't know, I think Secret have to win it in 2 maps, and they have Bank to start out with, which has been a really good map for them. So if they set up a good start, then hopefully in 2 for Secret.
Quickly on Bank, how do you see this going?
I think it all depends on Secret's attack half. Secret have been, I would say, that they're in the top 3 for attack in the league, but that's not really a great metric given most of EU can't attack at the minute. They're still below 50%. VP are one of the best defensive teams in the league. So it all comes down to whether Secret can get at least 3 rounds on the attack for me.
Yeah, because we know how VP play on attack, and we've seen yesterday how BDS countered it, so that should be something that Secret could or have been inspired by. Both teams actually pick attack on the map that was picked into them. So Secret, as you mentioned, their attacks will be really important. They'll have these first 6 rounds that will really matter to them.
All right, and Fresh, thank you very much. That was map 1 of Virtus.pro versus Team Secret. We're just setting it up, and we're ready. Bank in. It's Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Best of 3 time, Tim.
Let's go.
Woo! That's what I'm here for. And a cup of tea to get us through
It's just
it.
the excitement of it's all or nothing now.
Yeah.
It's all or nothing now. You know, these teams come into this game. Winner moves through to play one of those top seeds. Loser, you're down to the last chance.
I think that
qual.
needs a second swig of coffee, Tim. Oh.
You have a second swig, Des. I'll take over from here. We're going to be going to Bank. It's Virtus.pro versus Team Secret. And over we got a banger coming up for you.
What just happened to your voice?
Just excitement.
Did you just cough halfway through?
No, I didn't. It was genuine.
No,
it was just emphasis and excitement.
I see.
Yeah.
All right.
And the best thing is, Des, we've not only got one of them.
We've got 2 of them.
We've got 2 of them.
It's like me and you next to each other. It's a nightmare side by side. One at a time is manageable. Side by side, it's a problem.
I am unmanageable.
The unmanageable Mr. Ace of Pyrite.
The unmanageable.
That's it. Right, let's talk a little bit more about this game. The desk have obviously had loads of thoughts there. Great job, guys. But this one for me, super exciting. Virtus.pro, slow team. Yesterday I described them as a juggernaut, right? They are slow moving, as they were punished by BDS on Cafe, but we're at a kind of stage where they were definitely beatable by teams that gave them a lot of things to figure out and work around throughout the round. The more hurdles they put before Virtus.pro, the more they struggled. That, for me, has to be the focus for Team Secret in this. Equally for Team Secret, when they've attacked into teams that have played things like Solis, they have really struggled to keep any utility up on the field, which for me is number 1 as the attacking team, especially on a map like Bank. It is absolutely massive. If you're running short on utility or on information, you're going to get punished by teams like Virtus.pro that can rat it out in corners, can take really confident gunfights, because if Virtus.pro are great at anything, it is most definitely their gun skill. Dan has put up numbers every single game he has played so far, and I would be shocked if that changes at all today.
I would agree with you. Mechanical skill, gun skill, winning those fights is something that Virtus.pro are going to have to rely heavily on at times, I think. Given what we saw yesterday, if Secret have taken anything away from that, which I am almost absolutely certain that they will have done had they watched it, when it comes time for them to defend, they are going to sit back, they are going to try and burn time, they are going to try and avoid those gunfights. So Virtus.pro, when they find them, need to be making sure that they win them. But as Fresh quite rightly said, coming in here, and a very fascinating point that I think is worth doubling down on, this is a big first half for Team Secret. Yes, we can talk all day about burning time against Virtus.pro, starving them of seconds, forcing them to lose those rounds, as happened yesterday against G2, but if the damage has already been done because you haven't got your successful attacks, it's not going to matter too much how well you do that. So it's really important that Team Secret get themselves as good a start as they can here.
For me, it's going to come down to pace as well. Another thing that Fresh picked up on yesterday is for Virtus.pro, their defences are often very, very close to sight. They're not really the kind of team to spread across the entire map as other more aggressive teams might like to do. I do think you'll see some roaming here. I mean, given the fact that hatches have been opened up, for example, they've reinforced up Janitor. you will see them playing around on the upstairs, at least for part of this round. Now, for me, one thing I'm keeping an eye on, and Virtus.pro should know about this because they bullied their opponents yesterday, BDS, in getting rid of these Goyo canisters super early on. Shepard inside a kitchen, 3 Goyo canisters gone to the hands of a Twitch. Groovy is on the Twitch in this round. If he can get inside a site early and look at doing a little bit of work down there to clear away ADSs, get rid of Goyo canisters, when they do clear out the roamers coming out from Virtus.pro, they're in a fantastic spot to be able to capitalize. All I will say is the actual roaming out of Virtus.pro already is quite dug in though. 2 of them holding around inside of open area. Nothing too unstandard there. I know this really used to bother you, Tim, that teams would drop away, though, inside about 60 seconds. Just kind of like, what's the point, right?
Well, no, what I'll say here is that what I used to criticise was using 3 or 4 reinforcements upstairs, castle barricades, mirror window, using a ton of utility up there, and then dropping away after 30 seconds. That's not what Virtus.pro have done here. They've got a little bit of utility to help them there, but I think this is actually a much more manageable balance of keeping that map control, but not losing a lot of utility that would be useful on site after dropping away after 30 seconds. So I think it's fine. They haven't overcommitted to that hold.
Well, here in this case, 60 seconds in, like magic, like clockwork, Tim. They are all back on site, and Secret have now got full control of the top floor and the ground floor and can start thinking about what work needs to be done downstairs. Goodbye, Mr. Shock Drone. It's an unfortunate, untimely death. There is still one more available on the field here, but they really sorely needed to help get rid of things, like I said, those Goyo canisters on the downstairs, the ADSs, anything to weaken the defense out of Virtus.pro and give Team Secret more time in the execute is going to be critical to find out.
I like this garage hold from Pasha, using the Azami down there, just showing the value of those Kiba barricades, able to peek out, have that extra cover.
What's the bugger about it?
I like that.
What's a real annoying thing about it is, in terms of range utility, they probably won't have too much left to clear away these barricades. So they're going to have to go up to them and hit them, physically. The problem therefore being, you've got a player who's hanging out top garage who so far is completely uncontested, who can just get you on the kind of foot angles long before you see him because he's a little bit closer to that angle. So I think it's going to be uncomfortable for Secret to push down Marble if they choose to go that way. Here they come. They're going to have to lean on things like frag grenades to be able to make this one work. Slevin might get punished by Pasha if he's not careful, though.
Going to see the elevator drop coming from YZM, but there is a toxic babe that's been detonated in the doorway. Joystick just trying to make a gentle challenge as well. Doesn't want to overcommit. Groovy taking a little bit of damage elsewhere. It's in garage against those Kiba barricades. But what a big double from Sleben and Savage to open things up for versus 2. Secret are swarming over side here. Desde looking good. But then from deep, we have Dan picking up 1, picking up 2. YZN, he's getting that diffuser down though.
Going in for the plant, If he looks to his left, he'll find his man, but looks the wrong way! Blinded by his scope, and YZN finds his man. That could have been so different for Virtus.pro, but Team Secret, off the back of the Decabi, charging in through sights, secure round 1.
That is already a really big start for Team Secret. As we said, coming in, attacks are important. They want a minimum of 3 realistically, and they've just got themselves a big one. Primary site done and dusted, and to be honest with you, it looked fairly comfortable. A couple of kills from Dan deep in vault there, round about those gold bars, just popping up and down with the shotgun, but he made a little bit of difficulty for them, but not too much, in fairness. They still got the job done. Quite impressed with that attack from Team Secret.
Really good start, completely agree. I mean, for Virtus.pro, it's not like there were any real, massively obvious glaring errors. I like the setup with the Azami. I like the way that they based themselves around the site. Just Secret, when it came around to executing, were pretty... They acted with conviction. They were pretty determined to get into certain locations to find kills. It was quite fluid as well. Again, Slevin, I think, spotting an opportunity on the Decabi and just charging his way through sight in towards Orange and then going for the challenge on towards Dan really broke Virtus.pro in half. Still, a very close one that, as we commented, if not for the scope on the Alder, maybe that round goes very, very differently where YZN does not get the kill onto the Maestro. We're going to move away from that site, though, Tim. They've opted not to try and repeat the basement, but going in towards staff and open area, where Castle is on the field. We had a good chat yesterday about Architects, Mira, Castle, Azami, how they can completely transform the way that you play some sites. With 2 of them on the field here, it is going to mean there needs to be some dynamic problem solving coming out of Team Secret. But on their side, Tim, I cannot ignore the fact that we have got a Sens on side.
It's always an interesting one to watch. We saw a little bit of Sens play yesterday, used fantastically well. Fresh did a great breakdown, actually, I remember, of how it was, deployed on board.
Look at us being so nice to Fresh. I think we've mentioned him about 4 times so far.
I don't know what's
in a
going on,
round.
actually. It's as if he's going to be joining the game at some point to talk to us, and we have to be nice to him. We'll see how that one pans out. No, but it was a great illustration. It was on border, and it just it really described a different way of using those light walls to create multiple angles and lines of sight. And we see them already being deployed. Always it is, though, that manages to pick up the opening kill
Oh,
onto
there we go.
Groovy. That's going to be the Twitch down,
Great
but
play.
Astro, he manages to find Dan, and that is a big, big one for Team Secret. 4 versus 4.
This is the kind of stuff we were commending Team Secret for yesterday. There was the team play that was coming out, playing into these situations where they had the numbers advantage. Beautiful bit of team play, enough pressure to force him to drop the hatch. There's someone on the upside down repelling Printer, watching the angle and getting him as he drops through. Real good easy kill onto, again, the top man for Virtus Pro, and arguably one of the best players that we have in the EU League so far, given how well he's played this stage.
YZN's just going to be trying to work from the rooftop now after that early sort of explosion of action directly into sight. The foot has come off the gas pedal a little bit, and it's just a little bit more of a backseat. Just see exactly what's going on here from Secret. They know they've got time on the clock. They can use it.
No.
Just gets away with that. Sleber misses his man. Shepard wriggling through.
That's such a kicker as well, because it would have been a freebie, because he's been sat in this spot waiting for a freebie to come up. And when one presents himself, both players just pass each other like ships in the night. A matter of inches between them, but neither spotting the other. Savage down this longer angle, going to start putting some pressure off towards quad wall, where Shepard is waiting on about 30 HP. They have tickled down a few of these members on Virtus Pro's side, 3 of them away from 100 HP so far, so good start from Secret, but now you're looking for the execute coming into this last 40 seconds.
Absolutely, just showing the limitations of that buck skeleton key at distance there as well, unable to breach through that soft wall, and just leaves a little bit of safety, but that safety was transient, Des, and it's been destroyed now by those Selma charges. That's detonating Shepard here. He just seems to get away with everything, but not that one, as Savage manages to find the man from the window. They have to go for the hatch drop. 20 seconds left to go, and Joystick picks up the first. The cap can trap on the second. Secret, you can't be giving away lives like that. 2v1 now, as Astro finds a double. That is a big, big moment from him at the end of the round. Pasha manages to find Savage. It's all up to Astro. He's got 3 kills in the round. Can he make it 4? It's a ring around the roses, and Pasha, he's going to find his man. Pops up from behind the desk and sends him out of the round. And that's going to be Virtus Pro leveling things up 1-1.
A real good tug of war there between the two teams, I thought, Tim. Just that back and forth trading, the easy kills coming in for VP, Secret capitalising a little bit and getting 1 or 2 back themselves, but Pasha holds firm in the 1 versus 2. They weren't quite aware of where he was, so the first kill was a freebie, and the second one they had an idea as to where he was, but not an exact idea, and he capitalises on that incredibly well. 1 apiece so far. I love how close this feels already.
We've got a game, haven't we? That's the top and bottom of it.
Yeah. Someone always said, I think it was a tweet I saw once, someone said, you know, casters, they've always got something on their hands, and then it was a picture of casters, like, holding game, the word game on their hands. And I was just like, that is very true. We do say that all the time.
Love it.
But it is turning into a really good game.
We've basically seen, and this is what I love, especially for a best of 3, we've seen both teams come out and have a good round.
Yes.
Shepard, I'm going to have to say it, Shepard, you played your luck there. You really milked it for all it was worth. He was lucky to keep himself alive as long as he did. But other than that, yeah, I thought Virtus Pro were pretty solid. Comes down to a 1v1, but then again saying that the fact that it was, you know, down to a 2v1 was Astro coming in and just getting a couple of kills. You know, it wasn't necessarily from anything Virtus Pro did wrong. So, yeah, good round from both teams. Love what I'm seeing so far. We're going to go to our 3rd site of the day so far. Not going to head back down to basement even though it is open. We're going to head up to the recently lesser popular top floor CEO site.
Yes, and I think largely would say is still a difficult site to attack into, but again, with double architects coming out in the castle and the Azami, I think it makes a lot of sense. You can reduce the potency of some of those weaker spots. You know, the fallen barricade, for example, or the, fallen shells inside of CEO itself, you can use to lessen the impact of the windows. You can hold around Banana a lot easier. Let's not forget as well that Castle last year did get the change where he now has 4 armor panels rather than 3. With these 2 operators together, I think you do get a hell of a lot of strength. Even with the mirror available, though, you don't want to go too hard on the site architected, Tim.
Astro is just going to be working the drones for the time being, looking to make sure it's safe before he sends.
I think someone's there.
Yeah, I think he does think that.
Interesting.
They've got the keeper barricade, which would suggest obviously the position's being held, and they know that they're going to be holding on to at least stock corridor. But as you say, the drone really should have been able to provide that information to tell them, unless there was maybe a sound call or something from the man out in the corridor itself. But no, they're not going to get any joy there. Instead, using that to clear out utility, and Shepard instead will be holding from the meeting table and angle out towards stock.
A couple of devices hacked out by Groovy in the round, in case you're wondering what that 2 means underneath the Brava drones counts. You see it now with Mozzie as well. You can see how many is captured. For a while it was It was bugged. It said 99 sometimes. It was wrong. Now it's more correct, and you're seeing the same here with the Brava. Savage to start things out. Again, Dan going down in the early round. We've seen that now 2 rounds in a row. Again, I've commended the player and said, the best we've got in EU right now by the stats. I think he's king across 4 different categories that we've got. But here, at least, he is struggling to have much of an impact in the game.
Savage's Selma charges have all been used now, and the reason I pick up on that is particularly important. He tried to put one on the long angle from the window to Janitor wall to make it difficult for the player, Pasha in this case, to stay inside of here and play exactly this angle. Nitro, bad throw. But the Selma charge was taken off, I think, by Shepard on the castle. And so not having any left is going to create a lot of security for Virtus Pro in and around Janitor. Pasha, it is himself managing to get those couple of kills. Joystick finds one onto Savage as well. And they might well just rue not being able to clear that area of the map.
Again, they're really kind of trying to poke the bear here as well as they're stepping on 4s. There's just crossfires coming in everywhere against the members of Secret. Grooby's the last one left standing. No drones left, no information. We know how this round ends in the last 20 seconds or so, Tim, which means 2-1 to VP inside the first 3. Not all that bad.
Yep, Joystick taking that final kill. As I say, I like the setup there that they facilitated operators to be able to keep Janitor safe, and Pasha was then able to play in that position and cause an awful lot of damage. So, well played from VP.
Fresh, I believe you are with us, my friend. Where are you? Speak
hello,
from beyond the grave, my friend.
Can you hear me? So,
yes.
We was talking about Virtus Pro's great defense, and they've been great inside of their defense in terms of EU League. But actually, when you look a little bit more historically for Virtus Pro / outsiders on Bank over the last 6 or so months, their defense has actually been at a 23% defensive win rate. They've not been able to defend this map, particularly executes. I think back to a game that they had last stage, granted slightly different roster, against Wolves, where Wolves was just basically able to use the Doka B, take map control very quickly, and then execute. Secret are playing 100% Dokkaebi so far. They've played it 3 in 3 rounds. However, they've been unsuccessful. Virtus Pro have clearly gone back, shored up their defenses, worked on what happens when they're being executed into, especially alongside the Dokkaebi, and played a little bit more compact, a little bit more crossfires. And Secret thus far, apart from the basement, which is the strongest site on the map, have been unable to answer that on open area and CEO.
Do you think maybe part of the Dokkaebi pick, though, is against the Maestro?
Probably.
Knowing that VP love running it this
If
much.
you looked yesterday, especially that cafe round that BDS lost when they did a full clear, a Dokkaebi there would have completely, muted both the Maestro and the Echo that was on site. And VP have been playing a lot of it, granted, none on this particular site.
Thank you very much.
A very interesting point about the Dokkaebi for any, anybody who's maybe watching a little bit newer, maybe wondering, how and why that interaction's important. We had a recent change to Dokkaebi where the universal phone call that she makes that impacts on everybody's devices actually prevents you from viewing the cameras at that time as well for a period of time. So
as dead players,
Yes. So, as you're coming into a push, for example, you hit that Dokkaebi call. It's not about just preventing some players from, maybe actively being able to engage you because they're trying to end that call. It's also the fact that they lose all visual for that period of time until they've ended that call. So if timed well, like you say, it can absolutely neutralise something like a match.
I think it is very, very oppressive because obviously as a dead player, you also can't disable it, so you're having to endure the full duration, and do nothing. So honestly, it's going to get nerfed. Don't know in what capacity. We'll find out, I imagine, in the next patch. For now, though, here we go on the start on through, and this is what I touched on back in round 1. Tim, get the Twitch drone in early, get rid of as many of those Vulcan canisters as you can, and I think they've just cleared away 2 of them so far inside of the site, so a good starting point for Secret here, and we've got the Monty trying to work his way up and through, but Grooby finds his man on that little pixel angle underneath the Azami Cuba barrier.
Dan gets slammed there, just trying to hold on to servers, and again, rough start for him in another round. Slebber manages to find Pasha, and it doesn't look like the basement is going to be a particularly good location for Virtus Pro at this point. Shepard's going to look to make a challenge here, knows he's being pushed in garage, but no, he says, enough of that, I'm not in for that. He's going to dip himself away. Joystick on the mid floor, could still be in an important position. If he's got the hatches available to him, he could potentially prevent a plant going down, but behind the Monte, he might not be able to find that angle. We've got the Ossa as well, who's going to work and continue to make a nuisance in garage, and right now, things are not looking good for Virtus Pro.
part of the battle they've got is with no hard breach. They've got hard breach gadgets, but no dedicated hard breach, so they can't get open the wall. They really need for the Monty to go in with the shield up. They need to get really the second hard breach gadget down, which at this point just feels like an absolutely huge risk to try and make the play come about. So sure, crouching through the hole, you're probably safe, but it's that moment of exposure you've got to be so careful of. Here we go then with Savage stepping up and finding one more. Secret in firm control. Smokes come out, but it seems to be a bait as no one has yet gone in for a plant on the side of Secret.
Shepard's movement leaving him in a difficult position again. We saw him get away with it a couple of times in round 2, but this time Savage was well in place to punish him, and he's able to find a lot of damage onto Joystick. They have to stop exposing themselves to this hatch, Des, because it's going to be the end of the round for them if it continues. 4 versus 2, a minute left to go. This is a round that Secret should be winning. I'm not sure. Joystick, where you pushing there? There's a man on main stairs. Savage, Sleben finish off the round. Ooh, after a good round defending in round 3, it was a rough one in 4 for Virtus.pro.
I don't blame Joystick there as well. I think he's made the right call. You know you've been watched from above, you've been shut down to almost nothing. You know you're in a 2 versus 4, and you know at this point the execute is coming in on the other side that you safely can't get across to because that hatch is being watched. So he makes that call to go up main stairs to try and get some kind of flank off to clear the hatch player that's been challenging him. He doesn't know that he's going to have 2 players sat there staring at him because he assumes, quite fairly I think, that there'll be 3 players supporting the Monty on that push coming in on the security side. So he's had a good go. He's been punished for it. I don't blame him. I think with all the information they had, that was the right call. Interestingly, Sleben still had a call available for the DKB as well. So even if it's all went pear-shaped and they couldn't really pull off the execute and get a kill onto Joystick like that, hit the calls, suddenly those 3 players that are dead on VP side have 0 information. You're absolutely laughing. Now we go back down to the basement again, and this time, we've got that Maestro back on side.
It's an interesting site choice, I'm going to say, from Virtus.pro, because they are in a situation where they've got open area available to them, and they won that back in round 2. You know, as Fresh said, coming into this game, Team Secret, if they get 3 rounds on the attack, you start looking at that and thinking, Virtus.pro have struggled on the attack, they can starve them of time. You know, it may well be doable for them to go on and win this first map. So Virtus.pro really need to be winning 4 defences here, realistically. That is where their real strength is. So going to be a little bit of a problem for them potentially, especially if they lose this round. So I'd have maybe liked to see them go back up to open area, but they've obviously got some confidence that they can get the job done down here, and we'll see how that transpires.
I really thought for a second that shot drone was going straight in to get rid of some of those Vulcan canisters. Look at this. Ignore that guy. You can go for the laser gate, of course, to try and get rid of that, but no, they want this inside of sight, and they've got it as well. So unfortunate. I thought for a second the Maestro might be able to find it, but what have they got now? All the options they need in the world to see what's going on inside of sight. It has been broken off, which means they'll have to open it to see what's happening, but that is such a valuable piece of utility to have inside of sight.
Exactly that. Big start from Team Secret there, just using the clutch drone to fantastic effect to help them push forward. They need to start taking some ground now, get themselves in. Maybe they got into server very quickly last time. Dan is still pretty active around there, up the blue stairs and down into server as well. It may be that Secret choose to open the hatch here just to remove a little bit of that safety from him, so he may feel pushed back to site at that point. But Secret not in any major rush at the minute. The drones are still coming out, and they're still opening those other hatches.
What I will give to Virtus.pro, it's less happening this round, so it's not really the best round to talk about it, but I'm going to do it anyway, because screw you guys. What keeps on happening is they're using laser gates plus the barricades they keep deploying everywhere to indicate where the push is coming from. You saw last round, for example, we had a run down into basement. We had both of the ones at the bottom of Marble were barricaded off. We had castle barricades out towards Loan Office, for example, all just for the sake of feeding information over to the defenders on where the push is coming from. They don't want to get stabbed in the back. They don't want to get upset by a player that's been lurking off somewhere else in the round and then makes an appearance through a really odd angle later into it. They are really making use of the map as best they can to give them information. In this round, this isn't really a thing. It's a much more dug-in comp they've gone for.
Time is ticking though. 55 seconds left to go. We've got a Goyo canister that has been popped there. YZN continues the work, just going to open a very minimal hole in that other wall to allow the line of sight through towards what would normally be the mirror position inside there, not being played this time, but you know what I mean. Savage is going to find himself down but not out in garage, and it looks like Virtus.pro might have the start of a successful defense here, Des.
It does for a second, yeah. I mean, with Savage being down, he's that backstab player that I was talking about. Now Grooby's the next one making this kind of play. but the laser gate is going to impede him. 2 kills coming out for VP. It's basically a 2v5 at this point, Tim, and it feels like Virtus.pro finally figured out this hold to make it work for them. Groovy steps in and finds one for himself. Another one goes down. I was going to say there's only one left standing, but before I can finish that sentence, VP have finished him off. Up to 3 and 2 they go on the defensive side, Tim. The battle now being, they've got to change side now. They've finally cracked that after 3 swings of the bat.
Well, you know, I did raise a little bit of caution about the site choice there. I would say coming away from it, with hindsight, they win that site. Okay. You know, they now have other sites that they have won previously. They can take their choice of top floor or open. They've won both of them. It was a gamble in round 5, I think, but it's paid off for them. You know, they've got that confidence now. They think they can probably lock out a 4-2 here. So, Virtus.pro going from 2-2 for me, looking a little bit like, well, I'm not too sure about this. This could be a bad half for them. Now, I feel like they're in the driving seat a little bit and can possibly get this job done. It was a top floor site that the Team Secret struggled to attack last time around. As I said, they didn't get the janitor wall open. Pasha just stayed in there, pivoted, found kills, and was a nuisance for them. So that's an area to focus on. You know, for you sat at home, you know, what's going to happen in this round, what's going to be important. Focus on that janitor area. Do they manage to get a breach on that wall? Is it held by Shepard playing behind the castles again? You know, what happens in that area and how effective is it for VP?
Absolutely. Again, it's this double architect setup, right? They've played behind this an awful lot most of the game, and I think it has been, you know, largely successful. I've enjoyed seeing the challenges it's put before Team Secret. And, you know, has got them up to a point where they're 3-2 in the lead. Last time around on this site, my only concern really here being that we're now replaying sites Secret have seen once. There's not too many surprises you can throw at them. They're used to seeing the castle and the Azami coming in alongside each other. They're used to the shield coming out of Dan. I do like the Pasha's on the mute here as well, because you're dealing with things like the KB. It's not there this time. They've gone for a line instead, probably as part acknowledgement towards that change that's coming in from the side of Virtus.pro. So it's more micro movements rather than having to figure out what a team is trying to do the very first time you see them playing on that site.
Right, Groovy straight up onto the window rappel. Not something that they had too much success with last time, but Astro is going to pick up a big double. What a start for Team Secret. Joystick can always both go down. Make it a 3. He's taking stock at this point. Absolutely slams Virtus.pro in the beginning of the round, and that is Team Secret best foot forward.
Just absolutely blitz them there. I mean, okay, one's coming back. Astro does get taken down. Turns out gods can bleed as well. But a 4 versus 2 with all this utility still in the back pockets for Secret. It's hard to see how Virtus.pro hold on, assuming, of course, Team Secret play this properly. 7 drones available, utility, players alive, they've got Osses to play behind the impacts, for example. There is still so much to work with. They've just got to not throw it, which is far easier to do than maybe it sounds.
It certainly is. You've got Shepard and Pasha, 2 of the most experienced players that you're going to come up against. You know, still alive. They're not going to over-peak. They're not going to over-engage. They're going to wait for their opportunities. Now then, that's good from Team Secret. They managed to get Shepard moving. Sleben's there to take him down, and then in comes a final kill, and Team Secret level out the half, 3-3, leaving big questions going into the second half.
Absolutely. I think it's time for our professor to jump back in once more.
Team Secret, after their timeout there in at least 2 of those 3 rounds in the second quarter, went a little bit more direct. We saw the Monty play, the straight into server on the basement that they won, and then we saw Astro with a nice little play to get into stock and use the sound timing of the ace throw and everything else going off to get in and find the entry there. That's won them a couple of rounds. They've got that 3-3 split, and I would say that's quite successful. However, I'm very surprised by them going down to the basement as their first site choice. The reason I'm so surprised is over the last 6 months, Secret's best defensive site is actually open area, and Virtus.pro's worst attacking site is open area. Conversely, Virtus.pro's best attacking site is the basement. We know that they like to full clear, and they're always going to start top down, work their way through the map. So for Secret, it would be about a lot of their defensive operators to force the time.
They're having it kicked out there for a second. You know what that is? That's a template of like, okay, these things have got to be at this volume, and that's got to happen like this, and they press the button, and it's like, yeah, screw you, Fresh. Thank you very much, Fresh. Haha, you can't talk anymore. We have a quick rehost coming in, as you guys may have seen. So don't worry, you haven't missed anything. We were back in a short amount of time.
A short amount of time.
Do you know where Pasha's ran away to?
I think, it's going to be interesting to see what Team Secret do in this first defence. As Fresh said there, Virtus Pro, they're going to want to go for a full clear. It's a map like Bank, it's a big map. They're going to start at the top, they're going to work their way down, they're going to want to be confident that they don't have anything lurking above them. Team Secret have got two options. They can lean into that, or they can just turtle up down inside a site. I think, given what we were shown by G2, previously and, other teams yesterday specifically, frustrate Virtus Pro on time, make it difficult for them to function at the end of the round, get them down to that last 15-20 seconds. And if Secret can do that, and I think the answer to how they do that is to get out into the map, is to avoid the gunfights on the top of mid floors for as long as possible. Don't, go in and give your lives away. But I would like to see maybe mute jammers up there. I'd like to see, maybe a Mozzie brought along. All those classic operators that are going to slow things down, that are going to make it difficult for them to be confident in that clearing. Let's see a Solis. Let's see a Solis brought along and take out as many drones as you can. Make them come in and face check everything, and make them burn as much of that clock as you can do.
I touched on this in the pre-game, right, before we even got into this map, was Solis. Again, Secret seem to be the team that are always the ones being punished most and making that operator look truly overpowered. She's incredibly strong, let's not forget, but they really do a great job of making her look the strongest operator in the game. Because, again, Dark Zero completely bullied Secret at SI, got bullied by it a little bit yesterday. I'd be surprised if Virtus Pro don't look at that and go, okay, clearly these guys have an issue dealing with Solis. Let's bring it along and try and play around it. But obviously we didn't see that earlier on. Hopefully here in the second half, Secret could put on a bit of a show on the defensive side themselves. And who knows, maybe we even see them start playing around it.
Very possibly. I think the noise is in my ears. Don't tell me that the game is ready, but it does tell me that we're getting a few players.
Got medics flicking around the menus.
Yeah, I can hear.
I tell you what, I bet you could do that blindfolded these days.
A few players joining back into the lobby as well, so I think we'll be underway fairly.
Do you reckon medics could configure a whole lobby blindfolded?
100%.
I mean, I guarantee he's done it so many times.
I believe he could. I believe he.
It's like playing.
Believe he could observe a game like that. At this
it's probably yeah. It's like playing GTA back in the day, like cheat code, just like real fast, and you're like done. That's medics going through these menus.
100%.
Straight through.
Fast medics.
Fast medics, as opposed to slow medics.
Zoomy medics.
Zoomy medics. He's not that young, is he?
No, I don't think he is.
He's not a zoomer.
I don't think he's quite a zoomer.
Medics, how old are you?
Are you a boomer, medics?
Yeah, tell us if you're no, you're the boomer. Oh, it's.
I thought medics. The thing is, we're now just having a conversation and laughing with somebody that the stream can't even hear.
And medics has just literally walked into the studio and gone, "What the hell, guys?" I really thought it was. Medics.
I also believe that Red Like. Could
he probably also could
blindfold.
No, you know what was really funny in that first half? Actually, I didn't go as far as doing it, but I was watching one of the rounds and we had so much overhead, and I was gonna be like, "Medics, this is really good overhead. Like, thank you." I honestly thought it was Medics doing our first map, and I was like, "That's really good overhead. Well done." And it turns out it's Red Like. So well done, Red Like.
As I've said previously, the fact that we get confused sometimes just goes
I like red.
Just goes to show the quality across all of our observers.
They are all very good.
They certainly are.
It's almost a bit different without the dour attitude of Easy in the studio, isn't it?
I do miss Easy.
He's off doing an A now.
Yeah, he is. I do miss Easy.
We'll see him again soon, I'm sure.
Wonderful gentleman.
He is.
Let's get back into game, Des.
It's
going to be round 7. We've got Team Secret Virtus Pro. They are level at the half. It is 3-3 and nothing to separate the two of them. We would argue, though, that Team Secret on the defence have a little bit of an advantage because we know that Virtus Pro have struggled with the attack, particularly time. So something for you to focus on at home. We keep banging on about it because it is likely to be an important point one way or another. What you want to be watching out for is Virtus Pro. Where are they up to? At what points in the round? Check on that clock at about the 2-minute mark, the 1-minute mark. Where are they? How much have they got left to do? And that's going to be a big focus. Can they move quickly? Can they get entries? And can they get into that execution position soon enough?
Well, once again, we have the Azami on side. He's seen it all of that first half, and I guarantee you're going to carry on seeing it throughout much of the second as well. Just super valuable. The interesting one that you saw there being used a moment ago was onto that single wall leading out towards Electric. Just because of the angle that you get there, players like to kind of run on through and just smash their way through, a little bit of a spraying towards open area without really exposing yourself, whereas now it's a little bit more bother than just that. Here comes the Sledge. Joystick charging his way on towards these windows, looking to put some early pressure in on the top floor. No one appears to be found just yet, though, or I say no one's up there. Sleben is dug inside a janitor, but no one playing quite openly out towards long desk. And if there is too much pressure, he has a hatch to drop back through.
Just going to be getting the drones in. Here comes the top floor clearance that we expected. Sleben is back down in open area. Is he going to drop all the way down? I wouldn't like to see that yet from Secret. It's a little bit of a quick retreat to site if that's the case. Savage is going to keep himself on blue stairs. I'd actually like to see Savage play his life on blue stairs in this first round, maybe. You know, just don't yield that space. Don't give it up. Really force Virtus Pro. You know, that's the key there. If they start applying pressure and you drop back, that's going to give them that time back that they need. Savage does take a lot of damage there and looks like he is going to be forced away, and this is actually pretty good from Virtus Pro so far, Des. They're not even halfway through the round. 2 players have been forced back to site. There's a third on his way as well. You know, they're looking pretty good on the clock so far.
I kind of want to give it to Secret as well, though, right? Yeah, 90 seconds in and they're dropping away compared to Virtus Pro, who were all back on site with 60 seconds left on the clock. So for Secret, they've stayed out longer. They've forced a little bit more out of the other side, but we'll give it to Virtus Pro that they've kept, 6 drones up. They've got all their utility in back pocket, bar 1 frag grenade. It has been a good clear. Dong.
Let's see what Virtus Pro can do with the
That
time.
hammer, when you miss sometimes, makes the most satisfying sound effects.
I have a habit of missing hatches because I try to obviously break them on my way up to them, and I do have a habit of swinging and smacking the floor. YZN is going to find Joystick with a Nitro, and that's a big opener for Team Secret. This is where the problems have come in for Virtus Pro, and I mentioned entry before this round for that reason. When they get to this point and they lose the entry, that's when they sometimes start stalling out. The question now is, will that be the case?
I was going to say I really love this for a second because they were wasting time by having multiple hurdles for Virtus Pro to step through. The exact same tactic that BDS employed yesterday. They have kind of cleared over one a little bit quicker here on that step forward. Here comes Exothermic as well onto the single wall, which I don't think will get cleared off here by an impact or anything of the sorts. But with these walls being soft, it does make it a little bit difficult to do much about. C4 in hand, Stabber's going to step himself forwards here. Got to watch out for the hatch. C4 over the top. Shepard, it's going to go down to the C4. They've got the one at the longer angle, but now there's no cover for the plant when this comes through. It's all going to come down to the hatch, but the drop comes through. It's a 2 versus 2. One's going in for the plant. It's a 1 versus 2. Technically a 1v1, and Pasha wins it out for his teammate as he's getting the diffuser down.
We just got another look at it there. What a pre-fire from Pasha coming around that corner. Knew the army was bottom ramp and absolutely destroyed them before they could even react. Beautiful backstab coming in from Pasha just to close out the round there, and that was a better first attack from Virtus Pro. Des a little bit better on time. They were at about the minute mark when they were thinking about putting that diffuser down, and it's actually a really important example of that, because you've got a situation where the diffuser's going down, you lose it, you drop it, you get killed. Virtus Pro normally often wouldn't have an opportunity for a second chance there because the time is ticking down, so they just have to run in and do things quickly and just try and make anything work, whereas they just had a little bit more breathing space there, and it was better from them. A good attack.
Sorry, coming out of Sleben here, as you may see him moving around, barricading things up as he goes. Again, the information being fed from the noise from that over to the defenders, helpful in understanding where Virtus Pro are coming from. Now, Tim, we've spoken about this Solus an awful lot in this game. Again, barricading up more doorways as he goes along, but it's a similar story, more out of Sleben. Solus under the pick we've spoken about all game long. It's good to see it finally come into the board. If you're on the assumption here that Virtus Pro, quite fairly, are going to get drones in and look to guide in a couple of their entry players, looking in towards like Dan, Pasha, for example, this can be a really good way to slow down what's already quite a slow team.
Absolutely, take away the utility. Keep an eye on the top left of your screen. You've got the drone counter up there for Virtus Pro. Currently, they've lost 1. They've got 9 left available to them. The 3 with dots in the middle shows that there's 3 actively being used out in the field at the minute. The rest are in pocket. A 4th one's going to be thrown out, but that's interesting because it's Virtus Pro maybe recognising there's a Solus on the field here, so we don't want to commit too many drones. We want to keep them in our pockets where we can to try and keep them safe. But that information battle is going to be key in this round. Groovy somehow gets away with it.
And they've got a dock. They've got a dock. They can get him back up to full HP. That's why the shotgun's coming out. He's being pressured in, and there we go. Straight back to full HP. You love to see it.
What a
that
play.
Is so jammy. He'd be dead by now.
That's as simple as it is. He would have lost his life there. The drone comes in. He's able to take it out. But Groovy still keeping hold of his key position.
There
Second
we go.
nade does the job. Groovy going to be taken out by Pasha.
I just love that back and forth dance that we've just seen between the two teams there as well. Again, the dock with the full stim, 200 HP. Really kind of comes into its own, but cannot survive the second nade. I think one also came in from Joystick, by the way, when he was playing off towards window, so I thought for a second the kill might come in from there, but nope. I believe it was Pasha.
Joystick's going to repel on in, going to be able to start opening up those verticals. The proximity alarm not really going to do much. He's conscious of the potential push coming from Janitor, but the player was actually further back in stock, and Savage is going to take the opportunity to get himself back down marble stairs. He's maybe actually going to think about all the way down to the basement. It's always an interesting little lurk position because you can get yourself back up blue stairs and really do some damage in and around lower square skylight as the round progresses.
Well, I've already had Sleben sat in this spot before on the main stairs as well, right? Narrowly missed the player that came charging up the top. Does Dan know? I was about to say, is he aware of what's going on towards the right? I mean, it is fully reinforced off, so I'm not 100% sure what it was that the Izami was looking for there. But Dan's working his way down through square, marching on his way forward. In fact, I think he hasn't got the weird little jammy angle, has he? Surely not. Nah, don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I think maybe because the reinforcements have been done different ways, I don't know if Dan was just a little bit like, is something open there?
Well, I know he's reinforced it, but I know I'm not going to talk to Fresh. It sounds weird if I do it on broadcast. But I can't forget where it was, but on one of the maps before, there was like a real small angle that you got between two reinforcements on different sides. Not here it's going to happen, though. They're on the march forward. Quad Ball, he knows that he's on the ground like a snake, but Pasha strikes, sinks in his fangs. A 3k in the round for him, looking onwards towards an ace before Joystick denies it away. But one thing's for sure, Tim, this round is going the way of Virtus Pro, and they'll go up to 5 and 3.
Almost certainly. Savage tries to get the vertical angle. He can get himself one kill, but that's going to be the limit, surely.
Not.
As you see, Virtus Pro scatter him, but they're unable to get out of the line of fire. They're going to be looking to get that diffuser down. Somehow, in comes a third. He's going to have to drop the hatch. It's being watched. There goes the plan. Joystick with the final kill, but that was far closer than it ever should have been for Virtus Pro. But 5-3, 2 successful attacks. Virtus Pro are looking much sharper here on the attack than they did yesterday against BDS.
I would have been so nervous I'd spoken that into existence then. The fact that he got a 3k is pretty ludicrous. The double fact that he almost won the round by getting the down. If he'd found always potential on the down, that would have been round over and done, but he finds a different player, not quite the one you were looking for. Still almost pulls it off, so fair credit for execution there. Just not quite the exact close that we were looking for, Savage. However, as said, for Virtus Pro, it's 5 and 3. They are the ones very quickly pulling into the lead. One more round and they are at match point. It's going to be a real big uphill struggle for Secret, who have not yet managed to make it work on the defensive side.
It is going to be an uphill struggle, that much is for sure. Secret just unable to really sort of create any gaps. You know, we've spoken about this with Solace before. You use the Solace to take out the drones, it creates little gaps. You can hide yourself away, you know, those little rat plays, but Secret just really not able to try anything. Virtus Pro were well on top of them throughout that round, and it was very well played by them, very impressive on the whole. And the problem that they've got now as well, since the rehorse, Pasha is 5 and 1, and we spoke about gun skill coming in here, Des. Pasha is hitting shot after shot at the minute, and that is a danger that they need to curtail quickly.
To curtail quickly?
Indeed. There you go.
Indeed. He says, biting into a crumpet and sipping at his tea.
That's after you've mocked my accent twice.
Well, I can mock that accent because you've gone too far the other way now. You swung the needle off towards Posh.
I just can't win.
No. If you sound like a Brummie, well, no, you wouldn't actually, because the Brum accent sounds horrible.
We've done that before. You couldn't. My Brummie was too powerful for you.
In my defence, I was pissing myself laughing. That's why I couldn't do the Mancunian accent.
You couldn't handle it.
Would you describe your accent as Mancunian?
No.
What would you describe it as? Burnley.
No, I wououldn't.
What would you call your accent?
I don't know. It's a difficult one. It's definitely not Mancunian because they've got like specific words that they say.
Manchester.
And they sort of enunciate certain parts of words like that.
You mean like you do?
I just don't. Not the same one.
Ooh,
opening kill. It's going to come in. Savage onto Dan. Straight out the window, but he's not going to get any joy. He's using his Oryx dash to try and get himself into the sewers. He makes it. He makes it, Des.
He just thought he had a little bit of challenge to this game. Not that it wasn't already hard enough for Secret, given they're down 5 and 3, but he stays alive. No dot pairing alongside the Oryx this time. Oh, just thinking about Oryx. I wonder if we'll still see him after the next patch, because he's losing his 1.5, Tim.
He is losing his 1.5. The patch notes have come out.
Fresh is in shambles.
Fresh is in shambles. He was devastated. He's been a bit of an Oryx Legion main. He has recently sort of converted to IQ as well. So,
really?
You know, he might be okay. But he's going to be losing his Oryx playtime.
probably a good thing. However, Secret are decimating Virtus Pro this round. That's what you want to see, a bit of a battle in. Why are we doing this again? We're playing exactly the same game. They're thinking, you can do it, I can do it even better.
Going to get caught out this time. Always is sat watching. He knows exactly when the man is coming. It's as easy as that. But it's, I was going to say likely to not be too impactful, but 2 kills come back and all of a sudden we're in a 2v3, Des. This 2v5 looks a lot more possible right now, but the pulse could be a big problem in that scenario, and that is exactly why.
Pretty sure that was pre-placed on the hatch as well. It's the second time they got away with this half as well. It's really good stuff coming out of Secret. Groovy's there, Finals out for the close, and Joystick goes down. 5-4 to Virtus Pro.
After a little bit of a wobble then, Secret managed to get themselves around back after Virtus Pro take back-to-back attacks. You know, is that going to be the start of the ball rolling, Fresh?
I think there's a couple of surprises for me in those first 3 rounds of the second half. The first surprise, realistically, is that Secret are carrying on trying to play a little bit of split defense where there's only like 2 or 3 roamers.
Split, honestly.
Yeah, but there's
me and bloody split, to be fair.
That's true. There's 2 or 3 up on the top floor, for example, when they're roaming on open area or whatever. Against Virtus Pro, you need to do everything as 5 people. Otherwise, it doesn't work, because if you let them set up, they will slice and dice their way through 2 or 3 people roaming. It's a very different attack to what you would normally see. The second thing that impressed me, actually, from Virtus Pro was the fact that Pasha is finding these gaps and opportunities, and he's taking a little bit of initiative away from the plan. We've seen him basically win the rounds because he's making those plays, and that's something that we've been calling for from Virtus Pro's attacks. So that was great to see from his part.
Thanks, Freshie. Here we go, Tim. Round 10.
Round 10, let's go. It is
round
currently
10 or round number 10?
Round number 10, let's go. It's currently 5-4 Virtus Pro after getting a couple of good attacks, but are Secret going to be able to slam the brakes on this train and prevent Virtus Pro from being able to get any more? This is an important round for Team Secret. They obviously don't want to be in a position of facing map points, so they're going to try to get this locked down. It's open area. We saw this from them back in round 8. It was one that they just
now they know the jump out's going to work.
This is it. They're using the DPEC method, as we will call it, just dancing the Yokai
He has
drone.
revolutionised this operation.
He really has. You know, the Yokai drone goes out of the drone hole, just feeds information, but you don't get away with that.
I don't know why. The same rule applies to Yokai drones that applies to operators. Don't repeat the angle that you've just peeked and someone's seen you on. They get the drone for free. I don't think we'll see a jump out, but maybe Virtus Pro just stay slightly aware of the potential of a jump out from Team Secret, given we had 2 out of these windows in the last round alone.
That's it. It kind of makes it difficult for you to focus. Pasha, as I said, going well on the attack. Going to take down Sleben with a headshot. What a beauty! Coming in. Going to take down Savage with a headshot as well. And Pasha really starting to find his feet.
I mean, we're peeking into everything, and Virtus Pro just like, thank you very much for the freebies. 5v2, 5v1. They are destroying Secret as they're scurrying around the map and just sat there realistically holding angles and waiting. You know, Pasha was largely minding his own business inside the lobby, looking to cash a check, and instead finds himself a couple of kills on players that got a little bit too leery. And the thing is, I don't blame Secret. We know they're great gunners. They want to go for these gunfights, but Pasha especially is just activated today. For Virtus Pro, it's a flawless round, 6-4 and match point.
I don't know what Virtus Pro have done between yesterday and today, but they are looking much better on the attack. They are going in there. It's not just about winning the gunfights, it's about they're forcing the gunfights early. They're getting themselves into positions early to be able to win those gunfights without burning all of the clock in order to do so. And then, when the opportunities are being presented to them, we've just seen it there. Pasha, he collects 1, he collects 2. Nice and easy. And Virtus Pro are looking sharp here. They're looking much better than they did yesterday.
Completely agree. And it's good to see. I think Secret are a team that are... I don't want to put it all on Secret because it takes away from VP, but Secret are playing into Virtus Pro very aggressively. You know, Fresh kind of touched on it. You've got a few players looking to be aggressive, get up in their face there, sending one player to go for a gunfight, a second to go for a gunfight. And again, a comment I made at the start of this map was they are a slow-moving juggernaut. A juggernaut doesn't just mean they're slow. It also means they're pretty damn deadly. If you get too close, they will put you in the dirt. And it has happened time and time again. When Virtus Pro have got nice and close and in range of a member of Secret who's being a little bit aggressive, they are winning gunfights the vast majority of the time. So really here, this is where I want to see Secret doing what Fresh touched on. You know, play together as a team. Look for those 2v1s, the 3v1s. Pasha was relatively split there inside the lobby. Sure, he had some assistance on the window repel, but that was about it. It was still a fair 1v1 between Archives, or sorry, between Tellers and between Front Lobby. But Virtus.pro are going to win that in probably 70% of occurrences, really, in this game between the two teams.
Dan's already inside of server here. It is a top floor site. Don't get yourself over excited. But he's basically doing the reverse of what Virtus.pro usually do. It's going to be a bottom-up clearance from Dan. He's got himself in there. He's going to move himself up to square skylight and just try to ensure that they're not going to have anybody coming down from below. Astro is playing inside of open at the minute, so needs to be aware of the potential push coming from that direction. But it looks like Dan's actually dipping out of that one, back down that dirt tunnel. He is indeed. He's going to be heading back up to the outside, just wanting to make sure. I think he's probably, I don't know if he's got something in place there, whether he's just dumped a drone on blue stairs or what it might be, but obviously they're concerned about the potential for that lurk.
He was being droned in by Always, and Always had a drone ahead of him realistically. I don't know if that was more of a preparation for later in the round, so blue is an option for them, but it feels largely like that was a, you know, for the most part, a wasted.
Oh,
very nice.
Beautiful from
just
Kruger.
Sprays onto it and Always moves straight into the angle as well. Poor Always. That's the first thing he's done after coming off drone and found himself completely shut out of the round. The beauty being the concussions and the impacts are also offline.
Yeah, great opening kill for Team Secret. They need 2 rounds now without a mistake, and that's just to take us to overtime. They know that Astro is playing underneath on the Solis. Of course, the power of this operator is not just in finding electronics. Solis is actually a really good plant denier as well. Can see when that diffuser's being planted. Can't shoot at the same time as having the gadget active, but can use the impact nades, so can just slam them into the ceiling where that diffuser's going down and quite often deny it. And if not, it's going to open up a line of sight. They can flip to the primary weapon and then take out the planter as well. So great to keep Astro underneath for as long as they can.
Oh, I thought for a second then we were going to see YZN keep on creeping forward straight into that frag grenade, but no. See, this is what I like out of Secret, is they are wasting time up here as well. They're putting up these Ozara barricades, creating new problems for Virtus.pro this late into the round. That's going to slow them down and impede them to the stage. They've just got to go for it and try and win their gunfights, which again, they are very good at. But Dan, who was on half HP, found out by a headshot from Astro regardless, 4v3.
I think again, Virtus.pro are thinking towards that possible plant denial. YZN, Savage managing to get themselves too, but they're pushing underneath to try and take out Astro because they know how impactful that Solis will be from underneath. Dan loses his life, and now Pasha might find himself at the same fate. As it is, he's going to have to head direct to site. 20 seconds left to go. Very unlikely here. 1 versus 4. Needs to start finding some kills, and Secret are going to give him absolutely nothing here. There's no reason for them to.
Absolutely not as well. Like, they're just holding off to the side here. Why push and try and win some gunfights? Don't pad out his KD anymore. It's already looking pretty stacked up in this game. 7-2 since the rehost. And I guess a small little side comment to make it before we get into our next round. It is nice to see Pasha playing so well again. I was referenced back in, I think it was late 2020. There was a semi-final that he played in with his team. Yep, being honest, he was clear of the rest of his team. Really kept them in that entire semi-final, but ultimately could not do the business. And I think he's been a little bit quiet really since then. We've seen him have some really, you know, tough performances under Virtus.pro, under Outsiders. And now that the team has changed around a little bit, obviously we've seen much of ex-Empire come into the squad. Now we're really seeing them start to fire up and him really get back into shape.
Definitely. As I said at the beginning of the stage, really, you know, I said I had a bit of excitement around this team and seeing them, you know, if they could start getting back to that sort of form after being absent for a while, you know, particularly the ex-Empire players. But yeah, it's good to see, as you say, and it's looking likely to continue at the minute. It doesn't show any signs of really slowing down. This could be, or will be, our last round of regulation play, one way or another. If Team Secret win it, we will head into 3 rounds of overtime to decide our opening map. If Virtus.pro wins it, that won't be necessary. It's a best of 12, so getting 7 on the scoreboard will lock it down and will give them the opening map in this best of 3. So we will see Chalet regardless, but of course if a team wins both Bank and Chalet, then it will be done and dusted. They will continue through to play in our decider match against the number 1 seed from the group stage, and the loser will head to those last chance qualifiers.
Absolutely. Let's see if it can get done then. If overtime is where we start. I tell you what, Tim, could you imagine 6 maps of overtime today?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past anybody with us casting.
I mean, the thing is, like, a best of 5 grand final is already a stretch.
I mean, we do hold the record for the longest competitive Tier 1 siege game. 69 out of 74.
Yeah, I'm surprised when you never mentioned that before.
I think it'll be a while till we see that beaten, if I'm honest. It's a crazy game.
I think it will. Yeah, 60. Was it 69 or 68?
69, I think.
I think it was 68. I think I can count it. I think it was 68, even though we said it was 69 because it's nice.
I think ultimately, though, did three maps go to overtime that day?
Yes.
Yeah, absolute madness.
275.
But let's get back and see if this one goes to overtime. Savage just running the gauntlet there. Going to get away with it and live to fight another day, but needs to be careful. He knows that they're in above him already.
Dan's just doing his due diligence, his Dan diligence, and getting in and doing a bit of droning work. It was always previously that was getting on with that. He still is on a drone, but for a different member of his team, I believe. That was him around Copy, and now that both of his drones are down, his sole duty in this round is to open things up as that thermite or just to frag out. Either are absolutely fantastic options. It's Pasha to find the first onto Groovy, who's getting a little bit cheeky, but there's Savage to find a response, and bless him. Exactly as I say about always, it's the second round in a row he's just come off drones and then been fragged out by someone on the other side. Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate for always, but what a pickup from Savage there, just to level things out at 4 versus 4 in the round. We're going to be getting the hatches opened up with Shepard. He's going to be looking for a 3-floor angle potentially here as he opens the Janet hatch as well as the soft hatch that's been left inside the site. Going to clear out one of those canisters. The fire will burn for a time being, but then Dan will be able to also open up the wall which has been left soft onto the plant spot.
Yes, they left it soft last time round, but opened up a couple of like small holes onto it, so you couldn't firmly place an exothermic on it. They did get away with it in the end, though, unfortunately, so not quite, I think, what Secret were going for. Savage just being down at distance as well. A great bullet coming through as the nade rolls on through, but it's not going to find his man. Either they drop and go for this push now, or he's back on his feet. Looks like he's getting up for free because no one's coming in from garage either.
That's going to put Savage back onto 20 HP. Nothing on side
Honestly,
to be able
Dan
to get
needs
him
to
anymore.
stop. Dan needs to
with a great double right across site. That's 4v1. Surely this is the moment for Virtus Pro. They're going to take Bank Des. They've managed to get that diffuser planted. It's all up to Savage. He was down. He was picked back up. Surely he can't do it. What a story. No, Joystick shuts him down. And Virtus Pro take the opener on Bank with a great 7-5 win.
And a great little final play by Joystick there as well, forcing him into an uncomfortable position with that grenade. Just overall a fantastic round, but we spoke about him at the start of it. You've seen him end it as well. Pasha's had a great game, but Dan there was the real shining MVP in that last round. 3 kills he found from that back angle, including the down onto Garage itself. Slow-moving juggernaut, every single player on this team is capable of that kind of play, Tim, and that is what makes them so scary.
It is the danger with a side like Virtus Pro. You know, so much experience throughout the team. They're never going to be rattled, and they will always be able to just turn around on a dime and do something like that. Pasha's shown it a number of times. Dan's done it. Joystick's done it. You know, they've all had their moments in those games. Always, he's going to be praying that he can get off a drone safely in the next one, I think. It's been a rough one for him.
Poor we've all been there.
I feel for him. I've been there so many times. You're on the drone, you come out, bang, you're dead. It's very frustrating.
You're being a team player and then you start to play the game.
This is it. We don't, write off how much Always has contributed to that win.
But what I love is the same thing you said. Real close game so far. I'm hoping it stays competitive going into Chalet, and hopefully Villa to close things out. We'll find out very, very soon. Let's go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is D-Bag.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name's Mark Steinman.
A hard support at an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm droning in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or file camps. Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love. It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like you're normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight.
What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just drone my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're gonna win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it. Welcome back, everybody. We're not jumping out of windows like they were in the match itself. We are back on here, and I guess the sewers part of the whole studio, if you want to put it that way. But it is over. Map 1. Virtus.pro claw it through and actually take the map, Jack.
Yeah, it was a very, very close map. You know, we said in the map ban phase that we was a little bit unsure of why they would go to bank. I actually took a bit more of a deep dive, and they were actually on a 5-game losing streak on bank. So to pull it out, even though Secret like bank, just about got it done. I thought Pasha was so influential in those late attack rounds to get it done for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, indeed. Like, the cast obviously mentioned the Juggernaut, but as soon as Pasha steps onto the site, from a site where the Secret players don't really expect him to be pushing from, he is so influential in that position. Once again, what Secret pointed it out in the pre-game, they have these good setups for themselves. They bring out these good plans. They even get the entry in quite a few of their rounds, but then all that plan seems to fail and eventually break apart, whereas for his VP, they didn't get that many entries, but they do have 100% entry conversion rate.
I actually wonder if it was genius by picking bank for Virtus.pro, because Secret may have been ready for a completely different map, had those site setups, you know, delayed, wasting time setups in mind for another map, you know, for example, a cafe or a clubhouse or whatever. The fact that it's gone to bank, Secret was just playing their default strategy that we've seen through the last few months on that map, and it doesn't work against Virtus.pro if you're not setting up specifically to waste time.
Well, Pasha ended up performing excellently here on the server, despite what Secret might have wanted. 14 to 7, 142 EPS, despite the, I guess, medium cost of 67.
Yeah, but it was really in those later rounds where on the attack of Virtus.pro, he really shined in that last part of the round, just picking up double kills, picking up triple kills, and that was where they really turned the round in their favor as well.
He took some initiative, he took some risks, and it paid out such high reward for his team, basically. That's and that's what we've been wanting to see from Virtus.pro. They've been safe, you can expect them to do just by the book stuff. Pasha went a little bit off course today, found some gaps, punished those gaps, and won his team a couple of rounds in what was a 7-5 victory.
And now the question is, can you keep this up in a best of 3? Can you take it 2-0? Can you continue the performance on map 2, which is our next subject of discussion? Let's bring up our graphic again. You'll see Chalet is map 2, and Secret are starting off on the defense. As you were saying in the pre-game one, whoever picked the map while the other team is basically just picking attack, which makes sense for both Bank and Chalet.
Yeah, it does indeed. And as you mentioned, this is obviously Bank was VP's pick. This is Secret's pick. It's almost Virtus.pro's permaban in 2 of their map ban phases in Europe League. They've banned it as the very first map to come out as well. It kind of shows that Secret probably have a deeper map ban map ban system or a map pool, because earlier in this phase they showed it against Wild and they lost it.
Yeah, and I think if you look at how the map gets played out, it shouldn't suit Virtus.pro. What Virtus.pro want to do is they want to set up their attacks, they want to do full clears. Chalet's much more around controlling the flank. If you look at the shape of the map, it's basically an L shape. So you cut off the main door, you cut off the piano windows, you even maybe cut off from trench door, and you can slice and dice the map up. Then it's about playing team play in situations. That's not necessarily how Virtus.pro want to play. They want to be one driving force from start to finish, from top to bottom usually, or from east to west, whichever map they're on. So that's why they don't like Chalet, and I think that's why, for Secret, it's a much better map kind of stylistically.
Well, you mentioned the word flank, and that actually reminded me of yesterday, how we saw BDS play against Virtus.pro and how they were able to crack the code with those flanks that they continuously brought in. They kept on pressuring map control onto VP when they were on their attacks, and we saw how good it worked for BDS.
All right, then do we see this ending 2-0? Or can Secret bite back? Map 1 was so close.
I have a feeling Secret bite back, but I was a little bit disappointed by their defense on bank and their defensive setup on bank, so it's a tentative.
I hope so as well. I'm just going to be on the copium for this one. It would be good to see the full 3 maps and not have Secret be run over on their own map pick.
Well, let's see how things go on Chalet. Do we get a villa or not is our question. Thank you very much, Fresh and Anna. Casters are ready. Take it away, Ace and Des.
Shall we play on Chalet, Tim? Map number 2 of potentially 6 coming up for the day. The thing is, we love Chalet. One of our favourite maps to cast, one of my favourite to play. What's your favourite map to play?
Probably Chalet. I thoroughly... it's actually not. My favourite ranked map to play is Consort, but obviously that's not one of the competitive maps.
Even? What's wrong with you?
I don't care. I don't
Even
care.
Anne looks
I don't
disturbed.
care. I don't care what people say. I don't care. I love Consort.
I tell you what, Jackie was a red flag. Now
See?
you are on
Fresh
that list.
is nodding at me. I love Consort. I don't care.
You both disgust me.
I tell you what as well.
Are you with me?
Get me on a window with Nomad. There you go. Full works. Get me on a window with Nomad. Hate me more.
These window players.
Hate me more. Get an Oster on the other one. Go on. Hate me more. Bring a Blackbeard as well.
You're really passionate about this, aren't you?
I love Consort.
Why Nomad in particular?
It's just that's one of the setups people really hate on Consort. If you've got like an Oster and a Nomad and you're just playing on connector windows, CEO windows,
and you're basically playing ping pong with the other team. Yeah,
it's horrible.
It's a really
I just love that map. I've always loved that map. I think there's a lot of nostalgia for me. I just really enjoy it. But competitive wise, my favourite map to play is Chalet. My favourite map to cast at the minute is Chalet. I really enjoy it. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Brava and Dokkaebi going to be our opening bands there. There's Valkyrie the next, and I'll likely say we will possibly see a Mirror as our last, but it wouldn't surprise me for something like a Solace maybe to come in, but Secret utilise that more than Virtus.pro, so as Army it is.
Not surprised by that.
Not surprised.
Because both teams
as Army or Mirror, I would have said.
Both teams made... maybe less a Mirror on this map. For basement, yeah, but anything else is kind of like
I don't know. She can be very useful on mezzanine, looking into library as well. Try and hold on to that trinity of spots.
I guess. Yeah.
I'm glad you guess.
I think... Shut up, Tim. I think Azami is far better here as a ban, given the potency we saw being deployed on bank.
I think Azami's a solid ban.
Both teams clearly enjoy playing her, so why not take her off board? I'm completely with that. Also, the Brava's a really exciting one that I think... Well, I say exciting. It's not exciting. It's that classic caster word of it being interesting, which can mean any number of things. Either it's genuinely interesting or it's a blanket insert word that means it's not really interesting. It's probably a little bit troll. In this case, I think it is genuinely interesting in the way that it is interesting. I tell you what.
Come on, Des.
What's the saying when you lose the meaning of a word because you said it so much? I was watching Ted Lasso yesterday and they said it on there, and I wish I knew what the word was now. It's semantic something. I'm going to have to find it out in a minute. I'll Google it. Anyway, back to the point. The Brava being banned, we saw Koi making good use of it on this map to always get inside a lobby. They would hack out the bulletproof camera that was on the stairs around Mez. They would hack out the default cam, for example. It just made the lobby itself very hard for the defenders to have any real control over because they had no vision through cameras. There was no onus on the defenders to get in and shoot out cams, or on the attacker, sorry, to get in and shoot out cams. It just removes an awful lot of risk. So I actually think, honestly, it's quite a smart ban coming out of Secret. I was about to say out of Orange team.
Let's see how
That is
Orange...
a bug that we have, by the way. Don't worry about it. It will be fixed.
Let's see if Orange team do well on the defence. They're going to go down to basement to begin with. Speaking to...
Orange team with the bandit trick. So good.
Immediately, there you go. That's going to be one exothermic gone. Shepard's packed up. He's had enough. He's going to be leaving. He's going round to the other side to try and assist.
I'm not leaving.
He's going round the other side to try and assist always, potentially. He's going to come back for a bit more. Gruby is going to take out Pasha. That's a big start because Pasha had a big impact towards the end of the last round, and it also just signals to VP you've got work to do around the map. You can't just come in, open everything up, and throw the diffuser down on the ground.
Absolutely not. Still work to do. Oh, and if it kept on firing, he would have found Gruby then as well, who stepped back just in time, but only took a shot or two to the shoulder. Sitting here at about half HP as nades continue to ring on through. I like the step inside as well. He's gone right deep inside, but they already had a drone on him. That's unfortunate. Joystick just knew what was going on. Was wise to Gruby's tricks and gets the shutdown.
They've been doing very well on the clearances, to be fair, of Virtus.pro. They've been going in there and getting those kills, something that I said last time around. You know, it might benefit Secret to play a little bit more, you know, see if they can waste time on site instead. You know, hold those angles, play for your bandit tricks, you know, play for your trap operators, all those sorts of things, to try and make it difficult for Virtus.pro to do those map clearances if they are on a day where they just seem to be hitting the shots, which today they certainly seem to be.
They've got the vertical. They know there's a player held down here inside of Wine, but not going to be able to find him because why the hell would you step forward in this case? You could shoot out the top of that wall and look to get the angle through with a nade potentially, but at this point, why would Savage expose himself? Going to keep on waiting as a nade in hand comes through. Man steps off, but Dam's a little bit too quick, gets the shut down as well. That's a 2K for Joystick.
Why would Savage expose himself, Des?
Yeah, why would he expose himself?
Why would he do that?
Felt a little bit cheeky. He was feeling it, but suddenly feeling it against VP is a bad idea.
Hatchin gets himself taken out there. Savage will rue that movement, I'm sure, again. If time wasting is the play against Virtus.pro, then play to waste the time. Keep yourself in behind those safe angles. 4 versus 2 then, as Virtus.pro will continue now to mount pressure on site. Astro steps up on the lower library stairs, is going to be able to find shots onto Dam, but not enough to get him taken off the board. There's not actually a lot of pressure coming from the rear side at the minute. Virtus.pro have got those breaches done, but are not looking to get themselves inside until Dan is now sneaking down West Main. Is he going to get himself taken out? That's unfortunate timing for YZN. He was really in a position to be able to win that, but Dan steps in, gets one, gets two, and that's going to be Virtus.pro taking our opening round on Chalet.
Shock horror. It's Dan doing big work in the round as well. I think a 3K secured himself in the end of that one. Just one of those again where the distraction came in off towards main breach. There was all this work on the vertical above the snowmobile site itself, and then Dan comes in for the backstab when no one expects it. So a good split coming out of Virtus.pro on their attack there. They take the first round quite comfortably.
Looks like they're going to be moving sites now, Team Secret, heading up to the top floor instead of basement, right the way up to Master. Again, there is an opportunity, I guess, for them to get out into the map, but as we keep saying, it's not really worked too well for them so far, so maybe a little bit more site-focused here. Let's have a look at what the lineup is. They've got the Echo. The Solis I'd expect to see Sleben getting out and about, looking to find those drones, but otherwise, I think, yes, everybody potentially does lend themselves to playing up here on the top floor. It looks like they're going to try and keep a pretty active hold on library as well. Maybe play one on mezzanine looking in towards that room. Again, you've got all that opened up, so there is options there. That can actually be played from site as well, potentially, if you've got those walls opened up. No, they've reinforced those two, so they can't really play from site. I think, no, they'll get an angle through from there. So, yes, that's what they're looking to do from the half-wall area.
I do like all this gets opened up because it does make library suddenly feel very exposed and open. Like you can't really safely play inside of there as long as the defenders are willing to actively challenge into it. And I think given how Secret have played so far, they do like the early challenge, as we've just found out. Sleben straight out in the doorway, one of the oldest tricks in the book, gets down as he was approaching in towards this big car garage stairway.
Wouldn't expect them to get away with it again, but works nicely for this round and gives them a good advantage. I think a little bit of a priority. It's going to be difficult because they don't have any ranged ability to do it, really. Maybe somebody like the Ash or something coming and opening up that soft wall on half wall inside of sight just to prevent that long angle being held through into library. Might have been a good idea, but for the time being, we're setting up the drones in Solarium. Got the glass on side, so I'd imagine we'll see Pasha on Solarium windows or alternatively on double window potentially, just to try and hold those angles down.
They really want to get rid of the Shoko. They can hear it, they can smell it. It's infuriating them that they can't quite catch it out. They saw it on the drone as well. And there we go. Now it's on the move and it's going to get out of dodge. Oh, it's like playing cat and mouse, but the cat sucks in this case.
Yokai drone going to be sent out of the drone hole there.
Hello there.
Going to get a view.
Honestly.
I was going to say, I don't think they'll get a view of Pasha, but it looks like they might have done. Just taking a little pot shot out there, doing a bit of damage. Sleben is going to be down, though, on the solarium stairs, pinging out utility as he goes. I love that. No, you know, he's just been down but not out, and he's still pinged. Drone, there's a drone.
My leg! Oh, but there's a drone there, by the way. Oh, but my leg, it hurts!
3 versus 4 as we find kills coming in for Savage and Joystick. That's going to give the advantage still to Secret in this case, and as I say, they can just keep playing inside a site here. Well, my Magnet going to grab that flashbang from Shepard, actually going to flash himself as it's repositioned into the area. The Magnet Joystick manages to take down that Yokai drone. Big loss of utility there for Team Secret.
The difficult one is they're really relying on Pasha and his sole smoke grenade in his back pocket here to make this work, I think, but I mean, good night, Joystick. But I don't think it's going to work out because you've got a Warden on the other side. You still got the Jaeger and the Wamai. That's a lot of utility to really shut this one out. So no matter, try as he might, even with Shepard now being down as well, he's left all alone. It feels like, Tim, this map is going to start out the same way that Bank did, but one apiece for either side.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Team Secret have had less of a presence around the map, something that we spoke about coming into it. They've kept themselves on site. They've focused on that area. Virtus Pro have played actually much more directly to site as well. There was no attention over by Library. There was no gunfights over on that side whatsoever. It was all coming in through Solarium, and it just gave Secret that opportunity to just hole up and say, yep, we can hold on to this for as long as we need to.
All right. Back down to the base we go for round 2, the second swing of the battle. Swing of the hammer, I guess, if you want to go more siege-themed with that statement. I think the Glass was a nice idea there, but again, they didn't really have enough utility to make it work. So if they'd stuck it again, I'd be a little bit surprised. You need more smokes than they had, but now they've changed the way to play in the line instead. But of course, attack a repick means they could change over to bringing along that Glass, so they should choose. On the other side, once more, we're seeing Secret back on the Solus. We commented on this back on Bank when they did start bringing it. You're one of the teams that has been bullied by this an awful lot. You know, are we going to see it get brought out? And sure enough, Secret have started playing it more, it appears.
It certainly looks that way. Let's get it. Last time around, YZM was able to get a nice bandit trick onto Shepard. Took out an exothermic charge. The walls did get opened up, but didn't really play too much of a part in the round. Obviously, it makes the defenders feel a little bit uncomfortable. I'd like maybe a little bit more site focus from Secret this time. They lost the Oryx up on top floor. Groovy quite early on. Dan was able to then walk into site. There wasn't really anybody available to flank. It was... If you're going to hold the whole map, it just felt somewhere in between and didn't really work for them.
No, well, I think even we were trying to see Savage getting a little bit cheeky, or considering it at least there as well. Cat can still be scattered, whatever word you want to go for, around the map. 2 of them on box inside a library as well, which might not be too considered when you're on that march through. Maybe more looking in towards things like windows and maybe more entryways into the map itself. So keep a close eye on that. And Joystick just waits, and Groovy, of course he does, exposes himself a little too much and loses his head.
Once again, same situation as I said last time with the top floor extension. You know, basically getting themselves caught out. Savage is going to drop away here. Joystick goes for the kill but can't quite make it in time. So that's something at least. If you remember last time, they did try to pressure onto that library hatch from underneath. Savage overcommitted to it and lost his life. This time they have managed to get the wall open as well. So things going even better for Virtus Pro, arguably, than they did last time.
Joystick's still convinced that there's a player inside of here, but he was gone a good 30 seconds or so. 30 seconds ago or so. That was what I was looking for. Now he's actually worked his way back up, so while Joystick has now finally figured out that he's dropped, he's about to step back in once again and maybe even lose out to him. He does indeed. Savage has really gone around the ring there, but came away with the desired outcome. 2 kills in the round, and it once again looks like Secret have got a bit of a smell of Virtus Pro now, Tim. Even getting out in the map and challenging them directly, they are coming away with the majority of these gunfights.
Yeah, much better from them, particularly, as you say, in the gunfights, which was an important area for them to improve. Savage can't find the final man, always does get the kill, but it's 1v3. Unlikely to see a win from here. It'll need to be a monumental effort as he comes direct into sight. Shut down from blue. Sleben finds the final one, and that's going to be Team Secret taking the lead 2-1.
Up they go. Well, I think it's about time that we get the Freshter in very, very shortly. Mr. Fresh, what did you make of those first 3 rounds? He's not on, never mind. He's not even plugged in because he's eating food. What a part-timer.
I don't know. Imagine the luxury.
No, I don't want you now.
The luxury.
Keep munching on your food. I'm so jealous.
I know,
it looks nice,
I think
actually.
Pressure's ordered the same as I'm having, and it looks good.
What have you ordered?
The linguine bolognese.
Oh, I had the same.
Yeah.
Is it good?
He's giving us the nod.
I am very ready for this.
Wow.
We've got to get a best of 3 to get through first.
We've got to get this one
done.
done.
We're not even halfway in yet.
We're plenty to chew on here, Des.
Hey!
Easy.
Honestly.
Right, here we go.
Such a diff, man.
Round number 4. It's going to be Team Secret on the defence this time of where we've gone, Bar and Gaming by the looks of things. So they're going to be trying to hold on to that trifecta that we talk about up on the top floor. Spot on mezzanine, spot on top blue stairs, spot inside of library, sometimes library blocks. But those 3 players help each other to stay in position. Keep hold of that top floor. Keep yourself locked down so you're not undercoming the vertical pressure from attackers getting themselves established in there. But each needs to hold their position in order for the other to be able to remain. Once one goes, it is difficult for the others to stay.
For sure, and Savage, shock horror, sprinting around the map on this Solus as well, just popping that gadget on every 15 seconds or so to check what's going on around him, see what drones he can find pushing on the way through. And they know now that this push is coming in on the north side pretty quickly as well. Virtus Pro started things out inside of Solar, looking to work their way across the entirety of this map before they start thinking about sight inside of Bar and Gaming.
Savage, well aware that somebody's on the upside down rappel, I think, of Solarium. He's just going to...
Does he see the straight? He must see it.
Definitely must.
He does.
Had the scanner out. There you go. He gets the angle, takes it down. And that
nice
just
like
shows the power of the Solus. It is a nice one. Takes a little bit of sort of drone parkour to get yourself up there. But a couple of jumps, get yourself up on the beams. And it is quite well hidden. Unless, of course, there happens to be a defensive operator with a gadget that can see the drone.
Lion rings out once more. Dan, look at him as well, down to about 2 HP here. Lucky to have his life, but then Groovy had a free one around Banana in the last map, so call it karma. They're both balanced now at 1 apiece.
Tom just going to be putting down the claymores there, just conscious of the potential jump outs. It is something that we saw out of Secret in the last map on Bank. It didn't end up overly successful for them. They still lost that one. It was a close one, 7-5. If you're only just joining us here, top right of your screen, you can see the updated status of the game as it stands. Bank was our first pick. It was Virtus Pro's pick, and they won it 7-5. And we're now here on Chalet, which is Secret's pick. Look at this. Joystick can always get in aggressive towards those 3 positions that I said. It's actually that Sleben's been pushed away back down to the lower level, and this is what happens. A perfect example of what I was talking about. When one player in that 3 isn't active, the others are at much greater risk. Mezzanine's now been taken out, so Sleben has to leave, and the whole thing crumbles.
It was really a really good force, I think, coming out of Virtus Pro 2. The EE1D scan coming in. They tossed a bunch of flashes around the corner to burn through any ADSs or magnets that were there. They've just managed to get really good control of Ivy as a result, and can now look to have that control of the top floor that they were trying to establish. So, although it was a bit forced maybe, they have got what they need to start thinking about and execute here. The verticals have been set up. C4 over the top, but gets shot out by Shepard, as always brings down Astro. It's going from, well, good to great here, I guess, for Virtus Pro.
Pasha just going to hold that position for the time being, whilst all the other sort of cogs in the machine move around him and start thinking about access into
20
sight.
seconds.
Savage is on a late flank here. This could be damaging if they're not aware of it. They just need to try and hold on. It could be that time factor that we've spoken about. Shepard has diffuser in hand, but here comes Savage. He's looking for one on the top floor, gets himself a freebie, but surely the reaction must be there from Virtus Pro. It is. He manages to find himself another with Shepard being down. That's the diffuser. It's all going wrong, Des. The kills are raining in, but somehow Joystick goes massive in the final 2 seconds and rescues the round for Virtus Pro.
But so narrowly as well. Look for a second like Secret were going to smash and grab that. I love how so late in the round, it's like a preemptive like retake in a way, as you've got Virtus Pro starting to push in towards site to look for their execute. You've got Secret looking to spring the trap on the outside as well, but did manage to get that clean up to 2-2 we go. Really close round in this game. It feels like it can't get much closer. We had that 7-5 on Bank. We spoke about how close it had been across those 2 halves. It's carried on here into Chalet, Tim.
It really has. You know, what a treat that we've got. I think already I'm looking forward to the potential of a map 3. It's going to be Master Bedroom here up on the top floor that Secret will take for their defence. The thing is, on their map choice with defence, I just sort of feel like they're going to be wanting a 4-2 here. They won't want any more mistakes. But we know that attackers, you know, don't have the worst of it on Chalet quite often. So there is certainly still opportunities for them. But I think they'll be much happier if they can get the next 2 rounds in the board. Master, last time around, they defended back in round 2. It was a success for them, so they're going to be looking for more of the same.
Whew. Okie dokie. Let's see if things keep boiling up towards a fever pitch here, because it definitely is feeling that way. Top 4 defense coming out. Nothing unsurprising. I mean, I'd say you might even look at it and say, right, why is it then on the Echo going for a spawn peak? Yeah, okay, I agree. That's kind of surprising. The spawn peak, less so the fact that it's the Echo going for it. It's one thing I've seen it quite a few times over the years that we do have Echoes going for spawn peaks, and I'm always like, why? Superstar operator, really valuable utility that you want to be able to use still. Can't do that if you're dead, but it is always the Echo that's going for it.
Basher opening up the library corridor window there. Just again a little bit of phantom pressure. Just make it difficult for players to aggress on the defence towards library there potentially. We're going to have always on the Nomad. Going to be getting up onto double window. Super powerful position. We've seen this. If you can get somebody on there for a minute or two, it just cuts the site in half. You can't rotate from half wall side, from Ivy side, through piano and back towards bathroom. You just can't do it. But Sleben, you can't do that. How does he get away with it? Steams out of trench door and manages to take always down off the rappel.
And the thing is, always had the read on it too. He dropped down super low to minimise the amount of his body that was exposed to that angle, but Sleben still finds his head on the run out. It just feels like Secret aren't giving VP much room to breathe, which is the way to approach this game. As we've said, is to make them really struggle. Good nade coming in. It's going to find Savage as well, but again, not giving VP room to breathe is a really good way to push back on their attacks. But VP are matching that aggression blow for blow, and even in some cases coming out ahead. But here it's 3v3 with half the round still to play.
Savage gets finished off after that beautiful little bouncer off the door frame. Love to see it. Joystick, he's going to be pushing right on through site. Virtus Pro are in a powerful position here. You can see Secret are having to rotate away. They're having to play from outside of site at the minute. Back on into it. Shepard is in a position to start planting. He's going to hold that, but Joystick gets shut down. Shepard will complete the plant, but now finds himself 1v3 cut down by Sleben, and that's going to be Team Secret on a successful retake. They just sort of evacuated the bomb site there and almost gave it over to Virtus Pro, but it was obviously part of the game plan. They were ready to move back in. They pounced and got the job done. It's Secret 3-2.
It's again another like early retake coming out of Secret. We saw this in the previous round. Sally didn't come off the same way, but they're not looking to retake once the plant has gone down and things are a little bit harder. No, they're looking to kind of spring a trap as soon as Virtus Pro are getting into place and looking to get a plant down. Players aren't in super ideal positions. You saw Joystick, for example, having to maneuver through Master there to get a good angle in towards Solar. By that time, it was already too late. You had 2 players descending on him from the side of Secret. The retake was in effect, and they completely shut them down. So at the time the diffuser is actually finished, there is only 1 player left standing. It's really good, proactive play coming out of Team Secret. It's almost like they're giving up the map to the side of Virtus Pro and then looking to spring the trap afterwards. Beautiful stuff.
Fantastic so far, and they will be hoping that they can continue it for another round. It's going to be kitchen and dining. Just having a look back through, it is a site that we have not seen defensively from Team Secret so far today. So Virtus Pro are going to be attacking a little bit into the unknown here. Likely to want to get themselves control of Office. We already see Astro reinforcing that area because they're going to want to play above. Team Secret want to hold this vertical for as long as possible. So Virtus Pro, they need to get established inside of Office, need to force them out of Master Bedroom, back down Solar Stairs, and then potentially breach the wall that we see there in main lobby. Work in, get a plant down behind the bomb chassis. It's as easy as that, really, Des.
Oh, is it really that simple, Tim?
Easy as that. Simple
I'll tell you what, let me get Secret on the line. We'll have a conversation.
All Virtus Pro need to do is just get control of Officer Master, just breach main lobby wall, and just plant behind the bomb chassis.
God, it's so easy.
Simple as that. Really is.
You thought about being a coach, Tim?
I'd be a terrible coach. I'm a really bad teacher.
You'd be really good for... I reckon you'd be a good teacher.
No, I'm not.
I'll tell you what, Fresh, do you not think you could see Tim as like a school teacher one day? No, what?
I'm very good.
You're so positive and encouraging and gentle.
No, I think that I'm good at... So if I do like a YouTube video of something, if I make a video of something explaining how to do it, I think I'm good at approaching that. But when I'm in a position where maybe somebody can't or doesn't do it that way, I'm not very good then. So I don't think as a teacher I'd be very good because... I'll lose my patience quite quickly.
You just get wound up because of people like me.
Yeah, my patience isn't great.
It's like the 2 weeks, 1 week thing a couple of weeks ago.
Exactly. My patience isn't great when challenged if I'm explaining something that I know to be correct.
Well, challenges are coming on through. It's a 1-for-1 between the two sides. Sleben the first to full. Joystick on an absolute heater this map. 9-3 inside the first half. really on to put up some big double-digit numbers going into the second as well, assuming, of course, he doesn't fall off, wants to go onto the defense. Nay's still coming on through. They know exactly where Groovy is, and yeah, to kind of give it to Groovy, he's not kind of been deterred by the aggression coming out of VP. He's always looked for really early gunfights. It's Savage the one being shut down here from the bathroom side. Groovy now again is back at Windows once more. He struggled to make himself known for much of this game, but again has not been deterred.
Ooh, gonna lose his gunfight there though as Joystick manages to put him to bed from master bedroom. Finds a beautiful long angle, leaves us now in a 3 versus 2 advantage Virtus Pro. And I tell you what, Des, this is slowly turning into a bit of a classic here. It's an absolute brawl between these two on Chalet. Secret fighting for their very lives inside of the matchup. You know, they want to keep themselves alive and continuing on through this decider bracket. They don't want to find themselves down in last chance quals, so they know that they need this one. Nitro goes out and gets its man. Astro taking down Joystick.
Really thought for a second Joystick might find Astro there and just deny the C4 opportunity away from him. That would have been a 3 versus 1 for YZN all by himself. Wouldn't have felt good, and you would have given this round to VP. But with that C4 coming off in the time it has, it's a game of milliseconds sometimes, Tim. And the fact they got that kill, this is very winnable for Secret, and they could find themselves going up to 4 and 2 in the first half.
Always is just going to blast open that soft wall, try and extend the angle down on into sight, but with 15 seconds left to go, you just feel that they're clutching at straws a little bit here. Always, however, manages to find Astro. This is doable if they can stick this diffuser. Shepard, he's going to go for it. They don't know where YZN is coming from, but he's not going to be able to stop the plant, and that is once again advantage Virtus Pro as Shepard manages to shut him down with the final kill, and that is going to be 3-3 at the half, and what a matchup we are seeing on Chalet.
That castle barricade, MVP in that round, it felt like as well. But I think it's time for us to get Fresh in production. I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up, but can we please have him in? Fresh, what you got to say?
I think Team Secret just need to play a little bit more together. I'm seeing them be a little bit fragmented. The big way to play against VP is to do everything as 5. Whether you're turtling, whether you're roaming, whatever you're doing, do it as 5. It's kind of the same on the attack. You need to be one fluent unit going together. I think I like from VP is they are trying things. We're still seeing Pasha try things. We're still seeing Joystick try things and go away from that. They've got themselves a 3-3 half here, and they are stronger on the defense. So we would be expecting them to see this out, even though they don't really play this map, and we do consider this map attacker-sided.
10 and 4 half as well for Joystick, Tim. We touched on him a little bit in that previous round, but he's had a scorcher so far.
But we do often see at the switch of the half, we'll see maybe players who've been absolutely going wild on attack, then struggle to get into it on the defense. He's playing the Wamai, good weapon, no reason why he can't do. You know, and I'm sure Virtus Pro will be hoping that he does.
MP5K buff coming in, woo!
Certainly is getting a new scope.
It is 1.5 on that bad boy. Can't wait for that. I'm off playing mute, that's it. I'm sure
thankfully we can get
a stack.
Thank God we can get a mute who'll play the shotgun.
I know, right?
Amazing stuff.
That's the dream for the stack. Get me on the Wamai instead, mate. I'll be out and about on that bad boy. All right, Master and Office we're going to start things off in. Secret, we need someone to really step up here and become the hero. I know on the other side we're seeing obviously a 3-3 split, but a lot of work has been done by Joystick. He's had Groovy's number again and again throughout that first half. And I feel if you're going to really slow down the early aggression coming out of Virtus Pro to break the resistance almost, you've got to see Joystick going down as early as possible.
Yeah, certainly going to be an important factor in these rounds at least to begin with. Groovy's going to be looking for a very long angle up through trophy here.
I thought for a second, I'm not sure what he was after then. I was like, is there someone hanging around?
No,
trophy?
he wants the default cam.
Just
you can get it quite safely from down there. And it just, again, prevents anybody on the sort of upper floors in the action areas having to take their eyes away from the prize.
Always hard to get inside a solo if you haven't got the trophy control as well. Normally you want someone pushing up the stairs alongside the window play, but they're going to try and make it all work here just from a straight in repel, but they've got to be careful about bathroom. Swing comes in, and they've looked the wrong way! Shepard's down for free. Astro's in, gets himself one, is now looking for the second, who's withdrawn inside a box. It's always here on the Jaeger. Still, a good dent to make in this VP setup, and there was a second almost coming in, but always goes, look boys, I'm sick and tired of dying early. My time to shine, down goes Astro.
Yep, certainly a good leveler. trade there just to level things up 4 versus 4 now. Savage working the windows at the minute. I don't think anybody's going to be available for him to pick up, though, as Virtus.pro are playing this pretty cautiously inside of sight. You can see from those blue silhouettes there's not really a lot of movement going on. Joystick, he's going to head himself back upstairs on a rotate. He could get himself one. Oh, he just sees the man too late. He'd already taken his shots and given away his position to Savage. He's going to be hunted down. He's stuck in between the two. He gets one, surely not two. Does he know the second's coming? Joystick! What a play from him!
What a great read as well. Groovy had the right intentions, but the wrong execution. YZN all by himself. They're getting someone back up on the feet. Sees them both, but Joystick, my goodness, the Terminator is back.
Honestly, I take it all back, Joystick. I don't know why I suggested you might go quiet in the second half. We see it sometimes, but that's obviously not the case here, as he comes in with a huge triple there to absolutely decimate Team Secret.
Unsurprisingly, Team Secret, I think, going to call in a tactical timeout here because it has been rough. What a first round, Tim.
Oh, it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Team Secret. Sorry, from Virtus.pro. Joystick particularly, I mean, he just ran all over them then.
I mean, again, it's a game of fine margins. Spoke about a game of milliseconds earlier, but if Groovy's a few steps ahead there and gets up library stairs when, Joystick's mid-reload, maybe he gets away with it. But even then, he slips over to the secondary and got the kill regardless with the pistol. It's just like, what can you do? The man's absolutely fragging out today. Beautiful stuff so far, 13-4, dragging his team through the second map.
I was going to say, it might be, ultimately that is enough. I mean, I don't want to start cursing it or anything yet. There's the potential here for a 20-plus game from Joystick here on Chalet. We've still got at least 3 rounds left. He needs 7 kills. Even across 3 rounds as a minimum number of rounds we're going to see. That is more than doable for the way that he's playing at the minute. An average of 2.5 a round essentially would do it. Joystick absolutely powering through them. Maybe he's decided that he's too powerful himself, Des. So he's taken the castle just to increase the difficulty. He's just gone for the UMP.
Imagine if he had a real weapon.
Looking good so far.
All right. I mean, on the flip side of things, Passion and Shepherd. Struggling to get involved, but it's hard when one of your teammates is taking pretty much everything.
What can you do if
you.
Joystick's going to kill everybody? Then
That's it. And I don't think it's like a bad play from Secret overall. It's just he's having a really, really good game.
Yep.
Still, there's a good balance and split so far across the kills, and you look down that Secret leaderboard, so it's fair to say they are all getting involved to still have a chance here to make a difference. It's just someone's got to rise to the occasion. Here we go then, Dining and Kitchen. Another site that we step into. In fact, Chalet, one of those maps that you do see all 4 sites played on, Tim.
Yes, quite often. Kitchen and dining also being very viable. I'd say generally your top and bottom floors tend to see the most play. Bar and gaming often considered as one of the strongest sites. All very viable. I love this map. I think it was a great rework. I love it. I think I would even said the other day, in my personal opinion, I think it's possibly the best rework we've seen. I have that powerful an opinion of the change of it. I love the before and after.
Fair enough. What else is in contention with Chalet for best rework?
I think the club rework was very good.
Yeah, I guess it was a rework. I was going to say, do you really classify that as a rework?
It wasn't a huge rework, but there was some big changes made. Things like the air, things around blue, the construction being added. There was some really big problems addressed with club, and I think it was another excellent.
I know Oregon's now really boring, but that's probably up there for me as well because it was such a major change.
They were big changes. They were big changes, and they worked. They worked well. For me, I'd say Chalet and.
I don't hate Oregon. I still enjoy Oregon as a map.
I quite like it. I don't mind playing it.
Saying that, I don't think I've cast Oregon in such a long time. It feels.
No, we don't see
but it feels like a long time since we cast it properly.
But I quite enjoy playing Oregon. I really don't mind.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to see them continue through this round here. Secret, that is. Continue to open things up. And, of course, there's a frostbat on the go as well, which means it could have a free finish off. But no. 7 steps in, finds Joystick. God has been silenced. And they may now still have a chance to pull their way back into the round.
Well, this is where you start getting your question answered, isn't it? Are the other players quiet because Joystick's killing everybody, or are the other players quiet because they're quiet? That's what we're going to find out. Flash comes in, going to full white always. Needs to just be conscious of the push potentially coming through. I think it was more to facilitate the pick-up. Astro is back on his feet now. Always is going to be having
Shadows.
An opportunity. He knows he's coming. It's a freebie, and there's kills elsewhere. There's what a swing in manpower. All of a sudden, it's 4 versus 2 for Virtus.pro. Always can do no more, but his job is done. 3 versus 2, and YZN and Astro have got a big problem.
They have. It's really patient play from Always as well. You know, he could have tried to go for that swing at any time, waiting for the down to come through. He could have pushed through the flash, for example, but timed it super well, and one out is one. Did then get traded back out again straight after, but it was enough to take away a key player. Astro might get a freebie here as he's stuck in no man's land. It gets the down onto Shepard, 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds to play.
I'm not sure that they're aware Shepard's down, though. He sent the second nade in, but hasn't gone looking to confirm that kill, so Shepard can at least feed a bit of information, but that's too easy. Astro just walks through, but Dan and Pasha get the job done, and Virtus Pro, they take themselves a comfortable lead now, moving up to 5-3.
Starting to feel like it's going the way of Bank as well, Tim, because we came into the half back on Bank at 3-3. We then have Virtus Pro pulling ahead, as they've started to do here as well. So for Secret, he starts to feel a little bit nervous to get this round back. We went into 6-4 was how it went on Bank last time before we saw the closeout. Yeah, I honestly expected coming in today, Secret might be able to do it against Virtus Pro, but they are just looking a little bit too much of a large opponent to overcome. Again, Joystick in particular, the key man in that.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, he went out of the round pretty early on last time. The question was answered.
And then Dan's there as a backup.
Exactly that. This is, you know, I posed the question at that very time. Are the players not getting kills because they're quiet, or are they not getting them because Joystick's getting them? And I think the answer there is clear. Dan and Pasha managing to step up, get it done, no problem, when the chips looked a little bit down at the end of the round. And so that is a dangerous prospect for Team Secret. I'm sort of wondering for Team Secret a little bit. I don't know if maybe the mental's broken a little bit. I don't know if they sort of... They're really on the back foot now. They're maybe feeling they're 2 rounds away from being out of this one, and like they're on a bit of a slippery slope.
I think what I love about this as well is knowing... I think it was Doki in the interview yesterday for G2 where he was saying, you know, we've got to play against Virtus Pro if they win, which I'm not really excited about. Then obviously with how things have played out, I think G2 don't play against them. They instead get to play against the winner of the other game. So it'll be G2 against the winner of Heroic versus Eminem. The winner of this game goes on to play against Wild, which will be next week.
It'll be a tough matchup for them.
Very
as well.
exciting game that as well.
Yeah, whoever goes through, it's going to be a very, very tough matchup. Wild have shown us that, you know, they've topped the group. They've just had some fantastic results, and they've gelled very quickly. So yeah, definitely one that is a mouth-watering prospect that I will be looking forward to. Dan is going to be getting himself out on the roam with the Mozzie. We are downstairs in line this time around, so Virtus Pro taking the same technique as was used against them on the defence. They're going to try and hold on to the entire map. The threat, of course, being if you're sort of wondering, well, why does that matter? Why does holding on to the top floor matter? How does that work for a basement defence? The hatch will likely be open just inside of this wall, which is the common plant spot, so you can't ignore them then as attackers.
That should never happen!
Shot from YZN!
Okay.
Excuse me?
Hello? Okay. I mean, I'll give it to him. That was pretty good.
That... yeah. Secret flooded there, didn't they? Got themselves a few kills.
So, I mean, fresh. Hi, mate.
Secret just did what I was about to ask them to do, which was their first couple of attacks played out where they're trying to do too much. And you see it from teams at times where they can just take what's given to them. I think back to their very first attack round where they could have just executed a solo take, won the round. There was basically no obstacles apart from the ones they created themselves by trying to do more than just a solo take, by trying to backstab up blue stairs. The same in the previous round. And the round we just saw, it was all very calm, very considered. Open the breaches, 3-2-1, walk into sight. The 3-2-1 was remarkably early, but it worked well. It caught VP off guard, and that's what I want to see more from Secret. Keep things very simple. This map is a seriously simple map to just do defaults on, and we're seeing VP go back up to the master bedroom side again. A straight solo take this time would be great. There's no need at all to be looking for library. There's no need at all to be looking for office or a backstab because of the way VP set up. You can just execute that solo take. So don't overcomplicate it for Secret, and they can probably take this to overtime.
Even with the mirror on side towards library probably is a point to Tim that you don't want to be pushing in towards that side of the map. No doubt one will also probably go up here towards the top side too, which is another thing to think about altogether. I think this one's going into the box wall on the south side, going in towards piano hallway. That's more of a direct look upwards rather than on the wall itself, as you might find it exposed, or on the solar wall, sorry, as it might be exposed from the bathroom window.
Interesting to see a mentality from Secret there of, you know, they're 5-3 down, they're 1 map down, it's a tough situation, and they come back with an explosive round like that. The players have done fantastically well, but I can't help but touch on Twister's former team and something I used to say about Furia a lot, and that is that they were a team who didn't know when they were beaten. It didn't matter if they were 5-1 down. It didn't matter if they were 6-2 up. They played every single round as hard as they could to win it. I suggested coming into that maybe, is the mental a little bit? It's, they know they're on the way. And I really should have remembered that they've got, this is a Twister team, and I'm sure will have instilled that into the team that, it doesn't matter what the score is. All you can do is win one round at a time. And
Pasha.
Fantastic from them, but Pasha with a huge double opener.
There was a drone sat right there and he's got away with it? In what world is that okay? There's two of them in the basement. There's a drone sat on Pasha that can see him, but they've got complacent and they may have just thrown away what could have been a really good comeback for them. They get at least one kill back on towards down, which starts somewhat of a recovery, but my God, that is a major slip up from Secret.
I think somewhat of a timing issue potentially there. Usually as your entries are going into the building, there'll be people droning them, but there comes a point where those droners have to move up to the building themselves. They will come off the drones.
No!
Savage,
you can't lose that!
Gets away with the reverse angle onto Savage. This round is looking like it's going all in Virtus Pro's direction, but let's not forget, Secret is still 2 versus 3 here. This is still possible.
This is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous how this round's been going. The fact that YZN has almost managed to walk in towards site is one thing. Oh, he's on the rounding but forgets about the mirror inside the box. And Shepard with an easy shutdown with the ITA of all things too. They get the closeout they're looking for. And again, that round really felt like once that play in basement fell apart, that was where Virtus Pro found the advantage they so sorely needed.
The last couple of rounds have just felt really one-sided, but in opposite directions. It's just, all about somebody going in, grabbing hold of the round, and just taking control of it. And that time it was Virtus Pro. We're potentially going to see our last match, our last round of this matchup here. There's 6-4 now. Virtus Pro only need one more round to clutch this out and to get themselves into that decider game next week.
And the painful thing is the progression's gone basically exactly the same as on Bank. I mean, look at this again. The drone sat there, but no one's on it. He comes out, gets an easy couple of kills in here, and then spins around and gets the drone. And it's just like, man, the fact the ITA's got to kill itself was pretty impressive. It's like getting one with a super shorty. It just never happens.
It's very rare, as you say. But Shepard there able to get his man, close it out, and give Virtus Pro a serious advantage here. It's going to be kitchen and dining for the site. We saw that back in round 8. It was a Virtus Pro win. So Secret are going to have to show us something different.
Okay, no more last chances, boys. You're all out of lives. This is your last run. You've got 2 rounds they've got to win back-to-back. A struggle for them throughout this game, except from in that first half. Again, same as it was back on Bank. But the second half in both maps has really been in the favour of Virtus Pro. They're coming in here with a 14-6 joystick. They've got themselves really armed to the teeth with the castle, with the cap cans all around, the razor blooms as well. Just so many traps here alongside the frostmat, let's not forget, trying to catch out and slow down members of Team Secret. We've already seen them go into a couple of those frostmats in this half as well. I'm sure more can await them in this round if they are not extra diligent about trying to keep this one alive.
Astro just holding that long angle through into Master from solo window for the time being. Going to make it difficult for the defenders to play up there. All part of gaining that top floor control. But Joystick going to take out a drone, put the prox alarm down, signalling his intention to keep himself in piano for as long as possible.
Opening up high in this wall as well, so I think that nades go flying over to try and catch out a player sat on the other side of them without directly exposing themselves, and they go. Joystick's the one holding inside a bathroom, and you've got this like little soft hole open up through, straight from bathroom, up towards top side, but sadly from below, there is all the joy to come through. C4, I believe that was coming out from Pasha, puts him on his backside, but Astro is recoverable.
Ooh, beautiful challenge from Pasha there, taking down Groovy, leaving us now in a 4 versus 4. Only if Astro can be got back on his feet, but he can't as Dan manages to find the nitro kill. Just detonates as death reverberates as Pasha always find kills. It's almost over for Team Secret. Their fate hangs in Savage's hands, but there is nothing that he can do. As always, comes in with the final kill. Secret lose their map choice of Chalet, and Virtus Pro take a 2-0 win to continue through the bracket.
So painful as well for Secret because they've really gone by the sort of advice that Fresh has given as well. Go direct, boys. Let's play it all together. But they didn't have the downstairs control. They didn't establish the bare basics. Once Groovy died, those C4s were coming up entirely for free. We saw a down come through, a kill finish off afterwards, and they got completely torn asunder. What I will say though, Tim, it was a 7-4-7-4, but it was a really entertaining
What a
game
game.
to start.
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And the thing is, it's just going to get better as the day goes on as well, because you know the next one's going to be great. But yeah, Virtus Pro, Secret, I don't think either of them, Secret haven't really lost it. I think it's just been a great game where we've both gone at each other, both had their moments. Virtus Pro came out the better team. Simple as that.
They keep on with this whole juggernaut identity. If you just cannot win a gunfight against them.
That's the problem.
The gunfights in that round there, even in some cases, Secret shot first, but didn't hit that first bullet. VP were there, bam,
They
next
will
shot,
punish
you are in the dirt.
Yep.
They are sharp, they are scary, and admittedly, looking a lot better than what we saw from yesterday against BDS. Hope it continues into next week. That's our first best of 3 down. We've got another one coming up, though, in the not-too-distant future. For now, we'll go to a break in the desk. We'll break down that series for you. See you soon.
Hey guys, it's Blaz.
My name is Daniel Gabov. I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Savage. My name is Pasha.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
I'm LM.
My name is Kendrew. Hi, my name's Max Sterman.
So roaming is pretty simple as it says. Basically, you just roam around the map. You look for the first entry fights into the building, stop them from getting inside.
Being able to pick between multiple operators and having flexibility and basically what we need.
In this role, you have to be a risk taker, because if you don't, then you are either not helping your teammates or you are not making the enemy's life harder.
If I would have to describe my role, that you're normally the person offside trying to waste time.
Can give info to my teammates to allow them to get kills, or to myself so I can get kills as well. I think I'm one of the best on the role.
Best thing about intel gathering is, and what's one of my favourite roles is, it means I can be more creative and I can counter the enemies, come up with ideas and plans for us on defense to come up with good team plays.
I like the defense play because you don't be attached to only one position.
The creativity and the flexibility that I have. If I want to play more supportive, I can. If I want to play more flexible, I can as well. I have to have some creativity.
I think the thing I like the most about roaming is that you're always in their faces. You're trying to stop them from getting that early play in, and it really influences the round and how you play.
Also the freedom that you get. There's a few shots where I get a lot of freedom to just try to help around my teammates.
I'm free to play whatever I want. I can go in roaming sometime. I can play site. I can do whatever I want, so that's pretty good.
I can move pretty freely around the map. I can be there where there needs to be help or where the enemies are pushing, and I can just play my style.
Yeah, the skills I think you need to have for the intel gatherer is having good communication and coordination, so you can tell your teammates where to go, what to do at the same time.
Learn when to take the right gunfights and when you should be peeking. Play smarter. Let them come in the building first, maybe play off your teammate, bait each other.
I think you need to be smart and know where people are gonna push.
Try to predict the enemy and try to figure out what the next step will be, so you are always one step ahead of them.
You need to feel the game. That's all. You need to find so much frags as you can and need to waste so much time as you can again.
What makes me the best at the role that I'm currently playing is having experience on more supportive roles beforehand, so I can kind of see the game differently. Knowing my surroundings and where I can dive from and where the enemies will be and where I'll be.
I'm good at wasting enemy time, my aim, and I think my flanking.
I have good gun skill and I have good map knowledge as well, so I can use that along with my teammates to make sure we're winning those gunfights.
What makes me great? The map knowledge. My best asset in this role is definitely game awareness, to know what's going on in the game and being able to act on what's going on in the game and what the other team is doing.
A grueling map too, but still Virtus Pro victorious with a 2-0. But again, don't let just the 2-0 scoreline blind you from the fact that it was very close between the two. But let's talk about Shelly. And how did it go?
Well, I mean, to summarize that map, I think it started out pretty good for Secret. They had their moments, they had these good plans, once again, where they have a good flank in the final few seconds of the round, and then there's a backstep, for example. First round it was Dan, second round it was Joystick, who eventually came back and pulled the round more towards the favor on the side of Virtus Pro. Joystick and Dan, in general, really important in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if either of them turned out to be the MVP in just a little bit. And for Secret, when they got on their attacks, I just sat here and I was wondering, where was the confidence? Where was the creativeness in their attacks that we saw from them yesterday? It was really lacking today. They were contesting all this control that was being brought out by Virtus Pro. They had traps all over the map, and Secret went to contest it instead of find a way around it.
I was pleasantly surprised with Virtus Pro, and I thought that the reaction today, backing up, 2 victories, especially on Chalet, which they don't really like the map in terms of their preferences, to back up from yesterday and how big a defeat they had yesterday was very impressive. I thought Joystick was great today. Dan was consistent, as he always is, to be honest.
Yep.
And then Pasha, especially on Bank, found a lot of success in the backstab. I think they're learning, and that's what I really like from Virtus Pro. They have this core identity. It's obviously very different, but they're also learning how to find ways into the current meta with these kind of individual opportunity spots in these backstabs. And it's making them quite a hard team to break down for every other opponent.
So let's see who stood out today. It's Joystick with the map 2, 142 EPS, where the expected score for Dan to have 100, for example, that's kind of low for him, but for his participation, it's pretty incredible. Joystick at 142, 73% cost. Man's in there.
Well, I mean, if you look at his stats prior to this game, he was on the lowest rated player on his team. So for him to step up today, that was what Virtus Pro really needed. Obviously, we saw Pash have a really good first map. He had a slower start of the second map. So for them to also have someone else to bounce back on, like Joystick, that was really important for them today.
I think it's always going to be very... it was very difficult for him, like you say, is that it's been all about Dan. Like the past, 3-4 play days where Dan's been MVP, topping every statistic. But we know there's a player there in Joystick. We've seen for a long time just how deadly and dangerous Joystick can be. So it's good to see him, come to the front on Chalet. Like I say, they're growing into this VP. They're looking a much more dangerous team every single time they play.
Well, let's have a chat with our winners. Virtus Pro. Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. No, we're not singing? No. My analysts can't
It's
sing.
fine. It's fine.
Sorry.
My
Congrats.
teammates gave me the best present for birthday.
I mean, look, everybody played very well together. Joystick really
Yes.
stepped up today also.
I played terribly.
Hey, you were second on the board. Don't tell me you played terribly.
I don't know. It felt like I was dying first every single round. It just felt like that. I don't know what was the statistic overall, but felt like I was like 0-20 whole game. But teammates were on fire today, and I want to thank them for that birthday present.
Well, good. That's a happy time there. Feels birthday, man. You take down Team Secret 2-0. Walk me through Bank and why it got so close and back and forth, really.
Bank, we were like against BDS, we were ready for everything they did, but just did some mistakes. We said to each other that we need to communicate more at the end of the round because we knew that they will split attack at the end. And during some rounds, we just were nervous or something and forgot to say what we hold to each other. And we were missing some angles and getting punished for that. And we almost lost 5v1, I guess, on Bank as well. That also got to our nerves a little bit, and that's why we did also some mistakes after that round. But overall, we felt confident and played like every round without any pressure, just like trying to do our best exactly at that round.
Well, going to Chalet, were you surprised by the Brava ban from Secret?
Kinda, yes, I was kind of surprised because... but I think Brava is strong on Chalet, especially because it's like a big map and you need to put some control, like Melusi traps, peepers around the map, and Brava can can destroy it without like people noticing that it got destroyed, and attackers can flank easily with that. And I think Secret were scared that we will do that type of round and just banned it.
But you banned the
it's also like a big map for Valkyrie because like there are like the roof is very high and a lot of pillars, and you can hide Valkyrie camps very well on this map. That's why we decided to ban it, so we don't give them enough information about us.
Well, Dan, the next step is you playing against Wild next week. How do you see that going?
I think it will be a really hard match because Wild is playing really good. Like they're a new roster and they are already showing that they're a great team. And I think it will be a hard game and interesting one for sure.
I'm looking forward for Dan versus Aces. That's a 1v1 fight I want to see on the server.
I remember old times when we were playing against each other a lot of, and Ace is a strong player. It will be a great one.
It definitely will be. Dan, anything you want to say to the VP fans out there?
I want to thank all of the fans for the support, for the birthday wishes, and keep supporting us. And thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dan. Congratulations on the victory. We'll be seeing Dan Virtus.pro playing Wild next Monday. Winner of that goes to the major. Who knows? See you then. Take care, Dan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There it is. Humble in victory, but also in defeat, as he talked about BDS game yesterday. But here he is. And the Virtus.pro make it through. Some would say maybe some issues with strategy still to be worked on, but how long can we still dwell on it if it's working?
I would say I'm probably the loudest voice in the critical of Virtus.pro in the way that they play and approach the game. However, their results you cannot ignore. The fact that they frustrate teams, you cannot ignore. The fact that they punish teams where teams aren't being good against them, you can't ignore. And that's what they're doing, and that's what's working for them. So, you know, who am I really to criticize them? It'll be a completely different game next week against Wild, but they now have 2 shots at making the major. If they win the game against Wild, they're into phase 2. They lose it, they've got another shot to play the loser of G2 Heroic Eminem, whoever drops out of there, for the shot of phase 1.
It's looking pretty good for them, to be honest, to have them back at a big event and have them participating at such a important matchup there. I mean, yeah, it did show today. They were punishing Secret in the ways where we saw Secret being maybe a bit of the beginning of EUL stage, where they seemed unaware of traps or seemed unaware of players pushing them. That really felt like that today as well. And, well, Virtus.pro was able to capitalize off that perfectly.
Well, there you go. That was our first best of 3 of the day. Yes, it ended in a 2-0, but it means now we have some time, or even more time actually, for our second series. Eminem versus Heroic. That should be even tighter what we had in game 1, but then who knows? Thanks so much. That was game 1. Let's take a quick break. When we come back again, Heroic versus Eminem Gaming.
feeling confident. We are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys. Let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team Eminem are taking home that trophy.
GT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 is about to begin. Eminem versus Heroic. And we're here on the analyst desk to break things down. Before we start off with our game, I'm Milos Dometic, your host. With me are Anne and Fresh. Now let's get down to business. I know the song has already infected your mind. There you go.
Thinking about songs this morning.
Mission accomplished. Anyways, let's get started. First up, Heroic on the board. Jack, can they make it happen and push through the semis?
Well, you'd hope so. I think we've not seen, obviously, Heroic for a week or so now. The last time we saw them, they had a pretty bad loss, in all honesty, to Virtus Pro, where a little bit of indiscipline and a little bit of not team play got punished, as we've seen Secret just be punished at the same time. But I really, really, really like the makeup of this team. They've got 2 solid backline players, Uno and Kayak, in terms of, IGL, shot calling, voices in the team, even leadership figures, to be honest, because they're probably the 2 most experienced, which is weird calling Kayak somewhat, the most experienced, but he is at this point. Skiddy June Blast frontline is great. It's very aggressive. And one thing that I love about Heroic is how they look to manufacture these entry picks. They look to get these front 3 in a position where they can find a free entry pick and then play out a numbers advantage every single time. It's worked very well for them across the group phase. They will have felt that they could have and maybe should have done better, but they've got to the deciders, and that is the most important thing.
Yeah, those entries you mentioned is definitely one of the stronger suits of Heroic, you could say. All players are also positive on entries. However, last week in their game that they lost, they did struggle a little bit with that more. But then again, the entry conversion was pretty good on that side. They do indeed have that very aggressive front line. And I like to see that with a newer roster, the teamwork is already pretty good. It's already pretty much there. The timed floods are well coordinated. And I want to see more of that today.
Well, what about Eminem on the other side? Since we're here on the topic of talking about our teams, can they actually push this forward? Because if we're looking back at SI, Eminem looked like they could really bring it home every time.
Indeed. They had a very strong showing at SI. And so far in Europe League, their showing hasn't been too bad either. They won 3 games. The only one they lost was against Wild. And now there's 2 things that I think are very important or very big for Eminem coming into this game. One being that they've only showed 2 maps. They've only showed Villa and Clubhouse, which is a very good starting point going into a best of 3. We could expect this team, and that's the other point, because they have been this core roster for a longer time than Heroic has been together for, that they have this depth in their map pool and they have this depth in their playstyle, which they can counter Heroic with today.
I think one big thing about Eminem, this also applies to Heroic, is we've seen glimpses of good play from both of these teams. But we've not seen them hit the heights that we know they can hit. They are so far away from their ceilings. It's like they're only in second gear and they're working their way up. So I'm expecting Eminem today to get themselves, we talked about only showed 2 maps. They're best of 1 maps. I'm expecting them to get themselves on comfortable maps for themselves and really start showing us what they've got.
And if anything, you have to shift into first gear if you're planning on playing G2 after, not to stay in the rear with the gear, as some of the SCVs would be doing. That's another reference. We're just throwing it out there for free as we go. Though, if we were to say put 2 players against one another, one from each one of the teams, we call it a head-to-head.
Yes.
How would that look like?
Exactly. Well, the head-to-head we chose today is maybe a bit of a peculiar or surprising one, we could say. But these 2 are the players on either roster that have performed the best and have the best rating so far. And now you could say that maybe these 2 players are usually playing a bit of a different role, Kayak being more on the hard support, Users sometimes a bit more on the front line. But then again, he's also been playing Smoke a lot. And well, these 2 players are the ones that we expect to step up today.
I think they are both hugely important for their team in completely different ways. I've spoke about at length before about Users, about how he is what I consider a match winner. When the round's not really happening, you need somebody to find a play, make a play, do something. He's incredible. He's incredible in that late round of understanding, almost like if you was looking from a bird's eye point of view, where people are going to come from and where the people are. He's great at understanding that, pre-firing it, knowing it. The amount of times I've seen him covering a plant and just clear everyone is incredible. For Kayak, he's so important to his team because he brings the ideas, particularly with regards to counter strategy, but also just leading them around. You know, I know Uno is the main IGL, but him and Duno alongside each other. The one big difference to Kayak is he's actually putting up statistical kill numbers, which we haven't seen on previous rosters as well. So I'm very impressed by his performances through groups.
And to do that with such a very strong front line that you just put up about, to do that as a support player on that roster, that's very impressive.
All right, what if we looked at our maps for this series? And I say maps with an S because we continue on with best of threes, as Jack was mentioning yesterday, up until we hit Swiss at the major, which in its own way is wild enough that it's like, you know what, BO1s is fine anyways. But here, first, Eminem will go for Oregon. They start off on the attack. Heroic Clubhouse on the attack. And then finally our decider is Chalet, where Heroic starting off on the attack. And anybody running away with this map ban?
Well, I'm going to make a very risky take here, and I think that Eminem's won this map ban phase because the first two maps, the map that Eminem picked themselves is a map they haven't shown yet, but Heroic did, and they showed it against Virtus Pro. It didn't go that well for them, so Eminem have a lot of information on that. Then they themselves then Heroic picks Clubhouse, a map that we've seen from Eminem so far, a map that we know they're comfortable on. So also shown by Heroic, which they won against BDS. Once again, information on Eminem, where we know they have a good support staff, and they can come up with these counter threats against Heroic. And then the Decider Chalet is also a map that Eminem, well, doesn't mind from time to time.
I would say they love it. They went for a very, very, very long phase. Nearly 2 years have been unbeaten on that map. I think the way that this map ban played out is both teams got rid of their permaban, Banker Cafe, gone. And then the map pools of these teams align where they kind of play the remaining 7, both of the teams. So Border and Theme Park get rid of a strong map from each team. And then Oregon Club, both teams play those maps. And they've both picked maps that their opponent has looked weak at. So if you look at, for example, Heroic picking Club, they absolutely obliterated BDS on Club. And Eminem have not looked the best, arguably even should have lost to Koi on Club. Whereas Eminem, they probably saw how Heroic looked against VP on Oregon and thought, yeah, if we do a few things a little bit better than VP did, we can absolutely work the floor with them. Therefore, I expect this to go to a map 3. I expect it to hit Chalet, and I would have to favour Eminem because they absolutely adore that map. You know, ever since CL, just unbeaten on it until, I want to say, it was the Jönköping major group stages against, memory, CAG, maybe? I think it was maybe against CAG was their first loss on it ever.
Well, if we talk about Oregon in specific, right, because this is our first map that we're going to go to in a little bit, which is picked by Eminem. And then, obviously, Heroic didn't have the greatest of showings on Oregon last week. But then we also mentioned it's been an entire week since they played that matchup, and they probably have a few takeaways of what went wrong. There were a few mistakes on the entries, there were a few mistakes on holding verticals when the execute was happening, and which allowed Virtus Pro to kind of sneak through. So, obviously, Heroic will have their ideas of what they need to improve on to have a strong showing today.
Hey, Jack?
You know when you call something from memory, and it's right.
Oh.
I was just so happy.
It?
The first time they ever lost Chalet for Eminem was in Jönköping against CAG in the group stages. Unbeaten in, well, since their CL days on it.
That's actually, there you go. Very well done. I mean,
I feel like the historian, Milos. I feel like I've taken your role there, but more recent historian.
I mean, if you want to argue that way, technically it wasn't in Jönköping, it was a Stockholm when the group stage for the Jönköping major was actually played. I mean, if he wants to do, I've been doing it better. Well, I just Milos you also. True. Shout out to Stefan, who knows exactly that I fulfill. By the way, we're filling in because one of the players decided to go to the toilet literally as we're supposed to start the game. So
priority set straight, I would say. I mean, it's not nice.
We'll do that for a football player when next time they're setting up on the pitch.
We'll say it again, like a lot in the Netherlands, when someone says they have to go to the bathroom and like you're asking if you can leave. We'll usually say like, yeah, go ahead, because I don't want to like have to mop the floor. And I'm pretty sure with all the equipment around, players don't want to have to go and like mop the floor.
I hope not. Like, it would be the next bit on the manager's job to come in and clean up the space.
No.
They already babysit. You that.
Yeah.
Short but sweet answer.
Yeah, it's.
Yep. Can we talk about Oregon?
Thank you. That's a very Uno answer right there. But like you're saying, Oregon. We were both saying Eminem are looking very comfortable overall in this map ban phase. But then what can Heroic offer that really brings them over that hump, that line that you're putting out?
I actually don't think Heroic play a bad Oregon whatsoever. I think, we saw them against VP. They played very well, looking for the entries. And honestly, they lost that game. It was, 7-5? And I think, genuinely, it was a case of just a little bit of nerves. Genuinely a little bit of nerves. Skiddy in particular, I hate to call out one particular person, but he had 2 rounds in a row where one, he's holding the vertical above kitchen and he's allowed somebody to rotate in from meeting. The second one, he had an absolute freebie in meeting, looking up the air to catch. And he missed both of them. A little bit of nerves, a little bit of a whiff. I don't think they need to change too much at all. I think it's a very balanced map for both teams, as is Clubhouse, I think. But yeah, just looking for Heroic to basically shore up those nerves.
Yeah, what we have going in Heroic's favor, though, is the fact that they get to start out on defense. It's their best defensive win rate of all these maps they have. They will need to work on their attacking win rate because that's one of the poorer ones that they have. And for Eminem, they're about 50% on defense, 38 on attack, so both teams' defenses will really matter today.
All right, and first, thank you very much. This is game number 2, best of 3 series that begins on Oregon. Heroic versus Eminem or Casters? Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Game 2 of the day, Tim, and Oregon is where we kick things off. We were just talking about Oregon before the break, that we never get to cast it, and it's the first map in the series.
It is indeed. We are going to be going there. It's one of them things, you say it, you speak it into existence. I'm actually, like you say, we don't get an opportunity to see it that often. I kind of like it. I don't mind Oregon. I think it'll be a good starting place because these two teams are very evenly matched. Heroic have maybe slightly better stats on attack, but otherwise defensively very similar. Heroic better on the entry, but very, very close to each other. So I think put them in a map like Oregon, everybody knows what they're going to get, and we're going to find out who's a better team.
I was worried then I've got some more bolognese down.
See, there was a bolognese and pants issue earlier.
Yeah,
Trousers.
that was a major problem.
Trousers.
Yeah, that bloody stain, honestly.
Yeah.
These have been through the wars. I only got them like a month ago. I've had probably about 4 different stains on them in that time. I tell you what, the Vanish soap bar you can get that you rub on clothes, unbelievable.
Is it?
Really good. Like, you look at some stains, you
if
just
you're going to
think...
start throwing bolognese about it, then...
It was really good bolognese. Fresh was right. The food was really good.
It was, to be fair.
I enjoyed that.
I like a bit of linguine.
Did you have bread with it as well, or did you just? Because
I didn't have the
everything
bread.
here in France has to have bread with it in some way, shape, or form. Huh?
Pan. Bread.
Pan of chocolate. Yes, bread of chocolate. When you translate it directly, it feels so stupid, doesn't it? Pan au chocolat. No, bread of chocolate.
It's
not
accurate.
Not chocolate bread.
It's accurate.
The game is slightly delayed, by the way. We are talking crap because we've got to fill for a while.
I didn't have any bread, Des.
Because you're being good, aren't you?
Well, I'm trying to shed a couple of pounds. So, yeah, I decided to leave the bread out.
Yeah, I need to do the same, but I ain't got the discipline.
It's a good opportunity for me whilst I'm in Paris because I'm obviously not catering. I'm just catering for myself at that point.
When you got to cater for others, you for your family, me for the missus.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult. So it's a little bit easier. I can just drink a ton of water. I can walk plenty, and I can just limit what I eat a little bit. And I can usually drop quite a bit of weight within like a week or so. So it gives me a nice little head start.
I'm working my way down. Siege ruins me. Every event we go to, I come back like a kilo or 2 heavier. It's a problem.
The thing is, we're very fortunate to go around the world to all these different cities and we get to try lots of different cuisines. And so you get there and you don't want to waste your opportunity, do you? You want to have a go whilst you're there.
The number of calls that I get onto, people are like, oh, so where are you today? I'm like, I'm in Paris. And like, oh, that sounds lovely. I'm like, staring at the same 4 walls that I always stare at, unfortunately. That's not to say that I don't appreciate the jet set of life that we get, but it is generally sat in a hotel room.
It is great.
Staring at the same 4 white walls.
It can be a tough sell when I try to explain that to my wife. I'm like, well, it's largely airport, hotel, venue, airport.
Yeah, you don't get to go and...
It's a tough sell, though, I'll be honest.
To be fair, sometimes we do get to go out and enjoy things. More often than not. Like, let's take a major, for example. You're flying on your travel day. You're absolutely knackered. You have a nice rest because you might get jet lag. You wake up the next day, you have breakfast, rehearsals kick in. Then you kind of get to have a little drink and say hello to everyone, just catch up with all the talent members, those that are there, those you're working with. Then it's straight into the show non-stop. And then literally,
you maybe have a day off in between.
On the last day, they have a little bit of a party at the end, a couple of drinks again, say hello to everyone and say job well done. First thing in the morning, on your flight, off you go.
It's work.
It's not much of a, time to chill. It's
a pretty good job.
It's a pretty good job. I won't complain about it.
It's okay.
No. It's all right.
We survived, don't worry.
Yeah.
But yeah.
One thing I do miss from away, my shower.
See, my shower's not great. So
You've got to sort it out, mate.
When I'm away, I keep saying this, but when I'm away, for me, I'm generally like, oh, this is a good shower.
You know what the real luxury is here?
It's pretty good for me. So.
The gamble we have at our hotel every single time is, do you get a bath or not?
Bathtub or shower.
You know what I've got? I've got a balcony and a bath this time.
Slaying.
I have struck lucky.
Absolutely killing it.
It's unbelievable.
You really have. I think that's low key.
I tell you what, both the last 2 nights I've had a bath, and that feels like luxury.
I've had the balcony previously, but had a shower with it. So.
Oh, what have you got this time?
I've never had the the dream combo of both.
Unreal.
I've no balcony and a shower. It's written off.
That's it. Oh, we got Fresh in. Fresh, you can have a chat with us, mate.
Yeah, I came for a fill.
Hi,
I
pal.
just got asked by production if I wanted to
I'm
help
just
you
going to
whilst
tell you
filming.
now, we are not talking about Siege. We're talking about life in Paris at the moment.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Cool. What's your thoughts on life away from home?
Can
we show Fresh on camera?
I don't mind it. Do you know what? I'll just come. I'll come sit behind you.
Yeah, come on then.
We'll come for a little chat.
Production, say that again, sorry. Say game's ready to start.
I was going to say, I think
Lobby's
it's
ready.
to start. There we
Okay,
go.
I'll stay sat here.
Do you want to try-cast it for a little bit?
Yeah,
Go around a try-casting?
Yeah, let's
Oh,
give it a
go
go.
on then.
Is the game ready? Just as I've come on.
No,
Genuinely.
apparently it is actually ready.
okay,
Lobby,
let's
the top
go in
lobby
then.
is ready.
We're good to go.
Production, we're waiting for you now. Any time today is good. Thank you very much. In we go for Oregon. Fresh, what are you most excited about seeing between these two teams? They shut him off. Oh, that's such a shame.
Fair.
I don't blame them.
What am I excited?
There's a reason why we only let Fresh talk for like very specific moments between games when we're out there and we can't hear him. And the only reason why he gets 30 seconds on air at a time here is because we can't bear more than 30 seconds.
What am I most excited about for these?
You can answer for Fresh.
If I were Fresh,
what would you be most
What would I
excited
be
about?
most excited about?
Oh, he's back.
Oh, I'm on.
Have we got a pause? We got a pause. Welcome back.
Have they paused just so that I can talk
You know
about
what
what I'm
happened?
so excited
You know
about?
what happened? Transition to map flyover. The template on the audio is that you're off, so it turns you off when we do a transition.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm pretty sure if we were to come out a game, for example, it might cut you off again.
Fair enough.
Go on, keep talking though.
What am I most excited for? I'm excited for this game to finally get started whenever it gets started, to be honest.
Hey, look, we're ahead of schedule. We've got time.
Yeah,
nothing
We
but
do,
time.
to be fair, we do have time.
Honestly,
I think we've just got another connection issue, so we're going to get a play.
Have you got the time actually, Tim?
I don't know where that's going.
It's Siege time! Yeah! Did you miss that one? That's
We're
an
not an
easy
event.
one.
It's day one of events when I
Tim,
think about
is
that.
Siege on the TV in front of you right now?
Well, yeah.
Therefore, what
no,
time
it
is it,
is
Tim?
Siege time.
Yeah.
It absolutely is, but expecting me to just...
Like, it's not just dinner time when you sat at a dinner table. It can be dinner time at any point, no matter where you are.
I didn't expect that's what you were going to say.
Oh, just when you think you know a guy.
know a fun fact about these two teams on Oregon?
No.
I'd love to. Please do.
They both...
The duality of the answers then.
Heroic obviously did not attack very well last week either. They're sitting over the last 6 months at a 20% attack win rate. I think for Eminem, let me just double check because I loaded up the wrong side of the spreadsheet.
Brilliant.
Wait, no, I didn't. I loaded up the right side.
Oh my God.
Eminem, 29% attack win rate. So I would expect, based on history, that we actually see quite a defender-sided Oregon coming in here.
Okay.
And it really will be decided on those teams that can win the attack. Now, Oregon, obviously, we talk about Oregon as like a best-of-one map, same as Clubhouse. It's about whether you can win the attacks on the primary sites or whether you can win the defences on the tertiary sites. So I think, the first half we'll get a very good view on whether Eminem can get over the line on Laundry Supply or Kids Dorms, and that will be a good indication realistically as to who should take the map.
Yeah, likely to. I think a lot of focus is going to come down to those third choice sites and defenders trying to hold on to them in that case, as you say. Heroic will be the first to give that a try, probably, unless Eminem shows a great attack and are able to break down those primaries. But I think Heroic are going to be a tough nut to break on the defence.
They are the most flexible team, having played 46 of 67. Is that a fresh stat?
It was, yeah.
No surprises there.
Let me have a look if I think I've been taken out again.
No, you're still there.
No, I'm still there? Okay.
Yeah.
I just had something in my ear then.
Yeah, me too. I won't lie to you. I completely missed what you said, Bruno. I'm really sorry.
It might be
outdated.
Yeah, I'm just going to double check because I have the stats. I just need to unfilter a few things. But yeah, Heroic were the most flexible. They played a lot of defenders. They played a lot of different attackers. I do put that down to Kayak. I think he's a very creative thinker with regards to Siege in terms of that problem solving. I'm just going to double check. So Heroics won't have changed. They will have played 46. It's just about whether anybody's played more. VP, 47. But obviously they've played two more maps as of right now.
As we can see, we're just waiting for Solitop.
Secret 50.
There you go.
I thought you were at to be at a point of trying to ignore Fresh then.
No, not at all. I was just...
Because he said all these stats, and rather than responding, you're like, just waiting for Solitov to come.
we are waiting for Solitop to go.
Yeah,
Just a little update there. Yeah.
I'm sure he will return at some point. We are going in for a quick rehost. We love a rehost. Feel free to talk, Tim, anytime.
I was just about to, and then you cut in, Des.
How rude of me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we, I don't know, having a big pause like this before a game for the players, especially when you've got two teams that are so evenly matched, it always leaves me with the concern that we're going to come in and see maybe one team sort of react better to that than the other. I guess they are playing a little bit ahead of schedule than they might have expected, the first map going to... So they've already been sort of pulled forward, and now it's like you sort of pull forward, then you're sitting and waiting.
And now you've got to wait.
Yeah, exactly, and you just wonder sometimes, you know, how much... everybody looks pretty happy at the minute. There's, you know, not too much... I think everybody's just pretty chill, but...
I mean,
yeah,
check Uno out. He's transformed himself into a skylight for this game.
Solid effort.
Yeah. Look at me. It's my best impression of a skylight, and he's doing a great job.
I do like to look at the differences in setup as well when you've got players who play like Tyrant and Uno playing in sort of quite a bit of darkness, and then you've got...
Bad for your eyes, that.
Yeah, then you've got Kayak, who's, you know, very, very well lit.
Who is most illuminated? Skiddy, you reckon? Or Kayak? Probably Skiddy.
I think Skiddy or Kayak, yeah. I don't know if there's...
I mean, users could be in the Bright Lights Club, but
Skiddy's camera is looking directly at the window, so that's going to... saturate it. It's going to make it look lighter than it maybe is.
Tell you what, Kayak is well fit lately. I mean, in both ways as well. Fresh perked up at that. Can't hear you, mate.
Always at that gym.
There he is. He's always at the gym.
Just a quick one while we're in the rehost. The gym he goes to is massive, by the way.
Okay.
It's called like a super gym or something.
You need to give me the, you know, help me understand the word massive in this context. Like, what we're saying? We're saying like, you
like
know,
the volume of machines and weights and everything.
I get that, but on what scale are we talking massive?
Like it could fit like 10 normal sized gyms in it. Like,
what's a normal sized gym here though, Fresh?
Oh my God. It is huge.
Talk to me in terms of football pitch. In fact, no, in terms of this studio. How many studios could it fit in there?
How many studios? This studio that we see, that's about... How big is this studio,
Standard
Tim?
unit of measurement.
Tim, you're a family man. How's big this studio?
About 100 square metres, this studio
100
is.
square metres? Oh, I reckon about 50 easily. The gym's massive. I'm going to find out.
I'll set
Be
a
right back.
mission.
Sizable.
Gym near Kyle.
Imagine it being like 5 across and then... That doesn't actually feel that big.
I've got a feeling that we're not a million miles away because the players just did, although Skiddy's not back, but the players just did that thing, you know, where you sort of scooch closer to your desk.
Yeah.
There you go. You see, I said we were going to be back in, didn't I? They did that thing
the
where
player shuffle.
Yeah, the player shuffle up to the desk, like, right, we're ready now.
The pro player shuffle.
Yeah, there was a bit of that going on. So I thought we were going to be in a position where we'd be kicking off soon. So bans will start coming through for Oregon. Thank you for sticking with us. We've had a little bit of a break there, and unfortunately there wasn't really much Siege to talk about because, as you see at the top of your screen, it's 0-0. We haven't even got started, but we are going to now. It's Oregon between Eminem and Heroic. What's on the line? What's at stake, you ask me? Well, the winner of this best of 3, which will be played on Oregon Clubhouse and Chalet if needed, will go through to play the top seed from the group. It'll be Wild that the winner will play against, and they'll play to continue through the decider bracket for one of those spots in Phase 1 or Phase 2 of the major. The loser will head to the last chance qualifiers.
I am somewhat surprised Eminem have gone in for a ying ban here, sorry, because I know they used to use the operator a fair whack when executing into the basement on this map. They start on the attacking side, but maybe it's more out of fear of having to play against the ying that they'd rather just not have it themselves and instead opt to go down the path they have. These armies taken away makes sense. The solos get taken away makes sense. 2 of the stronger operators on the defensive side right now. So all in all, pretty fair and balanced ban phase. Here we go then. Basement to kick things off in this best of 3. It's going to be Heroic starting on our defensive side, Eminem on the attack. And as a reminder, this is for a place to fight against G2 on Monday next week. The winner of that game will make it through to Phase 2 of the major, skipping out the first week entirely and being one of only 2 teams that, of course, make it that far, given there are 2, I guess, semi-finals you called them taking place next week.
Yeah, essentially, I could go for that.
And the losers, of course, will go off to play and compete to be in the last chance qualifiers.
Lots of Siege to be played before we know who our teams reaching the major are. I love the format of the qualifiers, particularly playing into a major spot. You know, we're in a position there where you could have European teams at the major, or, you know, North American teams or any other region's teams at the major that aren't part of that tier 1 scene. It's a long time since we've seen that happen. We've had it with Makers in the past, and we had it with Fours in the past. And it's always fascinating when you see it happen. And it's always, you know, there's always a lot of popularity behind the team. I think, you know, a lot of people like to see how they fare, so always a mouth-watering prospect if we do get to a point of that happening. So the drone-in is continuing with 30 seconds into the round. Eminem have not got themselves inside of the map yet. They will be attacking onto the basement. Nello is bringing along the Monty. Keep an eye on that one. Interesting to see where that push comes up. Looks like he might head down the freezer stairs and look to bully them from that side, but we'll see whether he transitions right through the map to push down Laundry Stairs.
Another one of those, again, we touched on it a little bit in the last series as well, just barricading up everything as they go the defenders to, 1, slow down the attackers, 2, force them to make a lot of noise so the awareness is there for the defenders on where the pressure is coming from. Uses straight away smashing up the wall. They know there's a player here, and there we go.
Beautiful.
Finds his head far too easy. The yellow ping helping him out with there too.
Absolutely fantastic shot there. Only saw a couple of pixels of him, but certainly putting a marker down of the level of quality that we can expect to see out of these two teams. Nello is going to go in and use that hard breach gadget to open up the hatch in security, so that would suggest he's going to be looking to push into freezer. Opening that hatch just stops anybody playing too aggressively on the stairs.
Did walk into a cat on his way into security, though. They're not quite completing out the drone work required to make sure that was safe. Finds himself down to about half HP, which doesn't sound massive, but it really puts him in range of being, you know, potentially choked out here by the smoke if he's not too careful. I was looking for impacts for a couple of seconds as well, as we've seen players just hurtle impact nades at a Monty player to try and force him away. In comes... I thought for a second he was going to try and stick that as well, but Uno is sticking nice and close, just hoping to get rid of any of these Roteros coming in to stop them getting at that shield that's on the 90 elbow.
50 seconds.
Wow. I admire that.
Uno very dedicated to stopping the drones coming in there. Just going to step out into bunker to take those shots. 40 seconds left to go, and Eminem need to start thinking about exactly where this diffuser is going to go. At the minute, it's upstairs with Naif. I believe that they've opened the electrical hatch, so there's an opportunity potentially to drop, but they need to make sure that Pillars is clear. Doom, he's still just dancing around here, making it difficult. He's not quite as aggressive as inside of Pillars at the minute, but Nello's going to take damage. Usus with the second kill, Naif with another, and it's all falling apart on site now. Uno can rescue a flawless round, but I don't think he can rescue the round full stop. He's going to be very hard pressed. How does he...
Timing as well, the Monty just dropping his shield at the exact moment he goes in for the fight. Beautiful stuff with the knife, but yeah, I think for Eminem just to clear through them that definitively and that quickly, there was no real coming back in that round for Uno or the rest of Heroic. Good first round for Eminem.
Yeah, a good start. I was a little bit concerned about time, possibly 45 seconds before they were really approaching, you know, any sort of position to be able to execute. But they'd done some good groundwork in the process. I think I commented on it at the time. They'd pushed June back into storage rather than being able to play in and around Pillars, for example. As Fresh said, this is a game that could be on Oregon, especially one on the attack. You know, which team can win those attacking rounds on primary sites? And right now, it's Eminem that have been able to deal the first blow.
It was just very, very clinical in my opinion as well. Like, not slow to the stage of it being excruciatingly so, but they did take their time in the round, making sure they had things cleared out. They got hatches opened up. They had angles to push down towards site. That every member of Heroic that was still standing and on their feet was down inside the basement. And then they just say, okay, 3, 2, 1, go. We're going to execute here at about the 20-second mark. And they all push in, find the kills they need, get control of the site. It was just very much classic Siege coming out from them there. And for Heroic, I think really it shows that, one, you've got to commit a little bit more to this roam to try and slow Eminem down, but also to not give up a couple of freebies. That yellow ping really working against him inside a meeting in that last round.
Jim's going to station himself at the bottom of Armory Stairs there on the Valkyrie. Needs to be careful. Yeah, I was going to say, needs to be careful. Immediate pressure coming in towards that front door. Opened up by the Lion of Tyrant, so he's going to drop himself back up to the top floor. Just, again, not wanting to give up Armory Stairs or Armory Corridor too easily. It's part of the defence of Master Bedroom, really. If you can keep somebody active in that area as attackers, you have to be really careful about trying to get into Master Bedroom, Master Closet. They've got the wall open in there, so they don't want to give give that space up, of course. They do have a reinforcement in pocket. If you look up at the top right of your screen, there's 9 dots that have been filled in there, one that hasn't, and I would suggest that that one is being held in pocket for that master bedroom closet.
One player we've talked about a whole huge ton, really, is Nath thinking about it. Obviously rejoined Eminem after being with them previously and has come in real strong force as well, replacing one of their former players in Neo. But the difference Nath made even back at SI was really, really impressive. And I think many have looked at this stage and, you know, seen some of the same like glimmers that we saw of brilliance coming out at SI. The nade from below, a Yuzu's classic. Yeah, really starting to give some better shape, I think, to this team that have got a little bit predictable, I feel, for many teams that came up against them.
A great start from Users, second round, second entry. Entry is an important battle to keep an eye on here because Heroic had considerably better stats coming into this than Eminem did in terms of entry kills, and it's somewhere that they could maybe get themselves a real advantage. But so far, so good for Eminem. 2 rounds, 2 Users kills, and it really is putting their best foot forward. Blaz is going to find himself somewhat stuck inside a trophy here. He can't fall back too aggressively because the door has been opened into Master, but what is Kayak up to?
Blaz hasn't really got a move, I think, until he gets droned out here. They don't know that he's there. He could really get himself a freebie. May get traded out for it very soon after, but still not in a terrible spot. And Skiddy here, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. His swing comes through. You are donezo. They haven't got a clue. And Yuzu's have to get in that nade kill earlier, has sat there. Kayak off on the flank as well. It's trade for trade, but Nath gets a 2K. And Eminem walk away the winner. Once again, though, Tim, they've pulled that trigger at a late stage in the round and just completely taken over the site and turned everything on its head.
How about that, though? Coming in, we expected, you know, the defenders to rule supreme here on Oregon, but Eminem sending a different message at the minute. This could be dangerous for Heroic. It is Eminem's map pick, at least. They've got that to fall back onto, but I'm always wary, and we always say this, when teams pick up Clubhouse as their map choice, it's always a question mark for me because it is one of the maps, as we say, you know, there's these stock standard maps right in the middle of the pool that we expect all teams to be at least capable on, and Clubhouse is exactly one of those. So it's, you know, to see it turned over against the pick is not really an unusual thing. So if Eminem can come out here and get themselves a good win, it was Anu touched on it very importantly in the pre-show. You know, she felt that Eminem had won the map bans. If they can come out and get a win here on Oregon, I would say that Clubhouse is never more than really a 50-50.
I think I'm generally in agreement with that as well. Yeah, we had a good chat about this before, about it being one of the most, you know, air quotes, basic maps in the game. And for some teams, obviously, they have a preference to it because their basics are better than your basics. But it is quite simplistic to that level that realistically any team can step in there and still deliver. And I don't think Eminem will feel too beat up about going into that next. Either way, we'll see how things shape up. I think he is not a terrible shout either. Like, it's a very small detail, but I think putting that double barricade up at the bottom of White Stairs is quite critical. You know, over the years of watching Eminem play, I can't think of a round, really, where Yuzus has not pushed from shower side, come across, and started throwing nades from the bottom. And once again, he's going to do exactly the same here. You as Heroic need to be reading into that and looking to challenge or at least trip Eminem up on the entryway through. If you give them room to start setting up site with nades coming in, getting drones in, taking out utility, they will just all collapse on you at once, as we've seen across both of those first 2 rounds so far. So maybe a little bit of a misread coming out from Heroic here on the game plan against Eminem.
Again, aggression at the bottom of those armory stairs. It's an area that Heroic are keen to hold on to. Didn't really pan out too well for them last time. This time they switched it up, and instead of the Valkyrie, it is going to be Blaz on the Legion, just trying to hold on for the time being. Not sure if Eminem have drawn him out here. Surely they must be aware of his position. Tyrant's playing very carefully around that main door, so I think he knows that there's the potential for somebody out on his right-hand side. Doom's actually in a position.
Nade. Oh, good.
I was going to say, going to force him back down.
I thought he was going to get away with it.
He's going to do more than force him back down. He's going to force Skiddy out of the round. Beautiful opener. 3rd round in a row that Users picks up the entry.
It's just so free for Users as well. That's 2 kills in a row now where he's found that opening kill for himself with a nade. 1 from below, 1 a little more laterally, of course, bouncing down the stairs to find his man. But it's so hard to contest against him. I know what I've said is you've got to get out there and try and meet them more. You're giving Users all the time in the world to get set up there at the bottom of White, and he's just tossing nades skyward, he's tossing him into security. Nothing really seems to bother him at the moment.
Blaz has fallen back now into Trophy, going to be trying to hold on to that space, prevent access into Master Bedroom. And we can see no real push coming into the attic side from Eminem. They're happy enough to just play through sort of Armory, Trophy, into Master double window into dorms, and just try and really work the site sort of a little bit more directly than trying to go through the attic. But Solitop,
this is what I mean.
It's too easy, Des. He just punches the window out, gets the kill straight away, uses with another free nade. Heroic need to wake up.
They're just being bullied because they're sat on site and just letting them be punched. They're almost letting themselves get punched without punching back on the other side. A bit of a response coming in from the C4, but it's misplaced. Sticks to the top of that shelving bookcase, and they can get nothing done here. Tyrant round in the corner almost finds his man on that timing, but they know where Doom is. They know where he's coming from, and they get a freebie. It's a flawless round. Eminem could be on course for a 6-0 half here, Tim, because they are looking unstoppable.
Well, that's the thing. It's not about the scoreboard. Yep, it's 3-0, and yes, Eminem are going well, but it's about the manner of those 3 rounds as well. Heroic haven't really felt close there.
And there's a timeout coming in from Heroic. What better time then to engage the Professor?
I was about to say, Heroic have got to take a timeout here. I think for a team, and this is for any team in Rainbow Six Siege, but more so for Heroic. Heroic's win condition has been around the entry play, has been around getting that entry kill for free and then playing the numbers out. That's been their win condition this whole group stage. You've touched on it there. Users has got 3 entry kills out of 3, and any team playing from behind is immediately going to struggle. What I would want to see, and I assume it's going to be an Arkic and Mr. Officer or speaking to them, is just trying to get the Heroic guys to play closer to each other. At least make sure that you're getting the refrag. If you're not going to win the entry engagement, get that refrag, because Users have been having way too much fun. But have you noticed, Users is also playing solo. There's nobody there to achieve Users' refrag either. So, get those entries under control, I would say. I would get back down to a basement site. I would get back down to a bunker position. I wouldn't even worry about roaming, trying to clear the drones. At least just force their execute and don't play from behind from Heroic's point of view.
And I feel like the real simple benefit from playing in the basement is hopefully users can't nade you out. Although we saw that a little bit in the last round as well, but across those last 2 rounds, Tim, 3 nade kills users found.
And the thing is, as we've said before, nade kills are almost always, not 100% of the time, but almost always free. You're hitting them through the floor. You're bouncing them off a door frame. It's almost always in a position that you're not going to be challenged at all. So 3 kills out with 3 rounds in, so there's only 15 potential kills available. So 20% of those kills have come without a challenge being able to be made against it. And that's a big problem for Heroic.
And what I quite like is that Eminem even changed up tack here slightly as well. They've got the Glaz and the Capitao on side. Interesting little buff for Capitao coming, where his smokes will now last 11 seconds instead of 9. So more chance to play around those, and will pair up even better with the Glaz than what you're going to see here in this game. But I digress. Really looking here towards the Hard Breach coming in as well. They've got Hard Breach gadgets plus the Hibana, just to make sure the hatches they need open are definitely opened up. My biggest gripe about Eminem historically has been how their focus has always so heavily been on the E-box hatch. They've tried to drop 2 or 3 players through it time and time again and been really heavily punished by that. I think given what we've seen so far this game, you'll see a little bit of difference, especially with the Glaz on side. Like, he can't do much through E-box hatch, so they have to come pushing in somewhere else. So keep a close eye on exactly what the setup is here. You are seeing a little bit of challenge coming in, but they know full well a grenade is going to follow from Tyrant or from users very soon. That's why Doom is taking up such a defensive position at the bottom of the stairs rather than holding up towards the top.
Work to clear the map will continue then. Nello just going to get back on the drones, see exactly whether there's any roamers in security, anybody that needs to be dealt with. Skiddy is the last one. No, Blaz is actually inside a classroom.
Oh, God.
I don't think they've got any idea. It's going to be a freebie. No, he misses his shots. Oh, gets away with it. Nif nearly wriggles out of danger. That's the second one that you can't forgive, though. That call-out should have come. I've been killed outside a classroom. They should have been ready for that fight on Tyrant.
I think their assumption there is that you're going to have Blaz running back into meeting, knowing that it's clear because you've killed the Hibana and it's the safest way back towards site. But no, he goes in, gun up towards Zulu, looks top freezer and gets the freebie onto Tyrant, who, to be fair to him, was responding. He was trying to sprint to catch him out on his rotate back in towards meeting. Just misread the situation. It's kind of the roll of a dice. Really there, Blaz has made a very aggressive call and it has paid off for him. This time round, it's 5v3 for Heroic and a much bigger turnaround in Fortune.
Yeah, absolutely. Much better start from them. And the tactical timeout maybe just working wonders. The the Warden is, going to lose his head. I was going to say, going to activate those glasses to see through the smoke so that Glaz didn't have all the advantage, but he does manage to find him before it comes a problem. Nade goes out, not going to get Kayak, who's in behind the wall. We get another kill come in from Solotov on the Glaz, and all of a sudden, that advantage is disappearing quickly, Des.
Yeah, I mean, you're peeking a Glaz when there's a smoke out on the field. Is that really the thing to do? I'd say no, but Blaz, here he comes popping up just off towards the side of the doorway, gets a freebie. Can Solotov find him? No, he cannot. And Blaz, still largely on full HP here, is feeling himself this round, Tim. He's up to a 3K and dragging his team back into things.
Just sees an absolute pixel there, but of course backpacks and the like do not count as part of the hitbox. We see the smoke come out. Kayak does still have a little bit of a view here, going to be moved out though, and Solotov's ready to pounce. He knows that Blaz is left around the corner. 12 seconds left to go. Blaz is holding a tight angle here, just going to continue challenging. The drop comes in instead, taken out, and that is surely going to be the end of the round. Skiddy and Blaz able to get those last kills, and that's going to be a first for Heroic as they put themselves on the scoreboard, and it's now 3-1.
It tells you a lot though when it's I don't really want to like rag on Heroic here, but I'm going to have to. That was a 5 versus 3 solely on Blaz's back to begin with, and yet still Eminem are able to pull things back because players are over peeking in towards the sledge and just giving him it for free. If they're not making a move and looking to gain ground off the back of that smoke, just let it expire. They're limited on options once they're out of that smoke because they have to force in then to open ground where where Heroic can find the freebies off the back of it. The only thing I don't want to get too excited about was that was a 4K for Blaz in that round. He has been the hero they needed. An early 2K, a very aggressive call off the back of a small miss drone, really made a meal out of the situation that was presented before him, and his third kill was on a really aggressive swing towards the left of that double doorway inside a laundry. So really, again, it all came down to one player there. Heroic are not out of the woods yet, and I don't think you can count on Blaz to do that twice in a row, because this round, Eminem will be super diligent.
No, that's it. They've got to, yes, a miss drone is great. You can take advantage of the mistake. Heroic did that fantastically, not taking anything away from them, but you can't rely on it either. Like you said, now we would have to expect that Eminem learn the lesson there and don't allow that to happen again. Eminem have been great on the attack so far. The thing is, the damage is largely done. Having got the 3 attacking rounds, Eminem are going to feel confident coming into that defense in the second half that they can get the job done. They only need a 4-2 half, and they've got it sorted. I'm sure that they're going to be hoping to put at least another attacking round on the board before they get there.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, with a push coming in most likely, I'd imagine, towards Big Tower. And why Big Tower, you might say? Well, again, we've got the Glaz and the Capitao on side. They love long angles, this pairing. So if you can get the control of Big Tower, if you can open up the stage wall, you have wonderful long angles inside a meeting that no one can do very much about. Here's a small little twist, though. Solotov's gone down. That's the Glaz offline. The one pick that you really don't want to be losing has been ripped away from them here. Good start from Heroic once again, disrupting Eminem before they can even start thinking about getting started in the round.
Tyrant's just going to be working from that main door, and this is where the entry battles might come in, Des. Interestingly, first round that Heroic won, they got the entry kill. This round, they've managed to double down and get that entry kill again. As I said, coming into today, Heroic have the better entry stats. If they can continue doing that, they might just be able to erode away the momentum that Eminem had been able to build. Now, Nello's going to get the access open into Attic this time. That's not something that they really did last time. The pressure all came through Master. The Nitro's going to go nowhere. I think there was a second Nitro actually went off at the same time, neither having any impact on the Eminem side.
They did try to get both off there, yeah. One was a little bit shallow. They landed on the planks inside of Attic, and the other one did go deep enough, but Nello himself had been diligent, backed away right towards the other side of the stairs, so he was nowhere near getting caught off by that. So with 1 minute and 20 left, both of these walls have been opened up. They've got control of Attic because it opens up that lovely long angle that defenders will struggle to challenge down, and also the one directly in towards sight. It's a little bit of a kicker without the Glazzy, would have really helped things here, but they've still got the Capitao to make these smoke plays work out. They're going to go deep on towards green. Plant is coming in here on stage, and I don't think anyone's there to deny him. Almost gets stuck, but why? Nello peeled away there and has given this away from his team. They really could have got that plant stuck. Now it's a bit of a recovery mission. Nathan Tyrant, the two still going on here, but as everything kind of grinds back down to a halt, Heroic are the ones who feel surely in a pretty commanding position.
Uno just quietly ushers himself into position, but Tyrant is well aware. But Doom with an immediate trade. Nif, he's putting the diffuser down. He's 35 seconds. He has time to play with, but he's going to get this done because Doom is unaware that it's happening. Nif is now in a power position. Doom is one bullet away, one breath from death. Nerf, and he needs to get this kill to be able to do anything about the diffuser. He has no idea where Nerf has gone. Nerf's headed back down the stairs. The plant is on the stage. Not an easy position for Doom.
I don't think there's any idea where Nath is at this point as well. Obviously, you can hazard a guess. He thinks he's on sandbags, but he's absolutely not. Must then know that he's either on the upstairs or the downstairs, but he's going to try and stick this one out. Nath's making his move now. Does Doom hear it? Yes, he does. But Nath gets the long angle. One of those you'll look back for Nello and say, why come off the plant? But everyone makes mistakes. He tried to go for the gunfight, couldn't win it out, but his team managed to recover things. An almost round for Heroic, but Eminem are 4-1 up on the attack of Oregon, Tim.
They're flying at the minute.
Ain't they just?
You really wouldn't put 5-1 past them. And honestly, a 5-1 half on Oregon as their own map pick with them going on to the defense, you kind of feel like it's all done at that point. You know, I'd be very, very surprised for Eminem to not take the first map. And there's a big problem there. It's something else that I wanted to touch on. Obviously, it was discussed in the pre-show as well. We know how good Eminem are on Chalet, and that's the decider.
Doom's kill here, look.
It's disgusting.
Bam.
Beautiful.
So fast.
Just awareness, that. Just great awareness. Yeah, so we know how good Eminem are on Chalet. So as the decider, you sort of feel like, you know, Heroic really need to win this in two, otherwise it could be a problem. And when Eminem come out and take Oregon, you know, what a confidence boost that's going to be for them going into what is usually a 50-50 map of Clubhouse.
Yes. Does make things really interesting for Club, but let's see if we get there first. Of course, we never know what the big turnaround could be in the second half of this game itself. Big changes to the attacking lineup coming in from Eminem here as well. When they identify that we're going back to a site I don't think they expected to see again. We've already been here a couple of times, I believe, and we've seen it lost twice by Heroic. So let's see how much differently they can play this one out. Again, hopefully, I want to see them really getting out towards trying to aggress onto Eminem. That's when they've seen success. Admittedly, one was a bit of a backstab. It was the classroom hold from Blaz where he managed to shoot Nath in the back and convert it into a second kill onto Tyrant. But we've seen Skiddy hanging around Freezer before. He's been naded out. We've seen vertical kills coming in from below from Yuzus. You have to know what is coming here if you are Heroic, and they've got to respond.
Solotov then starting the drawn-in process. Going to find the man inside of T2. Not too much of a problem for Kayak. He does have a rotation back into Attic, so can get himself back towards site should he choose to do so. Skiddy playing quite aggressively out here in Dining as well. Heroic certainly spreading the defence a little bit thinner here, wanting to meet Eminem at every opportunity where they're coming in. Uno's taking a lot of early damage there, but it's not going to matter.
Oh, okay, he got a little bit confident
Uno,
there.
He got a little bit cocky. Gets the first kill,
you're not breeding,
and then
my
goes
friend.
for the reinforce. Doesn't get away with it, but what a beauty of a starter with the SMG.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's fine to get the one straight onto a Lion as well. You won't lament getting rid of the EE1Ds, but maybe you will, losing those smokes so early into the round. Skiddy going for a challenge, but it's not him to find the kill. It's elsewhere. It's Doom that picks up Yuzus.
It is.
The timing, oh my god, it's so close.
Eminem have shown a great ability to play from a man disadvantage, but this might be asking a little bit too much. But Nath manages to bring it back to 2 versus 3 with that headshot onto Doom. Now he's just going to part himself from the engagement that he was in. He knows that he can't be throwing his life away here. Nath has taken a lot of damage. I don't think he does know. He won't even be able to get in through the laser gate without burning it. And as you say, I think it's going to be Blaz just sitting in that corner once again. We've seen it from him previously.
Then Kayak's doing a little bit of a bait here as well by shooting out that wall at range. It makes it seem like, oh, okay, they're in Attic. They want to open a rotate here to be able to deal with me. I don't think he knows that Blaz is off towards this one side unless just pure luck and intuition strike him. But here he goes and trying to round it in. Does he see the shoulder? No, he doesn't, but Skiddy, he steals it off first. This one looks to be done as Nello is left in a 1 versus 3. All utility in back pocket, but it looks to be a 4-2 Eminem half when all is said and done, Tim.
Yeah, he's going to open up the Attic there just for a bit of phantom pressure, just make him feel like that's where he's coming through, but he's going to move instead onto the window. Skiddy nearly bites the dust. He does manage to do some damage back to Nello there, but not enough. Nello drops off the rappel. He's not got much time, 25 seconds. This is not the spot where he needs to be rotating. He's going to come back up to that original spot that he tried to move in from, which was the Attic, but they're aware. You can see the guns are trained towards this direction, particularly out to your left inside a trophy. They know where it's coming from, and it's going to be Kayak with that final kill onto Nello. Heroic managed to salvage something from what has been a difficult opener from them. A 2-4 half, not the end of the world considering how Eminem played there.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, mate. that look says start talking.
Yeah, I realised. I just thought you might have given me an introduction, Des.
You've never introduced you all day, mate. You don't need any more introducing.
Very, very impressed with Eminem there. I thought, on the balance of things, 4 to attack half on Oregon, is better than you could ever expect. You more or less expecting to play from 2-4. Thought the situation management was good. They got 3 plants. They were playing for the plants. They had everything under control. And the one thing that they didn't have in group stages is that they had a little bit more pace and a little bit more discipline about them to actually execute their plans. Even the round, that they nearly recovered on the laundry basement, the 2v5, was more or less a good round from a bad position. One fun fact, though, that you guys might like: the last 4 times Eminem have played Oregon, it's gone to overtime or 12 rounds. So we could be in for a long one, even though they have breaking the mold on the attack win
We've got
rate.
medics on the observing as well.
He was just like, oh no.
Me, Des, and medics are a little bit of a force when it comes to finding the overtime games. We are unrivaled, unmatched in that arena.
Is it an arena now?
The overtime arena.
The overtime arena.
The overtime. I feel like it's more of a crucible. The overtime crucible.
What's the difference?
Between an arena and a crucible, I've no idea. Well, to be fair, is a crucible not something that you would melt metal in?
Yeah, it is normally.
It's like a melting pot.
I mean, I'm not a metal worker, so I'm not going to commit to that.
I think a crucible is something that you would normally melt metal in, but it is used as like a sports environment. But it's like because it's a pressure. High pressure, high heat environment, whereas an arena is more of just a general display environment.
We have the Amaro on side here, but it looks more like it's a march on through. They're going to try and rush their way down towards 90, and I thought he was going to find a second. Does he know that he's up close? Yes, he does! Shotguns out, heroic. They try the classic heroic Nino rush, but it does not come off. Doom is all that's left standing against 5, and it will be 5-2 for Eminem, I have no doubt.
The train has been derailed, Des. There was absolutely none of that going on. As you say, 1 versus 5, he's got all the time in the world.
Look at the difference, though. We see smoke's coming out. Is anyone peeking him? No.
Nope.
They're going to now, aren't they? Go on. Just ruin my day and peek, please.
I don't think they will. I think they're going to stay nice and patient. They'll keep playing behind the smokes. There is going to be a peak come out here, but it's not a peak if it's the 3rd smoke canister that's going to be thrown. So we'll see whether Nath goes for that or not. June manages to catch Solotov as he steps out. I don't think that there will be any more attempts. The problem is sometimes when you've got so long to wait, it can be tough. There you go. Tyrant manages to pick up the final kill onto June, just can't land his shots as he comes around the corner, finds the man in freezer, gets put on ice though as he can't manage to close out a difficult 1v5. We head into round 8 and Eminem have now got themselves a serious advantage at 5-2.
But again, for me, it just comes back to the discipline being shown. Yeah, I'm not trying to rag on Heroic in saying this, but look back when they were in the same situation against Solotov in the first half. 2 players peeking in. 1, yes, admittedly a Warden, but they really wanted to try and contest that angle whilst the smokes were down. For Eminem, not seeing the same kind of behaviour. Waiting for those smokes to expire, getting in a spot where they can contest him when he tries to push through the smoke, and then going in for that 1 versus 1. Much more disciplined, much stronger outcome there, only losing 1 player who went a little bit greedy for the KD, and you are still against a very good fragger in Doom. You're not going to walk away with that one unscathed.
Not unlikely. They're going to head up to the top floor here then, Eminem, for their second defence. You've just got a feeling that maybe Eminem on the defence are only going to lose the 3rd choice site, if anything. So, they take this site, they maybe lose it 6-3 and then go back to a primary site. In honesty, I think Heroic are really going to struggle to get themselves back into this. I think it's going to need a mammoth effort to do it.
It's going to need a heroic effort to do it.
But I steered away from that word for that reason, Des. I didn't want to be too
on the nose.
On the nose.
See, even now, still finishing your sentences for you, mate. Here's a lineup and a half for you, though. You've got the Capital, which has been ever-present for both teams throughout this game. The Nook, not all that surprising, but it is nades, and the Sens coming in alongside it. So 4 nades in back pocket, a couple of smokes to play behind the light screens as well. Really got an interesting comp coming in here, but the question is, will Eminem let them get anywhere near site to be able to actually execute with this lineup, Tim?
That's the question. They're going to have to find some kills Heroic here as they come on.
He's like an invader in an ant's nest, isn't he, at the minute?
Tyrant's just a constant problem.
I love this. He's got the support from below, though, because all their focus right now is on the upstairs. So he's here to be able to support if anyone tries to come in the window. Does he look below, though? Does he know about anyone from below? He should do. Tyrant goes down first, but uses is out the window. A great trade coming in. Is there anyone here to snap one back? There should be, but they're on the upstairs. Eminem lose 2, and sure enough, Heroic's dream is still alive because the Sens is still on the field.
Not a bad start from Heroic. The important thing about those kills...
Well, that was silly.
That was a little
I mean,
bit silly,
you
wasn't
can't...
it?
You
And
can't,
it means that they've misdrawn Nello in the closet.
You saw the drone disabler.
The drone disabler in action.
He just drove at the drone disabler thing.
He certainly did, and the drone was disabled.
Wow.
It was taken out of action. The problem is that they're not aware that Nello's maybe as aggressive as he is inside of the closet, and if that's worth a cheap kill, that levels things up at 3 versus 3, and maybe you've got a little bit of a different situation. I'm sure they're aware that the closet wall has been opened, but not knowing that Nello's playing hard up against that wall, if they try to go in through Master Door without clearing that mute jammer, could be a real issue for them.
Why don't we just throw a third drone into a jammer at this point? Just lose them all, boys. Why not? Solotov's the one bearing on down towards Attic and waiting for something to happen. Blaz, meanwhile, out towards Shower side is making a move. And even you've got Doom here out towards White Stairs. A little bit of a split push coming in, you might say. I know you've got Kayak entirely by himself towards that north side. Won't be able to do too much on his own. So really they need to see some kind of link-up play start forming in here. And you might find they start to come together here as they start pushing forwards further and further.
45 seconds left to go. They're going to try those vertical nades to see if they can create a little bit more space, a little bit more of a man advantage inside a site. But the fewer operators that are left alive, the less chance you've got of catching them. Now then, Nerf is going to get out of dodge, just uses his Oryx dash to get safely across no man's land there. Kayak taken out by Solotov. As you say, just popping up in attic window, and that is a big problem with 20 seconds left to go, Des.
And it's the sense being lost as well, and Solotov's got the longer angle. This has just fell apart from Heroic. A 4 versus 3. It started so strong around Big Tower, but they simply could not find any more after that point. A good round from Eminem, and 6-2 on the scoreboard, Tim.
It really did look like Heroic might be able to deliver something a bit better that round. As you said, there's such a good start with those couple of openers. Yep, losing one along the way, but you've got that 4v3. You've got all the time in the world in that round, but just unable to really utilise it and finding themselves now in a very sticky situation. They are going to have to win 4 rounds back to back, and that's just to get them to overtime.
It feels a bit impossible, doesn't it, Tim?
Especially against the way that Eminem are playing.
I mean, at most, I'll give them this round because it's the offsite, but then they've got to go and attack the basement, which in itself feels incredibly difficult given how things have gone so far.
Yep. But that's what I said. At that point, I was worried before the last round for Heroic because it just felt like Eminem lock this down. It's 6-2. They just wait to get back to basement. And if you win basement, you've got to go back to dorms again. You've got the 2 primary sites to go up against. It's a huge ask.
I don't hate the small change coming in here from Skiddy, who's being moved away from his normal, more aggressive entry-esque role into playing the Nomad. In fact, the whole lineup looking quite, not entry-ish, I guess you could say. When you look at a lot of Sledge, the Thatcher, the Thermite, the Nomad, the Ace, none of those really ring out to use, that's an entry player's operator of choice. But I feel here it's more about the kind of slow-paced control they want. They've got things like the Claymores in back pocket, they've got the Nomad on side, because they are being stung on these flanks by Eminem. You saw it in the last round with I don't know if you really call it a flank, but Solotov getting up into Attic, for example, and blasting Kayak off Kid's window is just one of those that you can really look to avoid with things like a Nomad onside to help you.
Let's see if Heroic can go as well on the entry as they did last time around. Skiddy's got himself inside of the map already. Uno just going in with caution there. The armory floor has been opened up above him, but he should be safe. There's no silhouettes, there's no Eminem players quite in that position. This is quite a direct approach to site. I like this. The EMP will go off.
Oh, this is nice.
I don't think they get away with it, though. I think the Selma charges will still detonate, at least the first.
Oh, EMP'd.
Yeah. They've played it well there. The Kaid tricking is still, even with the the other things going on in the game, the Kaid tricking is still extremely difficult to be successful with.
What I like about that was the same thing happened in the first half, but they did get the trick off and block it from being opened up entirely. So that's kind of a read on Heroic is, look, if we can pull it off, then so can Eminem. How do we respond to that? A Thatcher is the go-to play.
You're always, like I say, 50% of the time at least, you're going to deal with that. And it's Heroic that have come out on the positive side of that 50%. They've got themselves a nice angle opened up. But Eminem aren't playing too heavily inside a meeting. A lot of their presence is top floor and kitchen. So they're pretty much okay at the minute. What a start. Nath manages to find Uno. The Selma charges have all been used, so it's not the end of the world losing the ace, but still a big loss in terms of personnel.
It's the big tower hold that I really like. Canelo playing down at the bottom of the stairs as well. He's kind of playing in basement with the shield on the other side of it. So rather than sitting inside a meeting and just letting the push come into you from big tower, they're actively looking to contest it. And even though Heroic have got this top control, they haven't got the control they need downstairs to make this play work. It's really clever from Eminem.
It is working out really well so far. Nerf's going to hold that long angle. Doom is just trying to get in and make something happen here. See if he can find anybody top floor. They are going to need control of that area if they want to be getting a diffuser down at any point. And Heroic, 50 seconds left to go, Des. This is going to take... It's going to take something special. It's going to take a couple of kills quickly.
I'm not sure what it is they're looking to fight over either, really, as well, because they want to look for a plant. I mean, dining feels like the play. Now you're pushing into a shotgun. There's one, expecting a trade to come through, but no, the guy's at the top of white stairs. Now he's going to get pushed in. He hits the deck, but they've got his legs for this one. 3 versus 3. They've got to make the play inside of dining because they've got no control of Big Tower itself. Diffuser is nowhere to be seen, by the way. It's outside, I believe, towards balcony. In fact, no, it's in walk-in. That means going back through trophy on the outside to get it. They've got to go for the kills, Tim.
If Nello's smart here, he can get himself down basement stairs. He's at rear stage stairs at the minute, and he can just keep himself completely out of trouble. 10 seconds left to go. The hunt is on for the diffuser. It's too late. The bodies are dropping. Eminem have almost definitely got this. Skiddy no way gets back in time, and Eminem are going to take map 1 7-2 with a resounding win against Heroic.
And not just that they look really impressive on the attacks there in that first half, Tim, but also on the defenses. I love that defense around Big Tower. You know, Heroic may messed it up a little bit there, didn't really commit as a full team to that top floor, didn't really push in as the way they'd like to. Paid for it with a couple of their lives, even though they got the kills in the end in the trade, but I just think, again, they looked a little bit lost there, unable to unpack what Eminem have got going on. Really, really resounding defense on their own map pick.
Yep, it was impressive, that much is for sure, and I think, along with probably many other Heroic fans, I've got big concerns about Heroic coming into Clubhouse here. It is their map choice, but Eminem are no slouches on there, and they've just absolutely rolled over them in map 1. It's going to take a real dig deep effort for Heroic.
I mean, call me somewhat of a cynic, but I'd argue attacking into the basement of both of those two maps actually isn't all that dissimilar. There's a couple of crucial hatches that you need, the stairways to play down. You know, it doesn't feel all that different. So already I'm looking at the downstairs and just thinking, Eminem are going to have a pretty good run of that, I think, which then draws your attention towards the other sites. You know, bar and stage, bit of a weird site, cash CC, no one really likes playing that anymore. So really all Heroic have got going for them on the defense is something like gym and bedroom. 4-2 half potentially there. Eminem suddenly look really composed and in control. Then you're asking questions.
Yeah, there's going to be big questions to be asked. And let's not forget, one more map and that's it. It's done.
It could be a really rapid 2-0. I mean, Heroic have really got to wake up between these two maps, and I hope they do, because we all want to have a good series. But let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, my desk will break it down for you.
My name is Carl, my nickname is Aimao, and I play for G2 Esports.
My name is Blaz, and I play for Heroic.
My name is Deepak, and I'm playing for Koi. My name is Leon, also known as Nello, and I play for Eminem Gaming.
I am Pasha, playing for Virtus Pro.
My name is Lucas Reich, known as Hungry, and I'm playing in white.
The most heated, I would say, is definitely Shaiko.
I have to say my old teammate, Citizen.
That's Benjamaster for sure. He's like legit hacking in Pro League. That's crazy. I don't know why he's not banned. Joe.
Best shooter in the Rainbow Six Siege, in my opinion, is definitely Shaiko. He's always pulling the stats up.
Shaiko or Citizen as well, like one of those, like they probably have the best aim.
Probably our ex-teammates both. Best shooter.
Like for me, it's for sure like Shaiko, because like he's the pure legend.
My biggest competition, I think, individually, I think it was Paolo back in 1 year ago, because we were basically fighting to be the best player in the world.
My competition, I would say, is Souls 1 from FaZe Clan. I would say definitely BDS. We like to play them, they're good guys, and games are always fun.
I really ranked myself in like top 20, top 10, I think. Yeah.
In EU, number 1 right now.
I'm no one now. Okay, let's chill for a bit. I have to like go through that big road and become someone again.
I don't want to be the best individual. I think I want to be the best team.
The biggest troll in Rainbow Six have to be me. Like, have to be me.
Me on that question, because like I'm the biggest troll on the team at least. So I gotta say it's me.
Kino from NA. He like troll, he scream, he's like, yeah, he's cool.
Icons I look up to is like Canadian, of course. Definitely one of the legends of Siege, if not the biggest ones, are like Canadian, Pengu, Fabian as well.
There's many guys. I can actually do this all day.
I have to admit, the funniest player that I teamed with was definitely Doki.
Alemo is still like super fun.
I used to always watch Nesk streams and I would just laugh myself. I would copy Nesk.
The best celebration, I would say, is definitely Canadian.
Probably iconic, I think. I think the way he celebrates every round.
Best celebration after winning a game is probably the Sui from Ronaldo.
Welcome back, friends. It was a quick Oregon, but that means that we can wrap things up in a neat little bow and prepare ourselves for map number 2. First up, though, Oregon, like I was saying, hello, I'm Milosh, with me are Anne and Fresh. Help me break it down.
Well, I mean, if we look at this match, so we saw Heroic on Oregon less than a week ago, and it kind of got a little bit worse for them, as I would say, on this map. They started out on their own defense, and Eminem really came storming. They had the first 3 rounds, they found the entries. Actually, in this whole game in general, they did a lot better in entries in general. We've been maybe bashing them a little bit for not getting those entry kills. They've got the entry out of 5 out of 9 rounds, but their entry conversion has also been 100%. So that's something that Eminem have been working very good at this game.
I think realistically, like, when you look at rounds that are, it's a 7-2 scoreline, so I can't even make any kind of excuses. It realistically could have actually been a 7-1. I think 1 round out of the 9, Heroic actually controlled and won. And that's not a good sign going into map 2. I thought Nath was actually excellent today. I'm, in a sense, actually surprised, based on without, seeing the raw stats, I thought users played very well, but Nath has come to this roster, he's added more ideas, he's brought maps into their pool, he's allowed to, He took on the Neo role that he came in to do, kind of mixed it up a little bit with Nello, but added a lot more performance and a lot more ideas. And he played very well today, as did the whole Eminem team, to be fair to them.
I just like the fact that he changed his name to Nath with an F rather than the TH that it was in the past off of 1 play day.
Well, and it's also about who steps up on game day, right? And that's what he's doing today. He's got a really high cost, 89%, so being really influential in most of these rounds to help his team get towards the victory.
So now, since map 1 was so quick, we want to take a moment to focus on our second one, Clubhouse. Who has the advantage on that if we're just putting pure stats, not looking back at map 1? We'll talk about that in a sec.
Yes. Okay, so Heroic picked Clubhouse, right? They've already played Clubhouse this stage against BDS, where they have a 7-3 victory. Eminem have also played this map because it was one of the 2 maps that they've actually only shown during the group phase. They beat Koi 7-5 on it, but they lost to Wild, which was the only loss that they suffered in the EUL so far.
And I think if you go back a little bit more, is the context of that is Clubhouse for Eminem. For a longest time, they banned 2 maps permanently, Bank and Clubhouse. Brought Nerf into the roster, started playing Clubhouse. They did have a lot of success with it at 6 Invitational. They was unbeaten on that map at 6 Invitational. So it's a good map for Eminem. But what I will say for Heroic is, you said without the context of this previous loss, if you're looking at it in complete isolation, Heroic did a great job on BDS on that particular map on Clubhouse. They know how to play it. It is in their pool. So as long as they can shake off their last result, this is the part where we come to the last result, the game that just happened. As long as they can shake it off and show that mental fortitude, they can bounce back on it, but it's all about whether they can do that or not.
One thing I want to pull is that Dez, sometimes I listen to him, but in that moment, I actually listened to him saying that Oregon Club basements are, I guess, similar in the way that you played them just because of how the corners end up playing together. Is that something that plays to the detriment of Heroic?
Well, yeah, and if we look at how Heroic's attacks have been so far and how it transfers into stats, Eminem have a very good defensive win rate on Clubhouse. They win about 73% of the rounds, whereas Heroic, yes, it's one of their better attacking win rates, but still not very good if you'd look at stats solemnly. So for Heroic, obviously with them this being their map pick, it forces them on the attack because Eminem's big defense, they'll have to really get a few of those attacking rounds on the board.
Yeah, that's the thing. We said that they did a great job against BDS when they played BDS on Clubhouse, but that job was done on the defense. They got a 5-1 split. They got the entries against BDS. They're going to have to start attack. By them, I mean Heroic. Are going to have to start attack where they've just faltered. So they're starting attack against a team that's lovely and comfortable on defense. It's all about that first half for me. I think we'll see, once we flip over, I think we'll see a really good side because, you know, Eminem attacking club and Heroic defending club. Heroic defend very well. Eminem attack very well. But I think we'll know by round 6, realistically, whether Heroic are going to pull off the comeback and take us map 3 or not.
Look, you say set map 1 aside. It's very difficult. It's just a theoretical thing. But who needs to step up? Because you talked about Nave, both of you stepped up when it was needed for Eminem. Who's got to do it for her?
I actually think it's the front line of Heroic. I think, you know, they looked very shell-shocked early on in that Oregon just then, where they're on their own. They're not playing for a refrag. They're not playing for entries. We talked about it being their win condition, that kind of front three is playing for the entry game and then working out from numbers. When they're playing very solo, and that can't happen. It just can't happen. So they've got to step up as a collective to actually try and achieve the entries.
Yeah, there's 2 rounds that I want to highlight in that, which I think are very important in this situation. The one round where they tried to take control, this is then Heroic trying to take control over tier 3, and they jumped in, they got the kill on Tyrant, but immediately got refragged. So the refrags on the side of Eminem seemed to be pretty good. And then there was also a certain roam coming out from Blaz where he was hiding in classroom, swung around towards lobby, and that looked a little bit shaky. Maybe indeed those that shell shocked, as you called it, in those early rounds. Basically, if you're Heroic and you take this as a new best of 2, where you just have to win those 2 maps in a best of 1 mindset, I know it's a lot of different mindset, but then you can still like start over basically.
Even then, winning the map means that you go to map 3. We're going to set that at the side because it's going to be difficult to roll out of a 7-2. We're talking about who has to show up, but then when it comes to pure strategy and operator bans, is this something we also need to consider for Heroic?
Well, something that Heroic could actually try if they'd want to do, not so much operator bans, but side picks maybe, what I want to jump into first, is Eminem know that they don't have the greatest of win rate on the CCTV side. I know it's a site that doesn't really see a lot of play, but Eminem do struggle with that checklist type of attack on CCTV. So even if you're a Heroic, why not throw it in here and there?
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I think I wouldn't... Heroic have this tendency of getting in their own minds, and I'm talking about old Heroic, right? When the chips are really down, they get in their own heads, the pressure gets to them, the stress gets to them. I genuinely, with bans, sites, team play, just keep it very simple, I think. Just start chalking up the rounds on the board. Even if it's a close win, doesn't matter in a best of 3. As long as you get over the line, 8-7, 7-0, doesn't make a difference as long as you get that win. So just keep it simple and go from there.
Maybe a Dokubi Ben? It's an operator that you've been playing a lot. It does help a lot to get those floods as an attack on the side. And if you want to get some rounds to the board as Heroic being on defense.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think we're ready to go. Thank you very much. Anne and Fresh, our casters are ready. I had a bit of a brain fart, but I'll be able to fix it in 3 minutes. So that'll be a happy time for us all. Anyways, it's in Dad's. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Lush. Mr. Tim, we're back again. For what could be the last time?
Could be. Heroic were off the pace on Oregon, I think it's fair to say. I am hoping for, you know me, I'll always back the underdog. I am really hoping for better out of Heroic here on Clubhouse. I'd love to see a map 3. And it's going to be tough, though. You know, you've got to stop players like Users Tyrant, who were just causing you so many problems in that last game.
It's horrific. Just could not shut either of them down. Well, it's going to be done here on your map pick. It is Clubhouse, where Eminem start things off on the defensive side. Heroic on the attack. I honestly concern myself more with the second half, where I think if we see the kind of pace and deadliness that we saw out of Eminem back in their attacking half of Oregon, it could very well wind things up, especially if Eminem have already got a pretty substantial lead given they start on the defensive side. I said that in that break. I really wanted to see Heroic get their heads a wobble, get themselves back into it, because they were caught snoozing on Oregon. Now's your time to bounce back in. Now's your last chance to really keep that dream of getting the Phase 2 qualification alive. Otherwise, you've got to battle through some other games, potentially go into last chance qualifiers, or if you're very, very lucky, into Phase 1. In fact, no, they lose this, they're straight into LCQ.
Interesting first ban coming in with Face.
With Face.
What is it with this map and me saying completely the wrong word?
What did you do last time?
It doesn't matter if you've forgotten.
Right.
Ace is going to be the first ban. Dokubi will be followed up. So Ace is an interesting one. Sometimes we see the Hibana or the Maverick to sort of try and keep the hatches closed. Ace not so good on the hatches. 2 out of 3 Selmas required to open just one of them. So definitely a different thought process there.
Yeah, I think it's more for getting things like Church Wall safely. At range, you can open these things up without any real bother. Truthfully, I think Hibana is, again, every team has their preferences, but I think Hibana's really strong for this map as well.
So
Queen of the Hatches.
That's what I mean. I'm sort of like, if it is aimed at Ace opening things up, you're just going to bring Hibana. I don't know. I just feel like maybe if that's the reason for it, if it's targeting somebody, sort of fair enough. If it's just because
It's
you
also
can
the
breach your
gun.
range or because of this, because, he's a reasonably good operator, but I feel like you're just going to bring Hibana and
I think most on the day would
you
say
could probably get better value out of an attacker ban is what I'm saying.
People probably think that Ace as well. His gun arguably is better than the Type 89. I think most would rather pick that over the Type 89 going into a gunfight. I ain't one of those people. I friggin' love the Type 89, but here we stand. Let's see how things shape up. Then the other ban that's well worth noticing on the attacking side was that the KB, fair play to Anne. 10 points. She called out on the desk. We could see that band away here. Just give yourself some more space, make it less oppressive. That's exactly what they've gone for. Otherwise, once again, it's those same 2 bands of the Azami and the Solus coming out. Azami, no big surprise, really makes downstairs a bit of a headache to attack for the attackers, obviously.
Attack for the attackers.
Yeah, weird that, isn't it? The ability for the Azami as well to make use of the kind of like beams that run across the downstairs means you can really reduce how exposed you are to the kitchen hatch, which gives you a lot more mobility on the downstairs, and that's assuming they even get through the hatch in the first place. Shouldn't be too bad here. You've got things like the Thatcher on side, you've got the hard breach gadgets, you've got the Hibana. If they want something open, Heroic will get it open.
Absolutely no excuse not to, is what I would say.
Unless you get
unless
killed on the way in.
somebody is able to pick up that opening frag. Tyrant is going to be the one lurking around the top of main stairs. Drones are raining in, and I think he's actually going to dip back as I am talking. He certainly is. We see him down in the site. So not a particularly big presence off site from Eminem. Less than 30 seconds in, and they're all back on site. They've pretty much given up the position at top main and just dropped back. They know that Heroic will need to do a little bit of clearance just to ensure. You can see Uno is up there at the minute, but overall the reality is that they're going to be attacking onto site pretty quickly here, Heroic.
No, didn't catch it. A little bit more. If you go a little bit deeper, you'd find it. It's a little bit. I'm going to say deeper, I mean further down the beam. You can't go any further across, otherwise it would be on the ceiling.
No.
And easily killable.
Instead, he's going to switch across to the Molotov hatch. Just going to electrify that. Nif playing on the Kaid. I think just trying to keep it tricky, trying to invite them in a little bit. Maybe you just catch somebody out as they've applied pellets. The problem is when it's the Hibana opening them, it's going to be 2 pellets at a time. And even if you do catch them, it's really not that big a deal for the Hibana.
I was curious where his other ex-Kairos went, because he's already burnt through a couple of them. Other hatches have still stayed closed for the most part, but we move. Onwards they march. That'll be the kitchen hatch getting opened up. So except for one, that is all hatches opened up. Moto, I think you do want open, at least as an option later into the round, rather than just relying on these 2. But for now, they're just dumping all their utility down here, making sure they can clear through that shield that sits up towards AKs. Overall looking pretty good. Second, third EMP over the top to make sure this definitely gets opened up. That is hatch opened. Good work by Heroic, but Tim, it has taken them 90 seconds to get to this point where they can now start thinking about executing.
It has. I don't think that's the end of the world. Quite often executes onto Church and Arsenal will be in the last 15-20 seconds. We've seen it so many times. So I think they're still pretty much ahead of the curve here. They need to obviously think about progressing. They want to, if they can give themselves a second bite at the cherry, then that's the optimal. Uno is just going to go running in. There is a chance he's going to get this down.
Great answer.
Brilliant. Toxic Babe coming in there, and Tyrant is able to mop that up. Diffuser's down. Blaz gets picked up 5 versus 3, and that's a great response from Eminem.
It's something a couple of teams have said is, not enough teams are making use of the pillar plant, but Heroic give it a go. Eminem are there straight away with an answer with that smoke, and they punish them hard for it. Get Diffuser down, force things into a 5 versus 1. Really smart defense. Again, great idea by Heroic, but they are not going to be able to convert this into a round win.
Definitely not. Kayak just tries everything he can from bottom main stairs, but it is surely going to tick away. The time will be over, and Eminem will pick up that first round. Church and Arsenal. Not the end of the world for Heroic in terms of Clubhouse, but I think the overall problem is that these rounds start to really compound. They start to really work against you, Des. That's now 10 rounds that have been played between these two sides, and Heroic have only won 2 of them. It's 8-2 2 overall across the 2 maps, and that's where it starts to become a real problem and starts to grind Heroic down, I think.
Well, going now into what has very quickly become the second site on this map of Gym and Bedroom. Cash CC has sort of been put on the back burner for most teams, most preferring not to go to it, given the direct breach in towards site that just slices the whole thing in half. Becomes very, very difficult to hold on to. So Gym Bedroom is where things are at, and Heroic straight away identifying in towards that are looking to rotate over and bring in the Ying. Now, I normally look at things like this and just think, actually, Ying, genius idea. For teams that are struggling to really get too much done, the Candelas are just a brute force, give us ground control that we need. And sometimes you look at it and go, okay, well, it's purely based on executing. It isn't always. Some teams make use of it to get areas of large parts of the map very, very quickly. Any players in the vicinity are basically guaranteed to be flashed, so if you don't need it for the execute itself, it's just good to get map control very quickly. What are Heroic struggling for on last map? Sometimes it was map control. So I'm glad to see that they've got this here as an option to make use of, given it was banned by Eminem on the previous map.
We're gonna have,
I love that as well. Just electrification everywhere.
Place and forget. You don't need to try and actively bandit trick. It's annoying. It's just burning utility. You know, yes, Thatcher is available. Hasn't been brought this round. So work is going to have to be done just to clear that off so that you can get that cache wall open. Of course, sorry, the CCTV wall open. They want that CCTV wall because they want to control the walkway. They want to control the windows. And they can't do so without getting control of CCTV first. So definitely, like, work needs to be done. Nade will come in nice and easy, clear that out, and that's going to enable them to open the wall. But it's 45 seconds rather than 15 seconds.
And now they've got to deal with the cache and the garage hold. So you've gone through step 1, but now there's another hurdle that's got not just 1 layer to it, but 2. The first one was like a tutorial level. There were no players to contest with. It was utility. It was static. It doesn't fight back. Now you've got 2 players ready to bear down on you, as 3 of you have tried to put focus on pushing in on this side of the map. And Eminem is doing the great job, I think, of trying to burn through time. A total opposite approach to what we saw in round 1 when they were all back on site inside 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think Tyrant's committed to playing his life here. He's not going anywhere. You can see that he's halfway through the round already. They're still trying to push for prod. The problem is it's Uno who's going to be going in underneath potentially. He needs some serious help from Blaz here because they don't want to have that diffuser down, losing the hard breach. He doesn't know about that.
Try.
Tyrant gets a little bit carried away there, goes over the top rope, but the elbow drop will not land. Uno will be downed though, and the problems continue for Heroic, but they have solutions all over as Kayak manages to find users. 5 versus 3 with plenty of time left.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills is a great spot to be in this case. Sure, you've almost lost Uno on the way through, but you've managed to force away 2. Maybe players that you're not too bothered about losing as the defenders. Sure, you lose the guns, but the gadgetry is already down. On the defensive side then, 2 Electro Bros in the Kaid and the Bandit. We've got the C4 still in back pocket too. Also looking in towards the smokes. There's still quite a bit of a capability of time wasting really for Eminem here. And we're coming into the last 45. This is where Skiddy on that Ying is really going to come into his own. 2 smokes in back pocket. 4 Candelas still to work with. But Heroic haven't yet got the West Breach opened up, which really can be a bit of a lifeline here.
Certainly could. Blaz is working his way through very cautiously underneath. Makes me look over at the drones. They've still got 6 active and left in the field. So
did they miss it?
I think just surprised that Blaz is maybe being so
they've got
cautious.
the one downstairs. They've got the Electro Core on this wall as well, so it's not just the Bandit batteries, but this is up here as well. That's going to catch them off guard, and now Heroic are going to panic a little bit. They've got to make this work. They're panicking. They're going to lose their jobs, Tim. They're going in for a plan, but there's still 3 standing.
Kayak is going to be getting that diffuser down, though. Maybe he can stick this. No, important kill from Nello, and he finds himself a second Skiddy onto Solotov. It's all falling apart. Nello with a massive 4K to win the round out for Eminem, and an inability to clear the utility has really cost Heroic.
Maybe not losing the jobs, but losing the place in phase 2. That's a better way of putting it. Just... you could see it building up to it as well. You know, shout out to Medics as well, because he caught it. The electric claw that was on that wall as well. The Bandit batteries were bait. They were in a spot where they shot them out and thought, cool, wall's open. Kayak was like, no, guys, it's still electrified. We can't get West Breach open. So then they had to have this flood coming in from the east side through construction. They were held off by a smoke canister. It was just beautiful utility use coming out from Eminem. We said about the potential delay factor with the C4 on side. We had the electrification. We had the smoke canisters. And Eminem play it beautifully. Sure, big on Tonello as well for getting a 4K, but really capitalised on the panic created by a really well-rounded team setup.
Here we go then.
I feel that's as close as Heroic will get as well.
I don't disagree with you at that point. I just feel like Eminem have come in here super prepared. They're playing fantastically well in terms of understanding what Heroic are going to try to do. They seem to have the answers at every turn, and I'm loving what I'm seeing.
I'm also relatively interested in what's happening here. Construction hatch has been opened up. We've got castle barricades going in down.
It's holding Lounge into Garage. It's just trying to hold on to Garage catwalk.
But look how locked up it is.
We've seen it once or twice before.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an older setup. You've really got to hold on to Lounge, but if you achieve it, it's fantastic. It'll make it very, very difficult for Heroic potentially.
Well, it does mean that Heroic need to fight over that downstairs first. They need to get the below control, yes.
Zophia's going to be particularly important with the ranged utility to be able to clear those castles out.
Very much so, and it's that's really all they've got. I mean, you've got frag grenades, but I think any will know. Frag grenades aren't really the most reliable at getting rid of castle barricades or just general barricades, as it might come down to it. Here we go on the drone on through. They know that someone's lurking around down here, but haven't quite found their man yet. But it's Solotov who is lurking, just ready and waiting, probably not aware that he's sat right on top of a drone in his current position. And Skiddy's wanting to blow this one away, get himself the angle upstairs, finds the man, but almost loses his own life first, down to half HP.
Tyrant users managed to find 2, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it's 5 versus 3, 5 versus 4, 4 versus 2 as an absolute flurry of kills rain in. The latest Solotov onto Skiddy, leaving us in a position now where Heroic are seriously on the back foot because they don't have garage control because they haven't been able to clear users out. They go looking for an alternative angle, but guess what's there? Another castle barricade. They just cannot approach directly. And this has been a beautiful hold from Eminem. It's one that you won't get away with every time, but they have certainly taken the opportunity to do it this time.
It's very much caught Heroic by surprise, I think. Whether or not they didn't have drones inside the building or what, I'm not sure, but identifying this and you see how heavily committed they are to the downstairs, you think maybe you'd see a little bit more of an attempt to really fight this one out. Really beautiful setup, a great way to adapt around, again, what's normally seen as a very difficult site. Sees the man stepping up, misses the headshot, but goes on the second time of asking. Down goes Blaz. Uno is all that is left standing. I don't think they've destroyed a single castle barricade this round, by the way, Tim.
No, as I say, they had the Zofia that could do it at range. Otherwise, you're looking at exothermics, you're looking at, physically hitting the barricade, and it's just not really a great way of doing it. You needed that option, and they've come in here. The thing is, let's not forget, attacker repick is a thing. They'll have gone through, they'll have seen castle, they should have seen that barricades were being deployed, and maybe should have brought a little bit more utility to deal with it. Round 2, they struggle with the utility, don't clear the electrification. Round 3, struggle with the utility, don't clear the castle barricades. It's something that Heroic need to address.
Sees the booty? No, he can't shoot the booty. This is one of those rounds I think that's going to peter out just towards its end anyway. And wouldn't be surprised if the same is back on Oregon after 3 rounds. When Eminem were up 3-0, we saw a tactical timeout coming in for Heroic. Something's telling me we need to have it, and there you go. Medics just told me they have called a tactical timeout. So after this round is done and dusted, yes, there will be a conversation because they sorely need to get things back on track. This is going the same way as Oregon did, Tim.
They really... The thing is, I look at it and I say, right, what do they do? And it's a difficult question, maybe Fresh can give us a little bit more information on it. What are you thinking, Fresh?
I think it's absolutely right that they take the tactical timeout again after round 3. They won't be happy about having to use it at this point, but realistically, Heroic have been outclassed in all but 1 round of this entire best of 3 so far. And genuinely, I think Eminem are outthinking them. Like you said, you just made the point about the lack of factor in round 2, but bringing the factor in round 3 when it wasn't necessarily needed. They need to be using the drone war. I don't even really mind if it means you've losing all 5 drones in prep phase. Deal with that problem later down the line, but at least get a foothold in the map. Find out what you're against. Bring the right operators by utilizing the attacker repick and actually get a foothold in the map. Clubhouse is a very checklist map. It's very 1, 2, 3. Everybody knows how to do it. Every team should have practiced it and should know how to do it. It's a real test of the leadership on the team, their thinking, the IGLs, that how they can think and navigate their teams around, but also being able to coordinate with each other and bring the right operators for the right situation, which Heroic are currently not. Eminem are absolutely beating them, but Heroic are not helping themselves with their operator lineups.
I think go back to what you said there about it being a checklist map as well, Tim. It's been the kind of statement about Clubhouse for years now, and why we see it as a basic map is it is checklisty. The problem is, if your checklist is how to build a dining room table and you've got a wardrobe in front of you in flat pack furniture, it's of no use to you.
Certainly not. You're just going to have to try and imagine what it should look like. And right now, the imagination of Heroic looks all but spent, Des, because they just could not find their way around any of those problems that were in front of them. You know, at the end of that round, every castle barricade was still in position that kept the Valkyrie safe inside of Lounge. It's a great way of holding on to Garage if you can get away with it. And we know how important Garage is on that site. If you can't get Catwalk, you have to go for a master-sided take. You have to get into construction. Where was that option from Heroic? You know, they just kept playing, like kept banging their head into the same problem.
I think Eminem here will be back on site pretty quickly again as well. Really, the only one who's out roaming, air quotes right now, was Tyrant on the Warden. Trying to snap around a couple of drones, and still is doing so, actually looking in towards Bar, hoping to get rid of a couple of those, I think, or any would-be fast movers on the side of Heroic. There's one drone, immediately backs himself away, and Doom has just been picked off. Where? Oh, that's pretty filthy. That's horrific.
It's one of those days for Heroic, I think, where everything's just going against them. You know, every time you look away from an angle, you'll get shot from it, and, you know, we've all been there.
Lord, that is a really garish scope, isn't it?
We're going to have the Cade Electrical applied, and I think, again, it's just a case of, like I suggested last time out, maybe have a little look. Oh, there's no electricity on there. Get some X-Kairos pellets, but it's on its way, and they just need to be very careful about that. I don't know if there's any information. The EMP is going to come out, which is going to mean this is unsuccessful. So well played from Heroic. They get themselves the kitchen hatch open nice and easily. And if you remember, I said dealing with utility. Got to deal with the utility better. They've done a much better job of it there.
Giving themselves the option to work in through dirt here as well, just opening up that crouch size hole. Not really the kind of entry you want into dirt, knowing someone could be peeking onto you, but it's all you've really got to work with at the moment. It gives themselves options. Kitchen's opened up, they've got dirt to push in through. No doubt they'll start thinking about Moto as the other alternative to push in. They've still got a couple of micro EMPs, impact EMPs as well to play around here, really making sure they can get through these Cade Electroclaws if they had lost the Thatcher, which I think is a good kind of double down on what they need to be doing here. Here they go on the march on 4. Blaz dropping straight in and wants to try and make something happen here.
I like that. It's pretty clever use of the MP there, just taking out the proximity alarm and giving the opportunity to get in there without them being aware of that. Manages to get a kill. Blaz gets a second, and Blue has very quickly become a problem. Blaz is able to walk into sight, find himself 3 now. Skiddy is down, though. It's effectively 2v2.
I mean, at that point, again, Blaz has got a 3K and done it all for Heroic, and they still can't convert the round out. Uno, once again, is the last man left standing. He must be sick and tired of seeing 1vx flashing up on the screen, and normally you'd love a 1vx against Eminem, the kind of team that loses them like no one's business, but here, they are not playing today. They get the close down, despite Blaz yet again having another wonderful round that should have seen Heroic through to a round win, Tim.
Eminem look really impressive at the minute, and let's not forget, by getting this win, they move forward in the decider bracket, but they put themselves in a position where they just need one best of 3 win to get through to the major. That could be against Wild. It could be, if they lose against Wild in the next match, that would still get them then through to phase 1 of the major. So they will just need one more win to guarantee themselves a position in Copenhagen. And what a great performance. I talk often about form in tournaments and hitting it at the right time. And Eminem, they've had a good group stage, don't get me wrong, but what a time to really hit form coming in here.
Well, it's great fun because after this they play against G2, which is going to be a great game.
Are they on the G2 side?
They're on the G2 side,
right,
yeah.
Sorry, I thought they were on
remember,
the wild side.
Doki was really gutted about potentially playing against VP, and then he's like, okay, no, it's Heroic or Eminem.
Yeah, I mean, the situation remains the same. One best of 3 win will see them in the major after this.
What I do love about that is I know like Doki's really good friends with a lot of these boys. Obviously, all from the UK scene. You know, Doki used to play for what formerly was Eminem, like just everyone obviously did for him before the roster got picked up by Na'Vi back in the old days as well. So they just know each other really, really well. It'll be a really good competitive game between the two sides. At the very least, I'm hoping so. You never know, so there might even be a surprise waiting there where if Eminem keep playing like this, they could beat G2.
They could. Doki and Nif were on Na'Vi together as well. So yeah, plenty of stories there. Should Eminem get the win, there is still a chance for Heroic, and I know you might sit there and go, Ace, what are you talking about? But until a team is done, we have seen it. We have seen teams within 1 round and they still come back and can get the win. It is still possible. Has the C4 been recollected?
Yes.
Yes, he's
stuck it on the hatch. Yeah.
Brilliant.
And there we go. EMP's at the very least serving them pretty good here as well, as finally we've got West Breach open. Last time round, that was the real
much better job
decider, because Kayak couldn't come pushing in with his team to flood from multiple directions. Instead, it was all about the construction push through smoke, so it wasn't really ideal for the side of Heroic. But given how close they got last time round, if you're favouring them to win a round, it's probably going to be this one.
Kayak's just going to be holding an angle from the rooftop. I think he's just preying on the possibility of that little peak to come out from Dirt Tunnel. Anybody who doesn't know it, give it a whirl in rank. Get yourself down Dirt Tunnel if you're defending gym and bedroom. You punch a little hole in the wall, you can see up onto Jacuzzi balcony. See if you can catch anybody out with it. But we've got some Vault cams that are going to be feeding information in bar. They're going to not be aware of the man moving down main stairs, but the Ana is at least being seriously pinged out.
I'm hoping that they know about the sledge that's here as well. He's just about missed his chance there. Drone taken out for free at the very least. Only the second in the round. It's something else across a few of these rounds. It's Heroic actually have been pretty good with their drone play. They haven't lost tons, at least in the first 2 minutes of the round. So information hasn't really been what's been lacking. It's just been, as we've seen several times, the actual kill department is what's really let them down.
Solotov's going to start opening up some verticals. He's had enough of the yellow pings. He wants to take some action. Not going to find anybody at the minute. Blaz is trying to go fishing, but it's going to be Jum who manages to find one, manages to catch Nerf out, and that leaves us now in a 5v4, as you say, missing that Vault cam. That could be crucial.
I mean, literally staring at it as well, but I guess it's not really the kind of place you'd look. It looks like a normal light, I suppose. Here we go, though, trying to make that mark 4. The ADS being disabled out there as well might make a spot of bother for Yuzus. Jum's coming up here as well, but shot in the back. They're looking towards completely the wrong place. He's full white flash as well. The Alder rings through, and Eminem once again walk away with a small numbers advantage. This time it's Kayak left by himself in a 1 versus 2. Uno, I'm sure, breathing gay. I don't want to say a sigh of relief, but it's at least in that sort of direction. Yuzus and Tyrant standing up against him. This looks to be a 5-0, though, Tim.
Certainly does. 15 seconds left to go. Kayak, smart move, manages to recover that diffuser. Not going to have an opportunity to put it down. They know exactly where he is. The shots are raining in. It's chip after chip after chip. He's going to try to get that plank going on the other side of the reinforcement, just baiting them out for the time being. 4 seconds left to go. Manages to get one. Surely not a second. Kayak in a 1v2. What a huge moment for Heroic. That could be the momentum shifter that they need. There is a long way yet, Des. A long, long way, but it has to start somewhere, and that could be the first step.
I mean, just to make it clear, Eminem are trolling. Like, why on earth you want to go for a swing when you know he's got 4 seconds on the clock, that he is forced to either push you, in which case you very clearly hear him coming towards the bedroom, or he's got to stick the plant, and what do? Both swing him. Not the play to go for, boys. I mean, admittedly, you're up 4-0. You won't mind a little bit of a 50-50, a chance to pad out the KD a little bit. You just pray now that doesn't come back to bite them in the end. Admittedly, Tim, they're still looking like the much more proficient team in this game. I wouldn't be too nervous if I were them. It is a little bit sloppy, though. It's a little bit of, I don't want to say fun, but they're really feeling themselves. They're fancying the chance. Still, a round that could have been won by Eminem, and they could have been done in time for supper.
They weren't feeling anything at the end of that last round, Des, because Kayak saw to that. The thing is, I was just about to praise Eminem there, and another thing that I've noticed that they're doing very well was it was 3v2. We saw the wall. We just saw the replay of the kill. We saw the wall get opened up, and Nello on the Maestro got taken out to level it at 2 versus 2. But whilst that was happening, Eminem had picked up another kill somewhere else, so it was then effectively the 2v1 that we ended the round with. And for me, I was just about to praise how well they've done that. It's about the 3rd time that I've seen them do it, where they're in a man advantage situation. We're watching from Heroic's point of view, and they get a kill, they get 2 kills. But I then look at the man count, and it's still a man advantage to Eminem because they've got a couple of kills somewhere else. You know, they're not allowing these things to slide. It's been very good so far, but they can't throw rounds away like that.
What I do find quite interesting here as well, we've just seen it from Nello, who's been scattering a lot of those bandit batteries around, and even when they've seen a Thatcher every single round so far, they've really committed hard to bringing Kaid and the bandit. I think on the expectation of, okay, you guys are bringing Thatcher and feeling like that's enough, you can't get rid of every single electrified object that we have got across the map, whereas a single wall, different single walls out towards the east, there's just so much going for them that they can't possibly deal with it all. It's really good stuff coming out of Eminem, and a very strong commitment towards the denial game.
June gets caught out by Nello there. He was just trying the little crouch walk up the stairs just to try and keep himself quiet on the Iana and get sort of action going on and maybe get into sight. I don't mind it from Heroic. They're trying to get something going, like I understand it. But Eminem, again, were just one step ahead and got the opener. Uno does take Nello down in what is essentially a very late trade there, leaving us now in a 4 versus 4 at the halfway mark. And not bad progress made from Heroic. They've got the breach open at least, but they're going to need another angle of attack. It's, you know, the same as we often say anywhere else. You can't just push in through one doorway, through one avenue. You've got to mix it up.
And they're really trying to decide here where to commit this last EMP as well that Skitty has got in back pocket. I think they really want to get rid of the Electroclaw as well, but it's simply not going to move anywhere just yet. Trying to catch Solotov out inside the bedroom, but nothing's going to happen there. And Blaz gets banged down to the ground, not yet taken out. But Eminem, even with the breach open up, are still keeping them at bait him. As if they got him with that as well. That's unreal.
Oh, it must have been right on the edge of the cloud there, but it was enough regardless to take Blaz down. 4 versus 3, 55 seconds left to go. Kayak's going to try and work his way up main stairs, maybe try and sink this with a logistics drop, but Solotov takes out one, uses the other, and it's all falling apart for Heroic in round 6. Kayak, he's done it once. Surely he can't do it twice. 1 versus 2 it was last time. Can he do a 1 versus 4? He's got the first kill that he needs. 35 seconds left to go, but he is 1-2 HP at the most.
This is the problem. 2 of them inside the lodge as well, just waiting for him. Now, last round I said it was all but impossible. This one genuinely does feel that way. There we go. Tyrant making up amends for previous rounds for his team. 5-1, Eminem in the half, Tim. And this is where we get onto the side that I was really curious about in the pre-game, given how it looks, or it doesn't really look, but how it plays out somewhat similar to how we were talking about with Oregon down in the basement. Eminem were extremely good at pushing their way through Oregon and getting control of pretty much every site. The nade kills that flew on through. I was curious about Heroic and saying, okay, well, where realistically do you go after you've gone through, you know, basement? The rest can be figured out, it feels, by Eminem largely. You know, I think Human Bedroom, I said, was the only site I thought they'd look overly comfortable on. But they're going to start things out in bar and stage and really try and surprise, I feel, Eminem here in this first defensive round.
Yeah, big risk. I think coming up with the site choice, I think it's maybe one of them situations where you've got to throw the dice, haven't you, at this point? You've just got to give it a go. The thing is, if they do get this, it's 5-2, then maybe then the thought process is we're confident Church and Arsenal, we're confident in a top floor site. If we can get those won, all of a sudden it's 5-4, and maybe we're in a little bit of a different ball game. So I don't hate it, but it certainly feels like a high-risk choice.
All right, let's see if that high-risk choice pays off for them. Still waiting again to see the Stars really step up big. And I spoke about Kayak a little bit earlier on, and I was it the game? I forget which game it was we cast. I think back in the first week when we saw him have some really good performances. I remember saying at the time, you know, for Kayak to really step up here and put up big numbers, I think for a lot of people, you know, without wanting to be too horrible about him, he was the IGL, didn't really step up big as a go-to fragger for these teams, which is why he's always kind of been, not the last pick in a way, but he's always been kind of on the teams that wouldn't necessarily take him on towards a big level. We saw him try on G2, for example. Here he is back on Heroic. I was really impressed, not just with his leadership abilities, but also his ability to frag out. He's doing exactly the same again here in this map. Sat currently at 7-4 and leading the way over, you know, entries that really should be shining in the likes of Doom and Blaz and even Skitty. 3 very, very capable players that just haven't really found their way into the game yet outside of Blaz.
No, it's a big start for Eminem there as well, taking down Blaz. He's one of the 2 sort of shining lights, really. Him and Kayak have been the ones that have been able to sort of do something within rounds, inject that bit of pace and energy into Heroic, but now one of them is off the board and it is not going to make life any easier. Nello is going to be bullying them with the Monty as well, which again is going to be another real sort of pain point for them trying to deal with that situation. We're going to have capture of gadget after gadget, and
he's only got one left to catch though.
Not looking good for Heroic.
No, I mean, the prox alarm, if you're going to play off it, then fair enough, otherwise it feels like a little bit of a wasted hack in a way. But truthfully, Bravo drones don't last all that long anyway. Normally they'll get sniffed out on their way working towards site because that's how it often looks. But it does let them kind of creep their way forward, and they're going in for a plant as well. The C4, oh my God! Alley-oop from Skitty!
Thrown from downtown and hits its mark. Absolutely beautiful through the hatch. Doom, he's going to continue getting aggressive in towards Lounge, but Nath does manage to take down Kayak, and once again, it's that same situation, Des. No matter what happens to Eminem, they seem to be able to fight their way back into rounds to level that man count and to give themselves at least an opportunity, a chance. You believe that they can always pull something out of the bag.
Whew, okay, 3v3 as we get into the last 60. Uno's seen enough of this nonsense, though. Down goes Nath, and that is control of main stairs and that main hallway established. These boys have got to make it work here. They bring down June, who's having a torrid time this game. 1-7 he currently sits at, not really having his impact felt. Can the last two, though, hold on against Eminem?
So much time available for them. 40 seconds, drones left available as well. There's actually 7 on the field. I'd comment on that from Heroic as well. Not doing fantastic then in the information game, and that's not even including the clutch drone that you just saw from Brava. You know, so plenty of information here for the Eminem boys to work from. 20 seconds left to go. They're going to grab that diffuser. They know the angles of danger, but if they're able to push in and start putting a plant down, this could be a possible.
Going really deep on this one. I quite like it, actually. As long as they don't know where he's planting, this will come out really well. They've got to hold the cross, mind you. Skiddy's in a good spot to be able to get through the floor here. A call at the last second to step away. He's got to make the plant work, but the vertical might work against them here if they're not too careful. Bing's coming through, sprays through the floor, but Yuzus gets to finish it off. He came so close. He had the right position, but couldn't find his man. Looks like it's going to be 6-1 to Eminem, unless Skiddy can clutch.
He's really going to have to find these 2 kills first. There is no way around it, and they've managed to get themselves into a great cross here. 1 on either side. Skiddy can't fight both at the same time, but they allow him to take them 1 at a time, and that is a big mistake from Eminem. They had them on either side, Des. They did such a great job of getting that diffuser down, and they just didn't push quickly enough when 1 challenge was taken. You've got to be there, ready to impact on it, and what a clutch coming in from Heroic.
What I'll definitely give to Skiddy there, though, is isolating those 1v1s. Yep. We talk about it all the time in these 1vx's, is don't let them come for you in a crossfire. If you've got to go to them, try and isolate those gunfights, and he did that perfectly. Making sure the brick walls was to his right, so the Lion could not get involved, wins the first 1v1, and spins on the dime for the second. Great play by Skiddy. But I can't help but come back to the only 2 rounds they've won has been off the back of 2 1v2s, 1 by Kayak and 1 by Skiddy. This C4.
It's just unreal, isn't it?
Bloody.
Just watch the arc on this. It's Skiddy as well. You know, what a way to start a round and what a way to end it. He's practiced that one. Practiced that one.
He's
No
been
2 ways
in
about
practice
it.
a good few times.
I was hoping we were going to get a replay of this. Just watch Tyrant here. He actually starts trying to body block. He's not even looking for the... He's in ADS, but he's just trying to get himself in the way of those bullets, and I don't hate it. I think, you know, what a great teamwork there, just trying to soak up some damage to ensure that diffuser goes down. But at the end there, the timing was just half a second off, Des, and it shows the fine margins that we are working with. That is agonising for Eminem. They should be 6-1 up.
Would you take a bullet to me like that? In Siege?
No.
In Siege?
Absolutely not.
What?
There's no way you'd be planting.
There is.
There's no way you'd be planting with,
I play a lot of Ace.
with me left alive.
That is a good point. I'll drop the diffuser and tell you to take
exactly that. There's
I'm
absolutely
your cover man.
no
I'm
way.
your cover man.
I'll be honest, I wish a few people, you know, I'm not naming any names, but I'm wishing a few people would start body blocking some bullets to me when I'm planting. They know.
They know. And they happen to be in this room.
Nah, Fresh is good cover.
Is he?
Yeah.
All right.
Eustace picks up an opener onto Skiddy, so the hero of the last round is going to be taken out early in this one.
That's the thing, right? These moments of joy for her, I mean, they wouldn't even call it a moment of joy. We saw the player cams after. The players looked a bit serious and no one else had an expression on their face. They are very short-lived. They know the pressure they're under. They know it feels like a mountain to climb at this point.
Going to take out the Gemini decoy there, so they will know the position, but no, they're not going to react to it, and Doom is able to take out Solotov from CCTV window. That's a beautiful kill coming in from Heroic there. It's, you know, sometimes you got to make a move, Des. Sometimes you got to show that aggression, and that's exactly what they've done. I don't know if they know one's following behind. Tyrant does. Nello manages to take out Uno. Blaz on the trade, but it's all now down to Kayak once again. But Des,
what a weird round.
1 versus 3. This seems to be the sort of situation Heroic thrives in. So.
I mean, Kayak and Skiddy especially, yeah, it's almost like they're putting themselves in these situations deliberately now. But what's most interesting about this is it's a downstairs defense, but Heroic have gone super aggressive in trying to take gunfights around the map, and they have paid the price where Eminem have just come ahead in every single fight. And even when Heroic have got one back, Eminem are straight there to recapitalize again. Really good round from them once more, and with 60 seconds to play, Eminem, I'm crossing my fingers when I say this, have no excuse to lose.
Mozzie drone is just going to prevent access to the drone, the Mozzie pest rather, just preventing access to the drone. Kayak able to take it down, but still 1 versus 3. Let's not forget, 48 seconds left to go. I like that Eminem aren't rushing this. You know, you don't want them to be throwing themselves into these situations, given how 2 of them have gone so far in this matchup. You know, Kayak has really got his work cut out, takes down another drone, still 5 on the field though. It's not going to be easy. He's got his teammates on comms, just looking at the cams, trying to feed any information they can, and Kayak just trying to be as slippery as he can down on that bottom floor, but it's unlikely to be successful. I think Nath could get the diffuser down here.
I mean, he's not sitting by himself. He's looking for these 1v1s again, but Yuzu's just crouched down. Kayak not quite able to react in time. Again, I did like how he was moving around. He wasn't trying to make it too
good,
obvious.
Good effort.
Yeah, exactly that.
Nice try.
Nice. NT
in the chat.
NT.
Didn't work out for him.
But by the looks of it, Heroic are running on empty.
It's certainly looking that
They're
way.
coming into the last round. They've got, again, 4 rounds to win back. It's an exact replica of what happened in the last game. Map.
I'm sure there's going to be, you know, I'd expect there to be a lot of frustration coming out of, you know, Heroic after this. They've met an Eminem team that have been very good, but equally, you know, they know that they can be much more competitive than this. They've shown it is through the stage. They've just really not shown up on the day, and unfortunately, that does happen sometimes. It's just, you know, wrong performance, wrong time, and it's going to see them down in the LCQs.
That's it. Well, hopefully they can rally themselves back together, because they started this stage strong. They looked really good on the first day with their 7-0. All right, maybe we should stop saying that. They look good over TT9. Most teams have with that 7-0. There was traces of brilliance in there as well. You know, you've seen the odd moment out of players like Blaz today. Kayak and Skiddy have had their moments in the limelight as well. But it's about making it consistent is the issue that currently they're missing on. And I'm hoping we do see it come out in the LCQs. Time will tell on that front. But here we go with what could be the last round.
Here we go then, Jim and Bedroom it will be. Can Heroic show us anything better? Doom is currently still deploying cams around the map. One goes in lounge. Oh no, it was all the way down in blue actually, I think he was when he deployed that camera. So interesting that they're concerned with the entirety of the map, not just what's going on the top floor. Doom going to be heading his way back up now. We've got the bandit batteries applied to east wall. All looking pretty standard so far.
There we go.
Maybe not quick enough on this one, though. That's going to get opened up, no problem.
There we go. Stuck a black eye just right above it, though, as it opened up, which they might not have seen on the drone in the first place, because they feel they've already got the knowledge they need of that breach, so could prove to be a really effective cam coming out from June. Don't believe it would have been taken out there either as well. Maybe not quite what you were looking for with the X-Kairos, but the next couple do work out. But here they go. With being able to trick them away, that mirror is going to stay online.
Slightly too quick a quick peek, and Skiddy able, as you say, to deal with those. Uno's going to continue playing in the shower for the time being, and he's going to make, obviously, that jacuzzi breach a difficult place to be able to push from. Nath, however, is going to open up the construction wall, and as you will see, Skiddy's everywhere. He tries to go for it, but he knows he's too late. Once the exothermic, once you can hear it, once it's there, it's just too late. June manages to get a double in the round, though, to kick things off. Heroic 3 versus 5. They're in the advantage here, and they're looking pretty good, but no, Nello manages to walk in and get Kayak. Can he find himself another?
Created a lot of space for his team there as well, I think, by making that breakdown main stairs. If it didn't work out, they'd be sat in a 2v5. So with that play, opens things up at least a little bit for his team. Kind of puts a thorn in the side of Heroic, who've now got to be mindful of a player that's, you know, in enemy territory on main stairs and is threatening the movements they're possibly allowed to make. But now really the onus comes onto the other 2 players and Eminem and what they can do.
Just got a good view from the drone there of Nath onto a player. Don't have any nades, so they can't really impact on this underneath. But still, we know that information is king in Siege. So if they can at least utilise that position, there could be a freebie coming around. They know to expect it, but no, users unable to find that Blaz. Even with the information working against him, still finds his man, and it's Nath left all alone out on the balcony in a 1v4.
All right, so Heroic do extend it at least by another round here. Still 3 more to go if they want to try and send us back to overtime and potentially onwards towards Chalet, but it feels like a big ask at this point. For Eminem as well, it kind of proves to be a slight timeout for them here to have a conversation about how they close this out in the next round. The difficulty for Heroic being, Tim, let's not forget, they've got to rotate through all 3 sites they've played so far on this map as well to try and make this work.
Yep, Nath just having a little wiggle around under the window there, maybe hoping to pick himself up a kill or two, but Uno is well aware of his position and he's not going to give himself away so easily. So the time will tick by, the round will go to Heroic, and we will find ourselves at a position where Heroic at least have got themselves another round back, 5-3, but Eminem, you just feel, sorry, 6-3, you just feel there's, it's a matter of time at this point. Heroic, there's no more mistakes left for them. They're really going to have to battle hard to close this out.
The thing is as well, Eminem have got all the potential in the world here to pull out a rush round or do realistically anything they want to try and make this work. Again, 3 rounds to play with, 3 different sites to rotate through, assuming Heroic keep on winning. At some point, I do feel like that armor is going to crack.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think there's a matter of time. Eminem are going to have their opportunity, and with the way they've played so far, outside of the 1vx's, you do feel like they're going to take that opportunity. They're going to step through it now. A slightly different setup coming out of Uno. It's only marginally. The rotation is still there into blue, just in a slightly different position. Actually quite like this. He's got his deployable shield so he can play on towards Moto as well. He's actually going to take the reinforcement closer in towards that blue wall, maybe prevent any sort of utility being dumped into sight from the hatch. I quite like that.
Alrighty, into the basement we go. Normally the go-to site on this map as well, so maybe you're feeling a little more optimistic about Heroic's chances to win things out here. That mirror on side once again pointed in towards blue. Not sure whether they're going to skip the second one, probably inside of church, looking on towards main stairs. They are kind of the go-to locations on this site. One more reinforced, one less soft, gives them the ability to sidestep that mirror window and spray towards main stairs as and when they fancy the opportunity.
Let's see what Eminem do then. They're going to be going in trying to clear out. They've got, I think it's Doom on the warden just out on the roaming bar, supported a little bit by Blaz, but it doesn't look like they're going to overcommit, much like Eminem didn't, to be honest with you. They started in a similar position and then just pushed themselves back to site after 30 seconds. It looks like that is pretty much the same game plan for Heroic. So Eminem need to recognise this, get themselves in quickly, take control. They can take the top 2 floors, start opening hatches. They've got the utility on side. They've got the Thatcher EMPs. They've got everything they need in order to do that, and then just really start pressure inside as soon as possible. Really put Heroic under it here, I think. Get them backs to the wall and let them know that you're out to win.
I think running in it's nice as well. About 45 seconds into the ball clock to right. No one's around. Let's get on drones. Let's get ourselves set up for the rest of this round. As every single player pretty much dived onto drones. In fact, you can see it now. Outsider users just getting off. All 5 players on drones to make sure they can watch the flanks. They can get the information they need and decide what the push is going to be. And I imagine there's going to be, again, a focus on getting the Moto hatch opened up, given the fact that the stock one is soft. So 2 hatches to worry about. Maybe dirt to worry about opening up as well. And then they can start pulling off the execute they're thinking about. Where are the EMPs going to come in is the big question as well, I imagine here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of juggling of the electricals. As I said, the Kaid tricking, it is a difficult one to pull off, much more so than things like bandit tricking, but obviously not possible on hatches, so you're sort of limited really to that option. But a couple of EMPs will usually do the job. As you'll see, the second one comes out. As that goes off, it will disable the claw, and that is going to be the hatch open for Eminem. 1 minute 10 left to go, and I'd like to start seeing some kills coming in. We're still at 5v5. Eminem don't want to leave it too long.
That shield, I imagine, below. Okay, no shield there. It's already gone. So, bit of a precarious spot for Doom here where he could be pushed onto pretty hard, but looking at Heroic, they're stacked up so much out towards the east, all ready to go for this one, and yep, Doom has actually got the shield still in back pocket. He could drop that down now that everything else has come out, and there we go. Out it comes, shields back up. Even though the nades have all rained on through, this is going to stay put, Tim.
Solotov is going to find an opener onto Skiddy, though. That is a big start for Eminem. 35 seconds left to go, but it feels like it's going to come down to one of those last 10-second bloodbaths that we so often see here, and then it is absolutely anybody's. It's not really something I think that Heroic want to face. They'd rather get themselves into a position of advantage, but there's nothing else they can do
Solotov
other than wait. Blaz managed to pick up one, June with another on Tonello, and it's looking like Heroic are taking the advantage.
June.
Beauty from June, but 2v2, Des.
And here they come as well. One's trapped here inside of dirt. They just need to hold the angle. This should be done and dusted as long as they don't lose another 1v2. Uno steps up to the plate, but he can't do it. Eminem take the win, a pretty cozy 2-0, and they proceed to fight against G2 on Monday.
What a matchup that's going to be. I'm expecting to see great things out of this Eminem side after that performance. A good understanding of what was needed from them and just clinical most of the time. There's a couple of bits they can work on there, but overall, very, very good from Eminem. Impressed with them and one win away from a major spot. I wouldn't go against them getting there at this rate.
No, like I say, given how they've played today, outside of the 5 rounds where they've given, a Blaz, a 4K, a couple of 1v2s being given away, there's silly little things like that because they were winning so convincingly. I thought they were really impressive. I think they could probably beat G2 when they play against them next week.
I think it's going to be a very good matchup. That much I will say for sure.
Who walks away the winner on that one? Depends, really comes down to on the day, I think,
Spicy.
as well.
Yeah.
You just can't ignore the Ben just been really having a bit of a stage, though.
Pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. Kind of a world champion, 31 days after joining the team.
Not a big thing.
Not a big deal. That's it for our series, though. 2 very quick 2-0s, Tim.
It is.
And that's what's done casting together this stage as well.
It is for the stage.
Moski, you're
I'm going to stick around
you're
for
around
a couple
of
more
weeks.
play days.
You're helping out Em and Hap on some long play days.
Yeah, there's a couple of long play days that I'll be around, so don't worry. You'll see a little bit more of me, a little bit less of Des, but it is what it is.
I'm Moski to Barbados, put my feet up and have a pina colada.
You look like it in that shirt.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Milosh and the desk will break it down for you. See you in the post show.
What?
Where is that?
Oh, come on.
Ooh,
That's ridiculous, by the way. That's ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Jack Doki Robertson.
Hi, my name's Mark Steinman. My game attack is Tume.
I'm Tyrant, also known as Luke.
My name's Noah, and my in-game name is Noah Urs.
So I'm Bibu.
I'm Leon Giddens, also known as Leon Gids.
I'm ready to play the game and guess where the drone are.
I actually don't know. I'm going to say bank the drone hole into server.
That's, I think, a drone hole, or is that a microwave?
I've seen that microwave many times in my lifetime. Many maps, but I'm certain this is the bank one.
And there's like a microwave on every single map, so I'm just going to go with cafe.
Oh, it's the microwave. If someone gets that right, that's like no life material.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you play this game too much. You know what microwaves look like.
It's a constant microwave. I would have never guessed that anyway.
If it's anything like that, I may have lost this whole game.
I was actually so ready for this game, I thought it was going to be easy.
These ones are actually hard. I'm gonna guess a villa in study.
Like a bathroom floor, bathroom stalls and border.
I can't think of a white carpet anywhere. I think it might be geisha room.
It's like a Asian carpet, like in geisha maybe.
I'm gonna go skyscraper.
One of the Eminem players is going to get this one right. I know that for sure.
Let's go, 2 points.
Every time I draw in geisha, I just see that in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, why is that even there?
Oh, it's a rug.
That's not fair. I'm going to say that for everyone I get wrong, that it's not fair.
Oh, that's villa on top main stairs.
On villa, let's just say I put my drone in plant pots too many times.
Oh, and we got it.
There's so many people that put their drones up there in the UL, and if they didn't guess it right, that's terrible.
What? Oh, it's that late.
So you give me a really easy one, and now you give me a really difficult one.
I think theme park, maybe somewhere in lobby.
I'm gonna say this one's on consulate as well, but only room I can think of is Visa.
I'm gonna go border break room.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Ooh, it is consulate, but it's Visa.
We're meant to be world champions, but apparently we know nothing about the game that we play.
Oh, this is easy. This is games inside the foosball table.
If it's not there, I'm going to retire from Siege. I'm never going to play again.
Yeah, let's go.
Easy peasy. But everyone's going to get that. No, man. I should have got that consulate one.
If anyone is going to beat me, I think it'll be Doki.
What's that, 3 points out of a possible 10?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm going to be in that top 2 definitely first, I reckon. I reckon no one else has got this right.
Hey, now people I didn't do anything. I'm not disconnected. It's not on me this time. Anyways, hello and welcome back. It is done. Eminem rollover heroic for map 2. Also, it got a bit dire at some point. We're thinking, oh man, are heroic going to bring this back? But Nello, by hiding behind the gym equipment, was more than enough to make it work. Hello, welcome back. I'm Melsh and Fresh. What's up?
Well, Eminem really steamrolled
You're
them.
lost for word.
Yeah, but it should have been a 7-0. It could have
Disappointing.
been a 7-0.
Should have been.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed, yeah. Heartbroken.
One thing I will say is genuinely from the bottom of my heart, I've been asking Eminem to step it up right through the groups. They didn't. They kind of just fell over the line in most games where they did just about enough. Today they turned up, they showed up, they flexed their muscles. They looked remarkably good. I think they actually strategically won all but 2 rounds. I know they lost 3 rounds in this map, and I know they lost 2 rounds in the previous map, but they controlled basically every single round apart from a couple. Obviously, there is one thing that they'll be talking about that they've been talking about since the depth of time. Stop losing the XV1s. Apart from that, what a bloody good day at the office for Eminem.
Boy, cool. What a day, isn't it?
And a good performance from the players as well. I mean, we're talking about the entries. Once again, on this map, they were a lot better than they were last week. So you got 7 out of 10 entries for this game. If you talk about strategical as well, that one round where they're playing downstairs in Lounge when they were holding on to Garrett with the mirror window, I just love these kind of creative ideas, and it seemed like Heroic didn't even contest it.
Our MVP for the series, for the map, Usus.
Yep.
Got consistent.
In the pre-game of this, I said Usus is best rated player on Eminem, but watch when he has to do Overwatch. Watch when he has to turn up with 2-3 kills to win a round. All the way back to Oregon, and I'm going to talk about both maps here. Very round 1 of Oregon, he found the entry pick. Then he found 2 kills on his own walking through Laundry to win that first round on the basement. In the very final round of this entire fixture, he's holding the dirt tunnel. He basically gets the kill into Church to make it a 2v1 and then holds the dirt tunnel swing and gets both kills. That Overwatch, that kind of intelligence he's got makes him quite a remarkable player.
He got the first 3 entries actually in Oregon and 1 more in this game as well. And indeed, that fragging power is definitely showing up, definitely performing today.
All right, let's have a chat then with our winners. Eminem. Hello, we're joined by Knife. Congrats on the win. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, mate, but I'm not too sure about that English impression you just did.
I'm sorry. If you have a problem...
It's all right, mate. Don't worry. we can all talk like this. Don't worry.
Look, I cannot enter the UK anyway, so that's another question for another day. Anyways, congratulations on the win. You made it quick. I mean, it was a short day thanks to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we played pretty well. I think we showed a better clubhouse than we did in the previous group stages games. But yeah, I don't think Heroic played bad either. I just think, I don't know, we were just on it today. Just quick and easy.
You're on it. Talk to me about the Oregon club picks. Were you just comfortable with the 2 maps? And had it gone to Chalet, would it have caused issues to you?
With Oregon, obviously we scrimmed Heroic a couple of times when the new roster formed before he all started. And we felt like Oregon was like a good pick for us, and we expected them to pick either Club or Villa, considering that's the only 2 maps we played in the group stages. So I think we were well prepared for those 2 maps.
You feel you've been, I guess, pretty good at hiding the depth of your map pool through the groups and now the first game of playoffs? Okay. All right.
No, we only played 2 maps, that's it. Actually 3 maps, never mind, Oregon.
Fair enough.
Take your notes, Titan. Take your notes, Titan.
You bet the analysts are looking at this as we speak. So there you go. I mean, honestly, there's no 2 ways around it. You guys played incredibly well. Everybody was showing up today. Honestly, talk to me about highlight players for you today. How did you enable plays like Nello and Gem or Tyrant or Usus in general to perform the way that they did today?
I'm sorry, that gym round, Nello's not said a single word. I've gone below and I've just seen his outline. I've just looked up his outline and he's going here, there, and next minute he's killed everyone. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, Nello, all the things that Nello says after is, I forgot to clip that. That's what he says. that's what he forgets to say. That's what he says.
Rule 1 of being a professional player in an official game, make sure your shadow play is on.
Exactly.
There
exactly.
You go. Now, the next step is G2. And it doesn't feel like G2 are going to make it easy. So what do you expect out of that game? Now, you have like some good relations, all the Eminem crew with the G2 ones, especially Doki.
I don't know that, guys. But apart from him, the rest of the guys are pretty good on that team. So we look forward to it. Obviously, we've played them quite a lot in practice, and obviously we didn't play them in the group stage. So, I mean, it'd just be good. Obviously, we're fighting for that top spot in EU, but I think just that bittersweet rivalry if we get that win tomorrow.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, you've said what you need to say. Anything you want to say then to fans before we wrap it up?
I'll say thanks to all the fans supporting. I'm glad we put on a show today. Hopefully, we can keep it up for tomorrow. And obviously, I don't know what else I was going to say. So see you later.
Thank you very much, Nave. There it is. Congratulations to Eminem taking down Heroic 2-0, making it look easy here in the playoffs bracket. Eminem will move on to play G2 next Monday, so tune in for that. Winner of the game goes to the major. Simple as they say.
Simple as.
Simple as. There you go. Thank you very much, Nave. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you later.
I know what he forgot to say.
What did he forget to say?
By the Eminem skin.
Yeah.
Oh, bring him back, bring him back, bring him back. He has to say it. It has to be quick. Congratulations. Hey, Nave. He just left. God damn.
No.
Wait, pull it back up. Who can do a Nave impression? Can you? You're English.
No,
I can't do my accent. So
He lives very far away.
I'll do a Nave impression.
Go on,
Bring it back up.
Give it to me, Losh.
Bring it back up.
His English is better than mine.
Bring the interview screen up. I know we still have it saved.
Just you with a picture with the...
Yeah. Nave, anything would like to say to the fans out there? Yeah, thank you very much for supporting us, and buy the Eminem skin in the store. Thank you very much, Milosh. There you go. Thank you very much, Nave. See you next time.
Oh, wow, what a good interview.
Incredible. He's always to the point.
They do have some of the best skins in the game, to be fair.
Yeah,
so, do bad.
It's a very cute one.
And now they'll have another skin in the game because they're playing G2 next week. Oh.
They thought it was tomorrow. I don't know why he thought that.
Because
just backing it up.
It's like,
get me in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Another
it's
best
like
three, let's go.
It's like for us, when you're so focused on it, your entire week and your entire month is built around the EUL play days.
True.
So like, okay, tomorrow just means Monday, the next EUL day. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
Live and breathe it.
It's only EUL exists for me. No.
It's the only region anyway.
So I go from EUL to EUL day. Yes. At this point.
It's like gym, EUL, gym, EUL.
Yeah.
That's the stream, siege, EUL, gym. That's the average AN week.
Yeah. Does sound like that.
Fair enough. Anyways, Eminem now have made it through. How do you expect that game, Eminem G2, to go?
Do you know what? I'm excited because genuinely these two teams, I think Eminem during Six Invitational probably showed that they're operating at a higher caliber than, even maybe the actual result of Six Invitational showed. They played very well throughout that. They warmed up into this. They looked excellent today. G2 World Champions. I think that game next week is going to be an absolute banger. Like, both teams, massive map pools. Both teams do the homework. Both teams have star players. Like, I can't wait.
I have to agree with it. It's going to be a little while until we have to see that game, but I'm very much looking forward to it. One thing I wanted to add, though, to the MVP, because, I did a little Nathan as well. I forgot what I wanted to say, too, in the middle I was talking about the MVP. Is Usis was also really effective today with his nades, especially in Oregon we saw, just 2 nades in 1 round and 2 kills with it. That effectiveness, it's looking very good for Eminem also on their attacks.
All right, our bracket. What does it look like now with these 2 matches done? It's actually pretty simple. 2 more best of 3s really remain. Wild versus Virtus.pro and G2 versus Eminem. And I only am mentioning those 2 games because those, to me, are the most important ones now. You win your match, your best of 3, you're through, you qualify to the major, and phase 2, reminder, we'll talk about that also next week. Major is split into 3 phases, 1, 2, and 3. 1 has everybody, 2 is everybody that's left, versus now the top teams that have performed at the best in their own regions. And then 3 is the cream of the crop, and nobody does it better in the final stage in front of the crowd in Copenhagen. I hope you guys are also joining us there. But Wild VP, G2 Eminem. Now Secret Heroic, they're in the open quals, right? The loser of the next 2 games of G2 Eminem and Wild VP, well, they still have a shot because the winner of that game will also advance to the major in phase 1, but still advance to the major.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Right.
the loser will indeed join the other teams to the LCQ.
Yes, indeed.
They still have a chance, but yeah, it's looking
But it's
a lot
one team.
more difficult.
One team that can make it out of LCQ.
Yeah.
Oh well. But who are the teams that are currently awaiting in those qualifiers? Because there were open qualifiers, and now we go to the closed open qualifiers.
Yeah.
before we go to the closed qualifiers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
Jack.
We'll not confuse it. The open qualifiers fed into the open qualifier playoffs, and there is a bracket. So we read out the teams yesterday, but here is the actual bracket that will start being played on Saturday. Now, it was seeded basically. The EUL teams came in as the top seeds, the open qual teams came in as the bottom seeds, and then obviously X10 Star in there as well. So this is how it shapes up. So you can see that from the EUL teams, BDS and TT9 are in the top half of the bracket, and Wolves and Koi are in the bottom half of the bracket. These are obviously all the teams that made it into it. Now, for the open qual playoffs, again, starts on Saturday for EU, these teams have to achieve top 4 to make last chance qualifiers. So semi-finals. Obviously, they will then play it out to see who is first, second, third, fourth for seeding purposes into the LCQs. But yeah, I'm looking at this already and I'm seeing Koi with a potential path of having to play through Makers, Wolves with a potential path of having to play through Eminem Academy, who won 2 of the qualifiers, by the way. TT9 having to play against X10 Star, potentially. I'm not writing off any of the other teams, but the bigger names. And then BDS, I think, have probably got... I say they would have avoided some of the better, tier 2 and tier 3 teams potentially playing through that bracket.
Yeah, it looks like a scary bracket. I mean, obviously, for all these teams as well coming in from EUL, they're playing against teams that they might not be too familiar with.
Just realised, Freck might be able to get his revenge on TT9.
Who?
If Freck plays for Teammate 6. Obviously was announced on TT9. Then was dropped.
Man.
And is now...
you know what? Depending on how that games go, though, maybe TT9 should pick him back up.
We'll see. We'll see what it goes.
Seems like a great player, I'm just saying.
Both teams have to win quite a few games to get to that point, though.
TT9 haven't won anything, so what's the level here? Sorry, it's the end of the stage. We're getting
and
to
you
it.
was thinking it. Milos just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair enough. I don't want to be that guy that just says it. They say it how it is. No, don't be that guy. It just means you're someone that really hurts others. But in this case, it's just true. Anyways, speaking of wonderful people.
Hello.
What's up?
Not a lot.
It was a quick day today.
It was. We were expecting to come into 5 or 6 maps, and both of them have gone through in 2-0.
Can you imagine Ace casting a game without OT?
I feel like we've had a merry little warm-up, to be fair. I could do another one.
It's been very good entertainment today. We've had some big players. It's been fun to watch.
What match do you want to cast? Any teams?
Oh, I mean, I've watched so much Eminem Academy that I can't wait to sit here. We've had so much time to analyse those games that they refuse to play on stream. At you for that one.
No,
I can't wait to see them
in fairness, they did agree on the third qualifier to play on stream.
And they
that
won
looks
2
really
by
funny.
They'd won 2 by then.
The
It was just,
strats,
They ain't got to show nothing at that point.
the strats were on fire in that game.
there
Yeah,
was a
the
couple of
Repel
clips,
on the solar windows. Yeah, and the players just viciously taking yes to each other. Yeah.
So to fill everybody in just real quick, today we started off earlier. Next week we're starting off even earlier.
What time?
Let's take a look at that.
Finished at 9:15. It's mad.
There it is. Start at 1500 CEST. We've already crossed the line into summertime. Can't wait for the day where the EU actually deletes that completely, but whatever. Secret versus Heroic, then Wild versus VP, and finally G2 versus Eminem, starting earlier because we have 3 matches to go through.
that first game, Secret against Heroic. Now, obviously, the other games are going to determine the major, so they're of clear importance. That first game, if the bracket kind of goes as planned for the open qual playoffs, would determine whether you're going to essentially avoid in the LCQs starting off against like BDS or Koi or something like that. So as much as it is just a seeding match, it is very important, and the teams will know the opponents that they're playing essentially to avoid.
The hard thing is in there, like, you probably don't fancy playing against a good few of the teams that are coming through that bracket. Like, whether they're first or second seed coming out of the open qualifier playoffs is like, it's still going to suck playing against either of them because they're both very good.
No, but
right?
if your choice is win the game and you play against Wolves or lose the game and you play against BDS.
Do you know if they get to choose, though? They get to choose?
No, it's seeded, so like first...
That's what I mean.
Seed will go against 8th.
Imagine if BDS has a really poor day and like loses to like Wolves in that final game, but you as the top seed have to play against BDS.
Yeah, so if you win, you play BDS. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of like a little bit of this or a little bit of that. It's going to suck either way. You're against good teams at that stage, so it's don't know.
I don't know, man. I would question the good part because we're, if you're in open quals at this point, you're a top team. Top team as in you've played a really good 22. You've gone to SI. You've played really well. Expectations are high. You set those expectations. I'm just following them. Why am I being that guy tonight?
Yeah, why are you being that guy?
I don't know.
Who asked? Not me.
When do you ever ask?
I don't think Des got the laugh he was looking for there, to be honest.
No, I was just being harsh to Milosh. I love him, really. I mean, really, for me, any team that faces BDS down there, given how they played yesterday, good luck.
Yeah, I think you want sort of early group stage BDS rather than late group stage BDS, to be honest. It's
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for any. I love open quals like that. Again, I love those opportunities for odd results. I can't wait for it.
I'm just glad that it's back to being open and anyone can really do it because it does make
it's
nice
fancy.
upsets.
Exactly. You know, you've got teams.
I'm just hoping there are some upsets.
Yeah, that's
There will be.
Bring them on. Yeah,
There will be.
There 100% will be.
Open quals
I'm going
just
to be glued to it.
Are we at a stage where like every team that's like in the Europe League, if they lose, it counts as an upset? Would you say?
Honestly, I would say apart from TT9. Don't know why the camera zoomed in on me as I was dissing them there.
Ready for
Wait,
the
wait,
tea.
I think we,
To add to that, didn't Fresh and Friends beat Wolves?
no,
in-
we lost to them.
Oh, well,
Don't remind me. We lost to the Wolves 5 stack in ranked last night. Anyway,
What team were you saying you beat the other night again? If you're on about someone else that you beat.
VP.
we beat VP a few
Yeah.
times.
There you go, yeah.
Because
never
we could
shuts
do
up.
what a lot of EUL teams couldn't and just stay on site and do nothing.
Wow.
I love it.
Anyway, I think realistically there's a matchup coming in that bracket where it might be Wolves against Eminem Academy, and I think if Wolves lose that would still be classed as an upset. But the run of form TT9 are on. I don't know if it would be an upset for other teams beating them.
What about Koi?
Makers against Koi, potentially. That
Would you call that an upset?
probably because Makers haven't looked too good in the
No,
open quals.
they've disappeared for about a year, really, it feels like.
Yeah, but even in the most recent open quals, it's been a bit. Yeah.
But then again, those teams in the open quals, right? I mean, you can call them the underdogs, but they have had to perform consistently to even
True.
gather enough amount of points to now go through to the playoffs. So there are no Randys.
It's so funny hearing
You
Anne
get
say
more and more
Randys.
British every week.
Why?
Picking different terms, so it's just funny. Just Randy's is a really British thing. Like, oh, look
I
at
could have
them
gone for no
Randys.
name, sorry.
Yeah, that would have been
Up and comers. I'm being
That would
very,
be a nicer term.
very
I chose
political.
the
You're being
wrong
very
one.
Tim in saying that.
No, Tim would be like, everybody's so great.
Everyone's a
Des."
winner.
That's what I mean. The up and comers.
Everyone's a winner.
That's what I mean. He's insufferable like that.
True.
I like the shirt, by the way. I've only really. This is the first time I've actually probably looked at it tonight.
Look, Des, before you take off a shirt, let's roll off our day.
I think they're hummingbirds.
Are they?
I don't know
Yeah,
if they're hummingbirds or nightingales, but I don't know what.
I don't know the birds that well, to be honest.
No,
with
I don't
you.
know what the difference is, but I think it's a hummingbird. I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Baja Blast over there. Thank you very much.
What?
Baja Blast.
It's a drink.
Yeah. Other soft drinks, I guess,
Is
exist.
it just me who's lost on this?
No, I
See, finally he knows what it is.
I never had it either, but I know.
I know what it is. I
existed,
don't
so.
drink that stuff anyways. It'll set me on the ground. No. Artificial stuff. But anyways,
I'm out
we
of
are
this
ending our day.
conversation.
We are ending our day. Des,
Yeah.
this is it for you for this stage, eh?
Yeah.
Well, have fun.
Yeah.
Thanks.
He's leaving us.
Next time we're back here is like,
He's not.
well, potentially
He is?
back
Oh,
here.
my.
It's like,
No, he's not.
He is?
He's doing other work.
I know. He's leaving us for other work.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
also doing other work.
But we
later.
are glad to see him go.
yeah,
No,
he's doing other work as well. Hang on a minute.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're both leaving us.
Yeah.
I'm personally insulted.
Abdicating the
I'm
throne.
gonna go as well. I've
What
just decided-
throne? No royalty here, my friend. We have enough royalty in this one.
It's only going to be you and I.
Sorry,
left.
I
God
thought.
save the king.
3 best of 3s next week, Tim. Me and
Why
you.
not?
Yeah,
Wow.
sure.
I know Demo's in here, so but I still won't say anything. Anyways, moving on. Tim, thank you very much. Thank you, Anne and Fresh. Thank you to myself for being myself.
I just thought, like, we need to get you to do the Obama meme where he's like putting a medal on himself. But it'd be me.
Where's?
Thank you, me.
Oh man, it's like. No, it was the side one that was better.
Yeah.
It's a bit on the from the side, yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go. You
perfect.
clip it, use it. Anyways, thank you so much to our observers, Medics and Pietro, and to our production team. We'll be back on Monday. Remember, 3 p.m. here, local time in Europe, much earlier because we have 3 best of 3s to go through. Maybe we'll finish at 9 p.m. Maybe we'll finish at midnight. Who knows? We'll have to see.
I hope
Anyways,
it's not midnight for your guys' sake.
No, we love
you'll
to
be
see-
smirking all the way home. Anyways, take care. We love you so much. Good night.
Ta-da. play, but he can't do it. Eminem take the win, a pretty cozy.
Virtus Pro take the opener on bank. Comes in with the final kill, Secret lose their map. Against Heroic.